Hello and a warm welcome to everyone around here at Questline Esports. Welcome to the Questline Esports Open. Next to me, my desk buddies Anghells and Nivid. Hello, welcome to the show. I'm so happy to have you here on the first day of the opening qualifier. Let's see what this day got for us. I'll hand it over to you. Tell me something about this tournament. What are we doing today?
Today is going to be our round robin day. So we're essentially doing, I guess, a full long form tournament in a day.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to get their 7 games in play for the top 2 teams in each group are going to be moving on to our double elimination round qualifiers.
Yeah, absolutely. So today we'll be facing the round robin, as you said before. So that will be groups of 8, basically. So every team has to play 7 matches today, which is indeed a marathon, of course. But it will also show what team has the emotional capacity to run through this as well, same as the skill, of course. We've got 4 groups which will be which will be playing this tournament, and the top 2 of each group will, as you said before, moving on to the playoffs, which will be starting tomorrow and then the weekend after that. So we've got a lot of great matches today. So let's point out a few of those which are definitely worth to watch here.
Yeah, looking at Group A. Right. It's going to be a pretty solid. We're going to be starting off. The first match on our broadcast is going to be Goblin versus Anghells.
Yeah, that should be a very good match. Those are 2 very skilled teams. So we're starting off the day with a banger, and I'm really looking forward to that first match.
Yeah, and then over on the B stream as well, it's going to be Munich Esports Nemesis versus GeForce, which is going to be really solid.
Absolutely, we've got a lot of great matches today. We'll have some other teams like DeleteFriend, Bay State, or Dice Amplified, who've are definitely well-known names in the scene here, as we see the stream schedule in the stream now. So definitely, we've got a loaded program for everyone who's watching today, and who will hopefully be watching the other days as well, of course. And let's talk about the tournament facts itself. So we've got $10,000 on the line here. 5,000 will be going to first place. So this is potentially the last major we'll see in Overwatch 1. So definitely, whoever takes this home can drag that around for some time. Definitely. So yeah, a lot on the line here for the teams, and definitely looking forward to the show here for the upcoming days.
Absolutely, and like you said, Julian, these whoever takes home this tournament, they can be the ones to say we were the last team to win, a big tournament at 6v6, with an off tank, right? So it's gonna definitely count for some bragging rights for quite a while.
Absolutely, and I mean, $10,000 is definitely a prize pool which can be something to boost up your earnings on the Wikipedia page, basically. So top 8 teams moving on to the playoffs for next weekend, and as I said before, $5,000 go to first team, and every team which goes to playoffs is assured an amount of $250, which is already 5 times as much as the entrance fee which was paid for this tournament. So I don't know how much time we still got till we'll be moving on into the first match, but definitely let's talk about teams which have entered the tournament. Are there any favorites you see?
I think there are some favorites. You got Trust the Process. They are ranked very, very highly in this tournament. Julian, I know you know them very well from being out in Europe, and I think for me they're going to be one of the favorites for sure. And also a big shout out to Crack Cats. We've seen them a bunch on this channel, and we know they have some very skilled players as well.
Yeah, you're obviously probably better acquainted than any of us with, especially with Munich Esports and Trust the Process.
Yeah,
2
absolutely.
teams in the tournament.
Definitely, Munich Esports is out. They've got loaded talent in their team. So they've got Trust Me Krug, who've been playing, for example, the Mystery Heroes 1-on-1s, which have been taking place on the Questline Open Twitch channel before. So definitely known names in the EU scene. But also, if we look across the ocean, we've got some collegiate teams who have signed up as well. Bay State, for example. Definitely a team to watch would be Dice Amplified, for example, as they have been well-known in contenders for the last year, and definitely got a super stacked roster, which they just recently announced. They've got a lot of talent there. So that will definitely be something worth to watch. Yeah, let's talk about the other groups. So I think we got graphics for the different groups, so we can just run through that basically and see if there's anything to point out. So starting with Group A, as we said, Trusted Process, Cracked Cats, one of the T6 very own teams participating in here. A team I want to point out especially is Sucker Punch, as they are the only team who is competing out of EU and NA as far as I'm concerned. So they'll be starting their games from I think it's Australia, if I'm not mistaken there. But yeah, definitely those are teams which have quite the history and which should be well known in the EU scene. Is there anything else you see in this first group?
Julian, I'm glad you pointed out Sucker Punch. I think they're going to be a team to watch for sure. Another team that's been familiar on our channel. I know we've casted them a bunch recently here. And they have some absolutely crazy players, and you know, if they're on stream, it's must watch Overwatch.
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely Group A has some loaded talent. Let's move right over to the Group B, which is the second of the 4 groups we are going to see in this tournament. I think we have a lot of great talent in that group as well. So definitely the first team which comes to my eye is That Computer, one of the, maybe not as well known, but definitely one of the upcoming teams in NA past the pro. So That Computer have been competing in some notable tournaments. Barry Blast recently, for example. That's definitely one of the teams to watch here. Other teams will be Dysfunctional, definitely one of the teams which has probably the most stacked rosters overall here. But that's definitely one of the teams to watch. They've got, for example, they've got Capri, which should be a name to everyone in the Overwatch scene, definitely. Got Necros, Guru, some of the names which are definitely well known here. So I'm looking forward to seeing them potentially in the playoffs next weekend or starting tomorrow. And then, of course, 2E's Neo, one of the bigger orgs in Europe, which would be 2Easy. So they've managed to place a team in the Questline Open here as well. So definitely that's a team which is interesting on the EU side, absolutely.
I think we'll probably see some recognizable names in Hot Lava as well. So definitely a team that most people have probably seen before, although not under that name. So definitely, if you see the Hot Lava game, tune in.
Absolutely. So moving right on into the second last Group C, a lot of loaded talent, that one of course as well. One of the maybe a bit more underestimated teams in that third group would, for example, be Team Shikigami, as they've been known in the scene forever, basically. They've been around since, I think, 2020 at least, and they're definitely one of the teams which might not even have the highest SR average, but they definitely are one of the teams which can be an underdog here, basically. They can really be one of the surprising teams in this competition. I don't doubt seeing them in the playoffs, definitely. And then, as said before, DICE Amplified, Bay State, for example, Infernal, who's on Bay State, has been known for ages in the scene. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing him at some point in this tournament, potentially. And then DICE Amplified, we said it before, they announced their roster recently. They've got loaded talent. They've got Infacted. They've got Frosted, so well-known names, Aspen as well, to the scene, and I'm definitely sure that they'll be one of the favorites on the NA side of this tournament.
Yeah, you mentioned Aspen there, a really well-known player. Has obviously been around for quite a while, so that's going to be a very intriguing one to watch as well. And you mentioned Shikigami, everyone knows who they are, and they are, I think they're going to go pretty far in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And then let's take, just to complete the full set here, let's take a look at Group 4, which is definitely, probably it's even my favorite group, I'm going to be honest with you here, because it's got so much EU talent in there, which I've been watching for a while now, and I definitely see a lot of opportunities there for teams who might not be that well known to move into the playoffs, starting off at the very top. One of my favorites, Munich Esports Nemesis, which is, I mean, I cannot judge that without any, without being positively affected by them, since it's an org I personally am involved into as well. Nemesis, they've been around for ages in the EU scene. They've got some, maybe not as well-known talent as others, but they definitely are willing to put in the hours when it comes to scrims. Because I've, like, not gonna lie, whenever I come on the line at Overwatch, I see them in the scrim lobbies. They're like working their butts off to get into the higher level teams here. And then we've got GeForce, one of the NA upcoming teams, definitely EU region has been around for ages. DeleteFriend is definitely a kind of team from the DeleteFriend organization, which has been around in EU for some time as well. And then a match will be starting off, Mind Goblin versus Anghells, which is two EU teams which are definitely well known. Mind Goblin has played trials before in Anghells. They've qualified for the All for One EU Paris LAN playoffs, which are going to be happening in May as far as I'm concerned. So the first match we're considering to watch here is definitely one of the most interesting ones, maybe throughout the whole tournament, because this is just like that. Those teams are definitely the two teams I might be seeing in EU contenders this year, and the rosters they've got have got so much upcoming talent in the EU scene. So I'm definitely looking forward to that matchup.
It's going to be a really solid game. I think we can all look forward to seeing those two go head to head. Should we? Maybe we'll pass things over to the people who are going to be overseeing this head to head, which is going to be Waffles and Worst. Oh, we're gonna Waffles and Worst are just preparing stuff, so we won't quite hand it off to them just yet. I guess, Julian, you've had a lot of experience, especially on the EU scene. Is there any, I guess, besides Munich, of course, that you see making a serious run through the qualifying bracket?
I mean, there are definitely a lot of teams which have the opportunity, especially if we look back into Group D, who's got, let me quickly count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 EU teams playing in that group, which would be DeleteFriend, Mind Goblin, Anghells, Regan EU, and then Immunity Esports Nemesis. And those teams definitely all got the chances for. I know that DeleteFriend has actually assembled a quite solid roster here, as well as Mind Goblin. Definitely, probably the one who's got the highest chances here. They've got Finzi in the roster, who's been on British Hurricane, for example, the last contender season. In EU, Joham, AHJA, Geomatic, names which are definitely well known to the EU scene. And then there's Anghells, for example. They've been around the EU season for the past 4 months, I'd say, and they're definitely one of the teams which has the team spirit for it. So there's, for example, they've qualified for the Paris offline event, so that means something. Like, I think there were like 350 teams to sign up, and only top 12 made it, so that says something about them. So that's definitely one of the matches, or like the teams. And my mic's going up here, so it's definitely hyped for the games today. But yeah, Anghells definitely a team which has highest potential to move on into the playoffs here.
I think with this first game between Mind Goblin and Anghells, you could definitely say that we have players that are just as talented as Julian is good looking today, which is to say that they are extremely, extremely talented.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like I'm looking owl level today, right? So I've even got, if I move up a bit here, I've got the owl pin here, which indicates that I'm a professional, basically. So as professional as I am with casting, I definitely can tell that those teams are absolutely giving the best they've got today. And I mean, they've got a good reason for it. We said it before, $5,000 on the line for the first team. It's the last major we'll see in Overwatch 1. So definitely, if you haven't played a tournament before, this is the one I'd play. Because imagine being able to say, like, guys, I've won the last major in Overwatch 1. Like, that's something you don't see it every day, right? So if I'd be there saying, like, I won the last major, which has ever been there in the history of Overwatch 1. Mm-hmm. I mean, like, that's better than Owl, let's be honest here. Like, if I could decide between playing Owl and playing in this major and potentially winning it, I definitely go with this major. Not gonna lie, I don't see why I choose Owl over that.
Hey man, and you get a swack of money on top of it too.
Yeah,
so
absolutely, yeah.
It's definitely nothing to complain about.
Yeah, so let's give some more info to the teams who've signed up. So to the teams, maybe you're watching the stream, I hope you're watching the stream, make sure to be ready to go, basically. So have your roles requested in the Discord, be able to access your channels. If you don't have access to channels, please be sure to hit up either me or Lulu in the Discord, because you need to have access to those channels. And yeah, definitely don't leave that server, because if we do broadcast with you, we'll ping the hell out of you. So don't leave the server, otherwise we'll have trouble reaching you for the broadcast, which will of course be unlucky. And yeah, schedule, of course, in announcement of the tournament section, so be sure to take a look in there. Last team should be checked in by now. I think we'll have a couple of more minutes till we're good to go for the first broadcast. As I said before, Goblin versus Anghells. It's like the derby in EU, basically. So we're really looking forward to that one.
Absolutely. And while we have a moment here, just taking a look at the schedule today, like we have a lot of good casters as well, right? Like obviously, the three of us are top tier.
I like it. You're pointing us out at the first. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
He has the pin, so
Yeah, exactly, right? So, and then you look down the list, and we've already mentioned we'll be seeing Waffles and Worst in a moment. Later on today, Septillions and Hot Dog are going to be coming on. And to round out the day, we are getting Juggle God and Lord Ethan. So Juggle God's done some bigger stuff recently. He did the TD Invitational Tournament back around Christmas time. So, a lot of big names and very skilled casters. So it's going to make it for a fun watch.
Absolutely. And yeah, sorry, go ahead.
it's good. I think there's a really solid caster lineup. There is going to be more talent announced probably on Monday for our second weekend. We're going to see quite a few casters actually throughout the day as well on the B stream with like MFG, Sir Waltham. It's a really stacked talent lineup just across the board.
Yeah, I'm kind of regretting putting me in the group, like saying like we're the top tier, because there's so many good casters. They're gonna be like, oh, maybe better than newbies. So we'll see how we stack up against such a high level of talent, like throughout the day on both streams.
Absolutely. And I mean, let's talk about you can't leave out Dusk, and I'm really looking forward to being joined by somebody who has definitely, like, if there's somebody who's got experience in the Overwatch scene, it's definitely him. It's going to be Tickety joining me later today. For those of you who don't know him, he's been coaching Dallas Fuel, I think it was 2019. I think it was 2019, season 2 of the Overwatch League. So definitely somebody who's bringing in some experience on the player side as well. So I'm really looking forward to that one. And yeah, until then, I'm making an official call here, guys in the Twitch chat, and everyone who's in the tournament. Be sure to use your social media stuff as well. So be nice enough to us and tweet something about the tournament so we can interact with you and pump this stream up, because the production we've put into this is just unbelievable. Like the people who are behind this, it's an enormous amount, and I'm really looking forward to making this a great show with you guys. And yeah, until then, we'll have to cover some more minutes till the first match is good to go. But yeah, is there any topics you'd like to go through for now?
Yeah, we talked a little bit about Tickety. Jag is also going to be joining the desk a little bit later on. We also have tomorrow it's going to be Flubby, Justin from the Vancouver Titans are going to be joining us here on this, actually here in the studio. So Flubby, Pew, and Justin actually. So it's going to be a full desk. It turns out we can fit 4 people on the desk here, so we're going to try.
Wonderful.
Which I'm looking forward to. Yeah, it'll be good to get some of that insight from more Overwatch League coaches and GMs as well as Tickety.
Absolutely, and I mean, as somebody who's involved in the production, I've seen some names for the second weekend already. And yeah, there's definitely like it's top of the line talent which is going to be joining us for the playoffs, and yeah, I'm absolutely looking forward to that one, because who can say I've been casting alongside with names I'm not allowed to say it, but yeah, if you know them, you'd be jealous. I can tell you, yeah. So definitely looking forward to that one, and yeah, I mean, the cool thing about this tournament is the fact that we're going to cover the full playoffs. So each and every match of the playoffs is going to be covered by us, if I'm not mistaken there. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that, because that means that we'll be seeing 4 matches in the first winner round, and then we'll go down to the loser bracket. But definitely so many great matches coming up in the playoffs, so you won't be missing any action in there. And yeah, we've definitely got a stacked second week, and the playoffs. I mean, they start tomorrow, so we got first round of the winner bracket tomorrow already. So yeah, not too much time for the teams to prepare for top 8 there.
I think it's going to make for a lot of drama down the line, and like you mentioned, the talent that's showing up next weekend too. It's not going to be just in the lobbies for the teams, but in the casting booths and on the desk as well. It's going to be such a fun weekend, and with all that high drama coming through in the playoffs, it's really going to make it like that much more exciting having those voices come through as well.
Absolutely. And I mean, you said it before, this major is long, and we all know that round robin is going to be super exhausting. Teams have to play 7 matches today and then move right on to the playoffs tomorrow. So this is definitely an exhausting major, but you'll get something in return. And we said before, winning the last major in Overwatch, plus some nice money going into your pocket there, $10,000 in the line overall, making this one of the bigger prize pools in Overwatch, basically. So I'm absolutely looking forward to this. And talking about the preparation time which teams had in advance. So we got two types of teams here, basically. So you got to consider the teams who've been around for some time. They've got a huge advantage here because they've been swimming for ages together. They know each other. They know comms. They know who's in-game leading, who's doing the shot calls, who's ult tracking. They've got a huge advantage here. And then on the other side, you've got teams who assembled for this tournament. That, for example, being the team of Capri. That, for example, being the Trust and Process team, who they might know each other, sure, but the difference between teams who've been together for months and have been scrimming together for months and teams who came together a week before this tournament being like, hey, yeah, let's play that. We got a major there. We have a chance to win that. They've still got a huge disadvantage compared to other teams who've been around for 3-4 months, maybe for longer even, like Shikigami, for example. They've been existing. They've been around longer than I've been, right? Mind Goblin played Trials second season Contenders EU last year, so they've been like I know that they met in real life twice in London. I was invited, which is probably because I'm not involved in the team, but I wouldn't have minded to be invited. But right,
yeah.
But they've been around forever, and it's going to be super interesting to see how much disadvantage will play out in the matches and how big of a difference make it can be. For example, Mind Goblin, definitely a team which have been together. They've been together for ages, but they're not like compared to, for example, DeleteFriend, who've got the higher SR average on paper. It's going to be interesting to see if they can use that advantage and take down an enemy who's on the paper better than them, or if the SR average will still be gatekeeping them into a lower seed, which might not even advance to the playoffs.
The way that the meta is going, from what we've seen in scrims and things like that, it will kind of mix things up a little bit, with especially a lot of like the balls end comps that are coming out that kind of favor the individual skill as well. Some of these teams, that's why some of the teams that were put together rather recently might not struggle as much, I would say, as you would in, say, like a GOATS meta, or something that's really focused around your ability usage and timing and all that stuff, because it does reward high level individual play, I would say, more than some other compositions. So I'm curious what that's going to look like in a major setting, as these teams that have only been together for a week. But when you're when you're playing Sombra, you're playing Ball or something like that, you are allowed to be a little bit more on your own than you would maybe in some other compositions. For that reason, I do think we're probably going to see a lot of that and similar compositions coming out for the tournament. It's a little bit easier when you haven't been on a team for 6 months or a year or 2 years.
Absolutely. And I mean, Mind Goblin, for example, I always come back to Mind Goblin because it's just one of my favorite EU teams, basically. But yeah, Mind Goblin, I think the reason why they're so strong is, on the one hand, and I've said that for the last 2 minutes, they've been together for ages. But the talent in this team, especially talking about players like AHJA, who's a Flax DPS, or Condi, who's been around the scene for, I think, even from the beta on, right? And they've been playing in teams since 2017. And if there's anyone in the scene who's not been in Contenders yet and who's an underdog talent, it is a player of Mind Goblin. Condi, for example, he's been on teams of mine. He's actually, I can tell a story. May I tell a story? Okay, I'll tell it either way. So Condi, for example, has been he's basically been my ticket to the contender scene, right? So basically, Condi has been on a team of mine in end of 2020, and the team name was LED Microwave, which is definitely is even better than a team like mine, Goblin. Like LED Microwave, I can see if I can find a logo and I post it later, but. He's been my ticket to the scene, and when I saw he's going into Trials team, I've been so happy for him because he brought me in, and then I did nothing to bring him into the higher scene, so we kind of evil now. And yeah, I feel like I've done enough for him just calling him out now. So if he sees us, we're equal now, right? But yeah, Condi definitely one of the upcoming talents. Is his Widowmaker's Echo are insane, absolutely. He's got such a wide hero pool. I'm really looking forward to seeing him on the broadcast in this first matchup today.
And I mean, if you want to figure out like how stacked Mind Goblin is, like at least with my notes that I got here, Finzy's starting as a substitute, right? He's not even in the starting six. So if Finzy's on the bench, you're looking pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, just the fact that Finzy is on the bench shows that how confident that team is. Because if I had Finzy in my team, I wouldn't even think of benching him, right? If Finzy has been a British Hurricane, like he won contenders, right? And if I've got the confidence to bench to put a sub, like to get Finzy on my team and then only have him a sub, like that's a hell of a confident team, right? So if I have the opportunity to play with a top contenders player, I wouldn't bench him, would I?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, Finzy's right now is the definition of like a super sub, basically.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we're going to have to keep an eye on Tricky Turtle. It's going to be it was the starting off tank, it looks like, for Mind Goblin.
Yeah. I mean, Catnap, who's involved into the tournament, highly involved into the tournament, pointed the name out earlier, and he was like, oh, that's a super cool name. And it truly is, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Tricky Turtle got in store for us. But since we've been talking about Mind Goblins so long now, let's take a look at their opponent, which is Anghells. So that team, as we said before, it's qualified for lands, and it's got a lot of talent. Apples, for example, Flex Support, who has been a main tank till 2020. He has been on O1 Esports in EU contenders. So definitely got a lot of talent there. Pure Irish Timu, who've been well known on, first it was All On Board, and they rebranded to Rebrand in Progress, which is actually the team name now. I think they kind of put in the name in the wrong line there. I think they wanted to like delete it later, but they just forgot about it. So yeah, definitely one of the more stacked teams on the EU side as well. A Pure Irish Timu, the tank duo, they've been together for I think the last 1.5 years, which is giving them a super good synergy. Definitely looking forward to seeing them. Donghoon, who's been around for some time, has recently gone LFT. They instantly picked him up, so that means something. If they probably didn't even try him. They were like, you're with us now, right? And he just took that. So really looking forward. Anghells definitely a worthy opponent for the Mind Goblin team here.
Yeah, Timo and Pure Irish together are going to be just a duo to be reckoned with. Yeah, I know you're a big fan of Mind Goblin.
How did you recognize?
I'm very much looking forward to this.
Yeah, I don't know how you can tell.
There were some subtle hints along the way that, you know, if you're paying attention, you might pick up on.
And then I think right after that, we're going to be going to Dice Amplify versus Bay State, which is another like really heavy matchup. So it's going to be back-to-back, like just banger opening games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dice Amplified, we've said it before, they've been in contenders last year, and I'm just pulling up the roster now. Yeah, Infected, Frosted. I mean, there's not much more to say. Aspen, obviously, who, I don't know, if you don't know Aspen, you don't know Overwatch. Let's just say it like that, right? And, I mean, they've got loaded coaching personnel. They've got Slippery, who's been well-known to the EU scene, who recently moved to an A for Collegiate, and PDK, of course, as well. Great manager. I've been working with him for on a couple of projects. He's definitely one of my favorite on the staffer side. So that team got loaded talent on the players as well as on the manager side. And that's something you have to consider here. Like, it's not only about players. Let's point out the staff side of a team here. You've got coaches which are obviously doing a huge impact to a team. But let's point out, since I'm a manager as well, so I gotta do this for my buddies here. So the manager position in this team is, like in this tournament especially, is unbelievably important. It starts with signing up, it starts with scheduling stuff. There's more to a team than six players. That's all I'm saying here, right? And I think it's important to point it out, because you sometimes lose to see how much impact staff has to a team, basically. So I felt like I need to point it out here.
Yeah, and like we mentioned, Tickety is going to be with us later. Like, I'm compared to all these people playing today, I'm terrible at Overwatch. And like, you sit down with Tickety, and Tickety talks Overwatch for a while, and you're like, I'm probably way better now. Like, the amount of coaching that can go into this game, and because there's so many different metas that can come out, compositions, strategies. Like, if you have a smart coach that can adapt and kind of really change on the fly to make sure they know what they're doing with these different situations, that can be the difference between winning and losing.
Absolutely. And then let's point out their opponent real quick as well. So Bay State, one of the collegiate teams which is also competing, for example, in the collegiate major, which is running alongside with the Questline Open here. So that's definitely one of the teams who's making their way in collegiate as well. And I mean, the scene is upcoming. The scene is definitely going to be a part of the Path Pro system at some point. And so I'm super happy to have a lot of collegiate teams in here as well, and I'm absolutely looking forward to see what they can do in this bracket. Until then, I suggest we throw in a quick break here, since we have to put in some delay stuff into the stream as well. And we'll be right back, and then hopefully we can instantly start off into the first matchup, Anghells versus Mine Goblin. Until then, see you soon. We'll throw into a quick break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Questline Open. I am Waffles for Sid, and I am joined by Worst Cast here on the analysis side, and we will be bringing you the first match of the tournament. Worst, how are you doing and feeling going into, the first match of the day and to kicking off the tournament?
I'm really happy to be here to kind of kick this one off. The Questline Open finally here. 10K prize pool, a lot to work for here for these teams here today and then this weekend and then next weekend, obviously. But yeah, I mean, first off, starting up here, we have Mind Goblin versus Anghells, and some good names here to start it out. And also, if you look down there in the bottom left of your screen, that Mind Goblin's logo is absolute nightmare fuel. So really happy to them for showing that off. I saw that, I was like, what is this and why am I looking at it? But you know what, we're here now. We have to bear with it. That's going to be on our screen all throughout the next about hour. So thank you so much, Mind Goblin.
Absolutely. I love it. I love the feeling it kind of gives you inside, where it's mildly disgruntling. And I think that's definitely their intent moving into
also 3D.
These competitions, trying to intimidate the enemy a little bit there. But of course, Anghells probably not going to be intimidated so easily. They want to do their best in this tournament, just like everyone else. And it's still the round robin element here for our first part of the tournament. Then we get into the playoffs, Worst, and that's when it gets really serious.
Yeah, playoffs are definitely going to be a step up. Right now, it's just group stage phase. We have these teams competing against each other, seeing what standings they get going into bracket. So who's going in? First map, I'm just getting word, is going to be Busan, of all things. So very interesting start there is going to be Busan. So, I mean, that's a good map to start out with. I think a lot of the times we're seeing in these tier 3, tier 2 kind of places right now for Busan, you're seeing a lot of 6-man come out, and then you're also seeing kind of this ball composition that can make its way onto something like Sanctuary, with the bongo in the middle. Ball composition is very strong there, but also have seen 6-man. Same with downtown. See a lot of 6-man, might see some ball comps, might even see some rush to kind of counteract the 6-man. There's just like rock, paper, scissors been going on for the last like 2 years, basically, where it's like this comp good against this comp, but it's bad against this comp, so we're going to try to mind game the enemy.
We'll see, how successful those mind games actually play off to be. Depends on how people take that type of energy, right? Michael Jordan is the kind of person who would take that energy and some of those mind games and say, I'm going to use that as fuel to my fire and put the hurt on you even more. So, you got to be careful who you try to intimidate or play those games with. But at Busan, there's really a lot of room for teams to have a variety of comps. I do think the more mobile comps, like the ball comp that you mentioned, are going to probably yield a bit more success. There's so much terrain for everyone to be moving around on, and the topography of Busan has so many levels, Worst.
Yeah, so many levels. It's why you see a lot of variety here. If we be going to Mecha Base as well, you might see Rush, you might also see Bulk. I think it's a map that people kind of get confused on, because a lot of times you assume it's going to be Rush. There's a lot of close quarters in the top right, but when you really look at the entire Mecha Base, it's very open, open for like soldiers to go on flanks, tracers to do their work. So we're going to be on downtown here. We're going to see what mind games are going to come out, but I gotta say, if it's going to be mind games you're looking for, I think Mind Goblin might just be at an advantage there. They're already in one head. Maybe they can get an Anghells head as well. It looks like starting out, that might turn into a 6-man. They already have the Sombra and the Lucio here for Anghells, but for Mind Goblin, it looks like they want to go for this this ball comp with that Zen Brig. This has been very strong for the meta for the last 2-ish years, so would not be surprised if that does come out.
Yeah, and looks like our teams are... We got an interesting lineup as far as our DPS and tanks swapped around a little in the middle, but with Mind Goblin rolling out on the Symmetra, it's actually going to be them going second to the point because, oh, sorry, Anghells does go ahead and switch off of that. Never mind. Forget all of that. Anyways, the fight gonna go ahead and break open. Mind Goblin here in the small room, trying to continue pushing forward, but it is an uphill battle. They've lost both supports, Worst, and it is gonna be them going back to spawn for the first fight.
Yeah, Anghells coming out swinging right now, and this defensive setup for Anghells should be massive, as they're going to be able to kind of take like the lay of the land of where they want to be setting up with their supports and what choke points they want to be locking down. Mind Goblin now trying to get some early positioning here with their supports in that top left. You're actually going to see Anghells back up because of those respawns coming back in, but instantly going to be reacting there. They have the supports set up on the far left side by the Mega, and so now Thematic sees that is going to be pressuring far right.
Apples goes down early in this fight. That means Mind Goblin has an opportunity to try and capitalize. There it is. They go for the secondary support, and now they have even more of an advantage. They lose Melon there on the side, but they do still have the one-man advantage. They have an opportunity to push forward here. We see this Tracer duel commencing in the side around the hacked health pack, and once again, Mind Goblin going to go ahead, continue with the kills in their favor and taking this point.
Yep, taking this point indeed, and now they're going to be trying to get that Zenyatta back and set up safely on this right side. Seems like both these teams have been kind of prioritizing placing their supports around that Mega Health Pack, but now that it's hacked up here by SXJ, it's going to be hard for Anghells to kind of remove them from, but like that, SXJ already out of it. I don't know if that translocator was taken away, but they have no EMP for this next fight.
Nice stick opening up. That's going to definitely stall Anghells here for a moment on their push and is going to give SXJ time to come back with that EMP. There it is, already popping it as soon as they make it into the thick of the fight. A couple people clipped. Oh, that was actually Slendex there with the EMP. My apologies, Anghells. And, well, they put Mind Goblin on the back foot and took the point back.
Yeah, but they had to use a bit there. They used the EMP, used the rally. Now Mind Goblin coming in 4 ult strong, 5 ult strong actually as Tricky Turtle does go down. They have a lot of ways to kind of maneuver themselves. Where does XXJ want to get in position? And now it's on Anghells to play the kind of the mind game with the Sombra of like spy checking them, trying to find translocator. If they can force out translocator and hit the spy check, that EMP is not going to be forced out because it's going to be in a very rough and awkward position. But right now, they're actually taking a duel on point. AVO is in a problem.
Tag teamed there by a couple of players as Mind Goblin continues to try and move on at this point. They cap it back in their favor without using a single ultimate. You know, it's still Anghells here with some people alive on the higher ground, but SXJ in this background is going to be hunting for someone vulnerable. No one's quite scoping out for him as much as they need. Oh, almost detected there, but just missed in this corner. Does have to get away in the end. Mind Goblin has 5 ultimates online still, and with the self-destruct from the top over from Pure Irish getting Melon, that is a kill in favor for Anghells. It doesn't matter as much because Mind Goblin goes ahead in response with one in kind, and every time Apples goes down, it seems like Mind Goblin is ready to go ahead and capitalize on Doggin right afterwards. Worse.
Yeah. Apples has had a rough time of it so far, of just living in. Right there, you saw XXJ get forced out, uncloaks, and then TPs out, maybe trying to play a mind game with Apples, and Apples falls for a Transcendence, nothing, and then obviously the EMP afterwards. With the rally to supplement, it just gets them the point. But it's been back and forth so far. And again, Brigitte gone off the table. These pulse bombs have been immaculate. Might even get the 2K here as Apples so low. The melee's not enough until the clip comes in.
Wow, Kondai really making an impact here for his team, and you can see the constant harassment that this Tracer has been providing onto the backline of Anghells. Apples goes ahead, switches off that Zenyatta, and is going to be over on that Lucio for the speed. EMP popped in, a desperate attempt to try and keep Anghells alive in this fight, but Mind Goblin has quite the handle on it. They continue to take the high ground, the minefields just being a nuisance for both teams here on the map. They continue pushing Anghells back off of this point, and with the last couple people trickling in, looks like Mind Goblin's going to be able to handle this and take the first round of Busan Worst.
Yep, there it is. First point going their way. It's downtown secured. And I think the interesting thing we can glean from this map is neither team opted in for a 6-man. Even from the get-go, it wasn't even like they swapped off of it. Both these teams looking to kind of support that ball composition. I wonder if we do go to Sanctuary, does that remain true? A lot of options. It's going to be mecha-based. What are we going to see? Are we going to stay the ball comps here? Are we swapping off to Rush? Looks like Anghells might want to be going towards that. Apples already swapping off towards that Baptiste and the Reinhardt to follow. And Mind Goblin here, like I said, this map, you might think it's a very like, oh, we're playing Rush here, but Soldier already coming out. A lot of angles you can play. You can take bridge. You can kind of run around and be a nuisance in the backline. And the amount of burst damage you have every 6 seconds as that rocket comes off cooldown, you have the potential to just pick a Baptiste, pick a Lucio, even a Symmetra. Given that 25 HP is a good buffer, but still, you have that opportunity. So it's going to kind of be on Condi. What value can they get on these flanks?
Evo here Gonna stay on the Symmetra this time around as Anghells gone ahead and moved very quickly to the side of Mind Goblin. The wall has come up and the Immortality Field committed for this aggressive fight, and there it is. Results paying off as a couple kills in favor for Anghells. More to follow suit, and Mind Goblin here on the run as, well, Anghells gonna go ahead and cap this first point, or cap the point first.
Yeah, Mind Goblins was not ready for that. They rolled out the same exact side that Anghells did. Typically, you want to go the opposite way to get as far away from that Sim TP rush as possible. And right there, Anghells does an amazing job TPing onto the core and getting their value off. If they play a long-range poke game, they will lose, so they know they have to go in thick and fast. And so far, doing that in spades. Apples, with this ultimate here, is going to kind of be how they're going to get more ults over online. That's going to supplement them and try to maybe last out this fight, because the staying power they have as compared to a Mind Goblin, if picks don't go their way, I mean, if picks don't go Mind Goblin's way, is immense. So already kind of locking this down, this TP is going to make sure they can respond to any which way that Mind Goblin is going to go.
Mind Goblin having a hard time deciding which side they want to try and exit on. They did a little pressure on the point, and the faster players of Anghells were able to drive them off and keep possession for themselves. That's a nice wall coming through, stalled out. Pure Irish there for a moment, but no kills yet. This TP is devastating worse. They are able to just zip back and forth. They are putting so much pressure onto Mind Goblin, and in a place that Mind Goblin cannot even set themselves up for success. They can't make it through this choke point, because this is some really nice coordination. This pulse bomb from SXJ might open the door for them, though. They do have possession of the point, managed to sneak it back there, but taken away very quickly. And, well, Anghells still defensively holding these same two choke points with the teleporter.
And I think what this setup allows you is it allows your Lucio here, Donghun, to kind of respond to threats. They're going to try to pressure point, right? The ball is going to try to pressure, the Twitch is going to try to pressure. Your Lucio can actually just go back there and 1v1 them. You don't need speed because you have this TP. You're seeing them go back and forth, back and forth. I'm going to say like 3,000 people are going to be teleported this map on the end card because they're just using this so much to their advantage, and Theomatic's in trouble.
Teleport away from that minefield. Yeah, Slendix. Nice job over there. And now that they've cleared out a little bit, a shatter. So aggressive from Teemo. Absolutely vicious coming through. Trans here for a pin. And didn't run out quite in time to get the kill. Sound Barrier is going to reinforce even more members of Anghells to continue fighting on this point. It is last fight territory here as they continue to clear out Mind Goblin one after another. They were angry after losing the first map, and this time they have come back with a vengeance, clearing it here 99% now. It is just overtime bar that they have to wait this out and take Mind Goblin down worse.
Yeah, this could be dangerous for them, though. Rally is now gone. No ultimates left on Mind Goblin's side. But if these picks can come in from Condi, this could get dangerous very quickly. Now it's onto the Mei. They're trying to pressure them out, and Slendix goes down. The boop is enough, but they go in. The Lucio and the Diva eliminate the soldier from that high ground contention. And now a lot of that pressure is gone. Purish is not going to be taking that much damage. Going to eliminate the opposite there with that little boop. And now it's just a brawl on this point. The Moiras are going to be coming back in spades. And we could even see Coalescence come in if this lasts long enough. The Wick is burning down immediately. Oh, the nice heat there to deny the pulse bomb.
Man, this is a long overtime fight. Mind Goblin knows they have to take this point if they want to stay in the battle, and right now Anghells wants to keep them off of this and take the map win for themselves. It is still a scrappy back and forth, and now self-destruct online. There it is, over the top, and does take down Theomatic, and the point goes to Anghells.
Nice, a 1-1 response now here. And Anghells, you saw, came out with a strategy. We're going to go out bridge. That's typically where a ball comp wants to come out from Mind Goblin. So we're going to go out there, lessen the distance between ourselves so our TP is going to be more effective. And then once they were set up, it was just, we're going to put a TP on both sides. We're going to TP back and forth. A Lucio responds to flank threats, because a Lucio with a bat pocket's never going to die to like a Tracer solo or a ball solo. And now we're going over to Sanctuary. That worked out immensely for Anghells, but now they don't have that option anymore. It's going to be typically going to be a Brig coming in here, but it's going to be a Sig Ball, Zen Brig, and we're going to see who can kind of get more value here, Evo or Condi, the soldier versus Ashe matchup. How is that going to look out here? There's one more constant pressure from that soldier, but the burst potential and obviously Dynamite on backline is so much more like healing pressure onto Mind Goblin here if Evo can hit them.
The way this map is set up does remind me more of our first map of Busan, so I think it could be tough for Anghells here going up against Mind Goblin, but they did so good last round. This poke composition or poke damage exchanged here on the side, definitely, you know, taking its time. Mind Goblin here did go ahead and get a pick, and they're going to continue trying putting some pressure on, but Tricky Turtle falling very, very low, and SXJ just an absolute menace here on this Tracer.
Yeah, and you're seeing that it kind of helps a lot. The both teams are going to go into that more enclosed space by the drum because their compositions, a lot of the time people don't really think about it with the Brigazin, but it is very brawly. You have a lot of AoE healing if you can start getting up that Inspire, which requires a mid to close range there for that Brigitte. So trying to get in that position, allow them to just get that AoE healing to supplement themselves. And once Teemo goes down, any like dual pressure on the backline where you see Teemo and Slendix go in on the backline and exert some pressure is not there anymore. And XXJ has that with the Amatic Cell in the fight.
Mind Goblin, there it is, popping the rally early to engage with this fight. It's going to be Kondai here, also ripping the visor, trying to get the kills and put the pressure to force Anghells back. Both DPS popping off here as Mind Goblin continuing to just aggress forward as a solid unit.
Yeah, and the stick does come in late, but I don't know if that'll turn it, right? You still have Tricky Turtle up here, full HP, that's 3k coming in.
Turtle!
Yeah, really nice play there from the Sigma, hitting those shots, mechanical prowess coming through. But now, looking at this next fight, you have that rally very early there for Strebor, but now you have Donghun, has to build that up. That's going to be like the big defining ult for this fight, I think, is that rally differential. It's one of the strongest ults in the game for a reason, the amount of just armor and healing it gives you, and the amount of it allows you to brawl in. That's why they're going this close distance, because they have that rally.
Ooh, minefield here, tough for Anghells, stuck in this small room, and both fluxes popped by each Sigma. Now it's actually going to be Anghells, though, all in the kill feed, finding the value they're looking for with those ultimates. And, well, Strebor going down is going to be tough for Mind Goblin to hold, and Anghells taking this point back.
And you're seeing Anghells wants to keep forcing the issue here on this right side, on this drum. They want to keep going in and brawling with them. They have the rally difference there that allows them for it. And honestly, they don't pop the Transcendence. I think Mind Goblin could have popped the Transcendence to kind of as a response, and maybe could have won out that fight. But opting for it this next fight, 82%, obviously only need one more fight to win this out. So want to save it for a more opportune moment to have an advantage. And now it's going to come down. How does the Evo pop force the Transcendence with this visor? Oh.
Trance in response to the visor, but Kondai goes down in the mix. Evo gets another kill with the visor. It is Anghells trying to continue holding this point, and they are just shredding Mind Goblin as they try and push through this choke point once again. What a nice Helix rocket pop that we just got to see.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. When you have that Transcendence, but you're playing so split, right? The visor's still going to find value if Condi's not by that Zen, if XXJ is not by that Zen. They can get one clipped very easily. And now this next fight looks pretty bad for them. They have the visor, but look what Anghells playing. They can kind of zone it very easily. Obviously, it's going to give Mind Goblin a lot of pressure on the point, a lot of angles to play with, but they can try to burst back out potentially if they get this rally back online. It might just be Slendix. Can you stick this Brigitte rally? If that happens, that might just be the round-winning play.
Pulse bomb thrown there from SXJ, but doesn't find anything. There it is from Slendix, and as you foretold, pop there onto Strebor, taking out the rally in the process, and Mind Goblin sent to spawn for their last fight.
And even if it doesn't get the rally out, it just buys you time. Right? That could have been a fight where they could have forced there with a rally differential, but it's not there anymore. Now they have a rally to respond. They have point control. They have mines on the approach. Mines are much more effective when the team is walking into you because they're already trying to walk forward, and it's going to be hard. The Amatic's just going to use it to try and maybe zone off point, but it's not going to be that effective when the Tracer's just peppering you down from distance.
Visor popped here from Kondai on the side. Additionally, Mind Goblin knows they have to stay in this fight because they don't want to lose. Whoever takes this map is going to go ahead and take the first entire point for this series kicking off. And with a couple kills in favor of Mind Goblin, they go ahead and they're going to be able to take this point back. And Anghells now on the back foot.
Can they get a touch in is the question. If they can, this can easily go their favor. There's no ultimate for Mind Goblin. Ball has to touch the boop away. Oh, but the Tracer's there with the point. The stick is there. Oh, a massive play from Slendix to potentially keep them in this round.
This is Anghells' chance here to take the point back. Trance combined with the visor. There's so much healing and damage on the board for Anghells to just rip through Mind Goblin on this point. Squishies are melting left and right, and all they got to do is cap the point themselves and go ahead, take it back, grabs the Hammond in the middle of his roll, and there it is. OT bar burning down, and Anghells gonna go ahead and take the first win of the tournament.
And taking the win on Mind Goblin's pick. They were the higher seed, so they got that Busan pick. This is a map they were comfortable on, and they end up losing out there. That was so close, though. If Slendix doesn't get that touch, the whip shot was immaculate there from Mind Goblin to keep that ball from touching. If Slendix doesn't get that touch, they lose they obviously lose the round, but they had an ult differential after that. I kind of said, if they touch, it's very good. It's very good for them. But they have to get there first, and Slendix finds the pulse bomb as well onto the Brigida, and from there, that was all she wrote. So now it's going to be a loser's pick. Where does Mind Goblin want to go? I believe it's going to be hybrid they're going towards. So it's going to be interesting what they want to look for. It looks like they love the Zen comp, right? They played it on all 3 points. They wanted to go there all 3 times. They picked Busan for that reason, obviously. So what hybrid map do they want to go to supplement that?
That is a good question, and considering that Mind Goblin did pick the first map, maybe they want to rethink a little bit what they are picking for their second map after seeing what Anghells is comfortable playing on, right? Seeing a lot of the picks coming through from the DPS on them. There was a lot of tracer play from both teams and some really clutch pulse bombs. You mentioned it multiple times, you know, you need to take out the Brig before the rally. Rally gets popped in the later fight after she had already been taken out, and then she gets taken down again very early once again. So a lot of really solid tactical gameplay coming through from really both of these teams. People are going down in pairs, and it's the pairs that are supposed to be protecting and guarding each other, and you know, it's definitely tough to contain all of that incoming damage. Those tracers, I'd be mowed down in a heartbeat worse.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the level of tracer play, I mean, this meta of Zen Brig has kind of been like a it's been an accelerated chamber of training for them, where they're playing against a comp and against the backline that is really anti-tracer, a lot of anti-tracer. So they've had to get very, very good against this. If you've been competing the last year and a half, 2 years here as a tracer player in Overwatch, you've been very accustomed to Brigidas, you've been very accustomed to Cassidy's, you've been very accustomed to these picks that traditionally shut down the tracer. So you have had to, the hyperbolic time chamber is real. Like, you have had to level up immensely, and Pulse Bomb specifically. They are now trained basically heat-seeking pulse bombs onto Zen's and Brig. That's what I've seen time and time again in Tier 3, in Tier 2. They have become so good at looking at those two characters and going, I'm gonna hit this pulse bomb no matter what, because that wins you games. If you have like an upwards of like over 50% stick rate sometimes on backline, you just win fights for your team. You win games for your team.
Oh yeah, it is a powerful ultimate, but it's, you know, not the easiest one to land. It's not like an Ana grenade where you can, you know, lob it from 100 yards away all the way across the map. It's got a very short range, and you know, I've seen some pretty wild throws, you know, way up in the sky, popping them up to the second floor when you're hanging out on the first, and you know, the tracking that's involved with making sure your targets are right where the pulse is going to land right before. There's little, you know, there's a small lag to that throw. We've all been there. We've all missed plenty of times probably, but I definitely have a lot of eyes on these tracers, and you know, the tank line. I think the tank line's been doing a great job at, well, essentially holding all of the space they need. Mecha Base in particular was beautiful work on that teleporter, the Reinhardt switching back and forth, and you know, I'm excited to see what they're gonna bring.
Yeah, and it looks like map 2 gonna be picked here by Mind Goblin once again. 2 picks in a row. We Route 66, and it's so it was escort, not hybrid. I was a little confused there, I guess, with the thing. Not really obvious as much, but it's gonna be Route 66 and not gonna be a hybrid. And I guess this makes sense for them. It's just kind of more spread out, definitely more poke heavy. First point especially, you just have Ball Sigma. You have your Sigma play far right with your Ashe, or something like a Hanzo and Ashe, something like that, because of the hits getting nerfs that came in. Hanzo kind of not replaced Ashe, but is like a substitute for Ashe. You basically only want to play that Ashe over the Hanzo when you really need those dynamites a lot of the time. But like long range pick potential, Hanzo definitely has that in spades. But definitely something that I can think plays into Mind Goblin's strength. So it's going to be interesting to see how the defensive setup looks like and what their attacking composition looks like. Because a lot of the time right now, you're seeing a lot of ball comps here on this map in particular. It can be very awkward to play anything else, but you know, we've seen I've seen spawn holds in tier 3 before on this map, and it has been its effectiveness. So I'll be interested to see if that comes out for any team. Maybe Anghells wants to run it. Obviously showed that rush off on mecha base, but that would be the most interesting thing for this map for me.
Yeah, well, you know, you talk about tier 3 as well, and let's just make a note that Mind Goblin is a team that did go to Contenders Trials. So, you know, they are a tough group to crack, and so far Anghells has done a phenomenal job. I wonder if, you know, maybe Mind Goblin wasn't entirely warmed up and ready, and how they're going to handle that loss moving into Route 66. Talked about, you know, harnessing that energy, and either let the fire burn you up, or you let the fire motivate you to improve and to change the results of the next opportunity. And well, how will Mind Goblin respond?
Yeah, and a little bit of a funny thing on that map page. I believe it's for hybrid, so I guess it's a hybrid map now. My producer's telling me to ignore it, but I will not. I will call you out, not by name, but yeah, a little bit of funny things here as teams are obviously don't always remember the rule sets. Reading the rule books, Pepe laugh, but we are going to see Anghells here actually coming out on the rush comp. Like I said, I have seen this before, and it has been effective. I think it's particularly effective into a double shield comp running out here for Mind Goblin. It's very stagnant, so as they come out, if they don't scout it properly, they have the Hanzo, so they should be sonaring the train. I hope they somehow train to see that they're going to be set up there, but this could definitely be a point of a wall here for Mind Goblin where they can't get past it. So how fast they break this through and how can they snowball it with those comps? See, instantly scouted out, sonar comes out, they're swapping off the ball.
That's probably really good for Mind Goblin, especially since last time Anghells was able to set up and hold them at a couple narrow choke points, it didn't work out very well for them. They've changed their strategy. I like this Echo here in this sky with Strebber on this pocket. It's going to be a lot of additional damage from a lot of angles, right? Adding that Z access in the sky is tough, and well, it puts a lot of pressure on Avo there to make sure that the threat is well, contained. I don't want to go as far to saying neutralized, because this is AHJA here on Echo, and neutralizing him will definitely be a feat of work, but it's not impossible. It's going to be even more difficult though, because Strebber has just been hard pocketing him worst, and the damage has been non-stop. Anghells though, they are being really tanky. They did lose their BAP, and that's actually going to force them to have to give space. They've lost a lot of their longevity ability, and after all this time burned off of the clock, Mind Goblin going to be able to push the point.
Yeah, it was a very slow setup there. It took a while for Mind Goblin to actually get Condi on that off angle of top left through that train up the ramp. But once Condi found it, instantly finds the BAP, and you have no staying power. Instead, you just saw Teemo go, I'm just charging in and taking out Tricky, because that's all they were able to do. But now, next fight, they're swapping off to the Tracer here, trying to put some pressure on Melon, because they don't have a dedicated pocket like a Brigitte or even the Mercy trying to pocket the Zen. Definitely is susceptible to the one clip. So you're seeing Condi here kind of be this like thing like, if you want to come here, I can one tap you.
Amplification Matrix opening up the fight for Anghells, but it looks like it went the other way as Melon goes ahead and gets the kill onto onto a member of Anghells. Mind Goblin here still trying to push this point on forward as the self-destruct does catch AHJA. It's still Mind Goblin here with the man-up advantage, and worse, they're going to keep on rolling the payload.
Yeah, I think it gets harder and harder to play the rush comp from here. I think I want to see some swaps, particularly on that support department, but we're not seeing it yet. We're going to be staying on this. It seems like they have kind of decided this is what we're going to be playing. They're going to get into the touch. I think that's why they're not swapping. Swap off to the a little bit more survivability, trying to avoid the angles here from Condi. But they don't swap because they have the touch. But, I mean, Mines and a Bob and a choke point, you are not touching that card anymore. You are just simply dead and back to spawn. And now do we see swaps come in is my question. Do we finally see maybe some change ups here? Because second point, not rush friendly in the slightest. There's so many angles here for AHJA and Condi to take, and even Melon, who is that third DPS for them and has been effective of it so far, and Slendix has not been able to get on top of them, so it is effectively a third DPS. There's no pressure on that Zen.
We say Anghells, though, does have a lot of ultimates online, and with Mind Goblin here only really having the Flux coming up, it could be a tough engagement for them. They're going to be wanting to engage earlier than later, and, well, Anghells gone ahead and moved around back towards the payload. I liked all the cover that they took for their route, but with the Flux and... Jeez! Avo over there just came out with a 2K Deadeye and pretty much turned the fight here for Anghells. They have this people and easily can take that back.
Yeah, and that's kind of how you have to play the rush comp there. Second point is not very rush friendly unless you get yourself into that enclosed space, actually forcing them to swap. Interesting. Mind Goblin getting off of it. The setup here at Anghells are going to give space now. They don't have to worry about so many angles, so they're actually going to try and take a high ground fight here. I think the biggest difference is going to be that BAP Immortality Field versus Moira. You kind of have that. The Immortality Field is the X factor that Moira just is not capable of having.
It's definitely one of them, but with Coalescence coming through from Apples, they are getting so much work done. 2 kills off the Coalescence and an absolute nasty one coming through. Now Anghells continues to aggress forward, and well, with Mind Goblin here having to respawn, it is still more time burned off the clock, and this point has not moved very far past the first checkpoint.
I think playing into Anghells' hands right now in terms of matching them on this rush composition. Now they're going to have the Mei. They're going to have some more pressure on Teemo, but Teemo has that chatter. They also have Beat. The swaps here from Mind Goblin have put them super far behind the ult charge department, and can they make up for it with some neutral walls? I don't think it's possible!
Oh, 4-man on the ground. Mind Goblin taking quite the seat there. Immortality Field is not going to keep you alive when there is so much follow-up here from Anghells, and once again Mind Goblin sent back to spawn, and you know, 140 on the clock. Whereas this is starting to feel really good for Anghells. They feel really good after the sound barrier, and well, surprising that they popped it there. I thought they were going to actually get really aggressive, but they decide to back out. It is a tight squeeze, and running brawl into brawl gets a lot dicier. With the Ant Matrix here from Melon, I love that Anghells gone ahead and just kited around the side, trying to avoid it as much as they can. Both Reinhardts were duking it out, and the self-destruct from Pure Irish catches a couple. It is still thematic though from Mind Goblin deciding to just get busy and stay nasty here on this Reinhardt as the sound barrier reinforces him even more. He was swinging away left and right, continuing to swing away and just take people down.
Yeah, I think losing Avo there caused Anghells to get a little bit like, oh guys, you don't have Cassidy, we have to back up, we have to kind of play this safe. But then Donghun tried to save the D.Va who got walled off. They broke the wall, popped the B, and then from there it felt like a stumble, like they were trying to back up and play aggressive at the same time, and then they were just very split in in what they wanted to do. And Mind Goblin had the ults to make up for it when things got really dicey with the amount of ults that were thrown out by Anghells in a less coordinated fashion.
Both Reinhardt stunned out, all of them staying alive in the process. No more Lucios on the map for a couple seconds, and with the shatter rolling through from Anghells once again, a couple people from Mind Goblin down. Blizzard is kited away, and they manage to stay unfrozen as they continue to push back against Mind Goblin here on the payload. I love that Evo is able to jump on the high ground using the enemy's wall, but it is still SXJ kind of caught out alone on this Mei. No more Vice Block available as they continue to put the pressure on. Mind Goblin, though, doesn't want to give up. Points rolling closer, and they know this is potentially match point here for Anghells. They do not want to let this point roll all the way. They want to let this point roll forward, but it is a scrappy fight here. Worst as Anghells continues to trickle on. It looks like Mind Goblin takes this second point in the overtime.
Purish went massive there with the bomb into Crush, but not going to be thinking. If Tricky gets C-backed here, this could be opportunity. Anghells can now play ultra aggressive once this Lucio spawns back in. But right there, you saw so many times DPS going on flanks, getting punished for it, not getting punished for it. Like, that was kind of the tipping point in what SXJ was able to do on that off angle, what Condi was able to do on the off angle, what Avo and Islendix were able to like kind of respond to it. And in the end, it does end up with Mind Goblin getting that push through, but not much time on the clock, just a minute. And I mean, Alter already coming in thick and fast to pressure them out of here.
I like the avoidance of the Ant Matrix, and wow, that was a flashbang that caught a lot of people here on Mind Goblin. Anghells just tore through them, and I mean, with Lucio on both teams, as soon as these teams decide to get aggressive and they hear speed boost go, they are ripping the other one apart.
And now we're getting kind of the best setup Anghells has here on the entire map for Rush, where you can kind of just collapse on them, speed onto them, and just get into the backline super easily. You have so much access, especially with this Doomfist. So watch out, Melon. Watch your head.
Deadeye channeling here. There it is, a nice shot comes through, de-meching Tricky Turtle, and with the defense matrix off the board for Mind Goblin, it's going to be a really tough battle. They are still slinging it away as once again Thematic getting aggressive on this Reinhardt. He is trying to save the day, make sure he has to stay on the point at all costs because the overtime bar already activated here. Mind Goblin wants to push this here to the 3rd point. Anghells wants to stop it for a win condition.
Yeah, and now they don't have much to do it with. Melon, who has their Matrix, isn't spawn. Apples is going to be there sooner. They also have bomb to create space for themselves. I kind of want to see aggressive play. You bomb in, you try to put the amplification matrix down at a similar time, and they're just going to be pressured to use all their cooldowns.
Amp matrices and blizzards and self-destructs. Here we go. It is Ult City left and right, and everyone got off? What?
The bomb kind of creates that creates too much pressure. Obviously the counter pin comes in there, Thematic on the ground, takes like 450 HP almost, and then just gets cleaned up, and no one is left to touch that point. But still, seeing as how it went multiple times, the first point was a little rough at the beginning there for Mind Goblin. They finally got it through with that poke comp, but second point could have been held there. Get it through. So 3rd point is what they're going to have to settle with here. They're a little bit content with it, but they obviously would have wanted more, would have wanted a cleaner 2nd point. Probably would have not wanted to have to mirror Rush here. I don't think they wanted to go with that double shield or that ball comp. I don't know if they're going to play Rush on defense. I would not say that's the option here for Mindgoal. I think you want to go with the double shield or a ball split comp. It's going to be the double shield for them, and you can play split into this Rush, and if they don't have the sim TP, it's going to be hard for them to get on certain angles. You just have to go whatever way they're going, whichever side they're going for, just kite instantly and let the rest of your team get some damage. Don't get overzealous for having to get value for yourself. That's not what you're playing for. You're playing to kite their aggression, kite their attention, and allow your Echo or your Ashe, whichever one's not being pressured, to get off a lot of damage, build up their ult charge, and win the fight through like a Bob or a Copy, or even just a random pick on an Apples, for example.
I am personally really curious to see how Anghells is going to do on this offensive push. We've seen them do really well, essentially in the defensive position each time in both control and just before, where Mind Goblin has to push out of the small choke and into the maw of Anghells. So now they're going to be obviously role reversed a bit, and I'm curious to see how, how comfortable they are when the time comes here to just push through, which they just essentially pushed Mind Goblin straight off the high ground already. Rearing around this corner, Mind Goblin goes ahead to set up on the gas station, and with one early pick here onto Avo, they are going to be man up for a bit more of this fight. Worst.
And the solving 6-man, it's similar to a rush comp, but it has the ability to kind of get past a lot of those problem areas with that, with the mobility you have with your Moira and your Winston, as opposed to like a Reinhardt and a Baptiste. But it's still a lot of pressure going to be coming down, and you're going to try to get this high ground. They're already up there. This has been a really good job from Anghells, but you're still going to find the Echo Beam in your back.
Yeah, that focus beam will melt you fast, and well, SXJ does go down in the process. Mind Goblin here wants to try and continue holding defensively, and a nice res is going to bring back a lot of damage for them. They continue to just push Anghells back, and now it's going to be Anghells going to reset.
Yep, going to be resetting right now. Looking at what they can get with. I think it's now going to come down to these rotations so far have been really good for them. They've been not losing too many people on the rotates. Just like when they get there, still this Echo has to be dealt with, and they don't really have anyone for it. They have a Tracer and a Sombra, but they're not looking at this Echo. They're trying to do like the classic NC fair strategy, like just look at their team, eliminate their team, and then we'll deal with them later. But Coalescence is going to be the X factor here. Can it get enough value?
Focus beam lasering down the mech of Pure Irish there. Didn't stand a chance after they had fallen so low. And now SXJ goes ahead and is trying to continue capitalizing on player after player. The duplicate didn't quite find all the kills, and it doesn't matter. Mind Goblin still able to work as a team and continue to just keep Anghells at bay for this map.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, that was a copy bomb, never mind. But I think this is kind of what I thought when I saw this map get picked here for Mind Goblin. this defensive setup, it's so hard for what Anghells wants to do. The rush, the 6-man, it's just not equipped for those two compositions into this double shield comp. It just shuts it down so effectively, and we're seeing that here. A minute 40 left on the clock, and Anghells have not made any real progress. They're gonna have to rely that this EMP that comes up in just a moment is massive and allows them to get in. Actually, there's a lot of kiting going on here. They are just scared of this break that's gonna come out, but they have the bongo to to kite back and then just pump out tons of damage.
Yeah, your mention there of the 6-man rush, right? Meaning all teams, the whole team wants to be pretty much grouped up as a solid unit when they are moving around and taking down people like Thematic. Now they just continue to mow down one target after another as, well, Pure Iris drops that self-destruct over the top. It is still Anghells, though, continuing to roll the payload, and now they've reached that first checkpoint worst.
Yeah, that's like kind of what you see from Anghells, like, can they win with the EMP? Yes, but now you get to rely. Can we get EMP faster than 3 minutes, right? That was a 3-minute EMP to come out that gives them the fight win, but you need to be faster. You need to get higher tempo. You want as much time going into that 3rd point as possible. And even on 2nd point, it's a little rough. Like, look at where this Ashe and Echo are going to be. Who can get up there and touch them? Almost no one can get up there. Like, obviously, Winston and D.Va can jump up there by themselves, but Moira can't follow. And so they're not going to have the healing to sustain.
That could definitely be a really tough situation for them as Apples goes down early in this fight. That's your main support off the table, and you know, thankfully he will get back relatively quick in comparison. But Donghan, they've decided to pop the sound barrier, get aggressive, and they take down Tricky Turtle in the process. We see the rest of Anghells going ahead and capitalizing on the sound barrier as they continue to just push into the back of Mind Goblin, and well, with another great hold here on the 2nd checkpoint.
I gotta ask, how did the Brig and a BAP end up there, right? Like, wow, how are you in that bottom left corner when really you should be on top of gas station, on top of potentially this middle high ground? Like, those are the places you should be going. You see Melon get way too aggressive, gets forced out by Avo, and then Strobo is like, I have to go help my Baptiste now. So that ends up in the loss for them. They don't have EMP up just yet, but the Coalescence is gonna have to do.
Donghan going ahead taking Mind Goblin off this high ground here. Anghells knows they want to keep on rolling this payload forward, but it looks like it's a scrappy fight here in the corner. Teemo gets sectioned out away from his team and can't quite get all of the support he needs to stay alive in the fight. It's going to be Anghells having to regroup here just before they cap the 2nd checkpoint, and you know, they only have 1:30 left on the clock.
Pure Irish getting staggered out here would be horrible for them, and Donghan's now down as well, but Pure Edge has to get out of here. It's stuck. No one pressures them out, though. Are they going to be able to boost her out and swap over to the Reinhardt as well? They're going to have to rely here, again, on the EMP, and now it's on Shrebo. The Mind Games, once again, do they get the rally off before the EMP can come out? Do they kind of get that armor up and accrued on top of Melon, on top of Kanji, before the rest of the team can engage? And now they swapped off the Winston. I think they definitely can.
Anghells kind of in this corner of a small room here. Now they're in this with the self-destruct, and it's actually be Pure Irish with their self-destruct taking down 2. Now Anghells goes ahead, grabs the sound barrier for themselves, and with all that extra health in the pocket, Mind Goblin just gets shredded from their aggression.
Yeah, you're seeing them. They want to go aggressive because they have rally that allows them to brawl it out. But what ends up happening is once they rally in, they pop the amplification matrix. Slenix is like, okay, I'm fine with this. I'm just going to pop my EMP, and you guys have nowhere to run anymore. This bomb is coming in, and you are now dead. Both DPS go down. You don't have staying power anymore. Once that beat is through, Anghells is just like, I'm going to push out, and you are in my territory now. You're in close range against a rush comp. That's where we love to thrive. And now they have the opportunity to potentially push this one out. Enough progress was made for Mind Goblin where they can take this back high ground with this Ashe and kind of give the space for that. If it was on this corner, it would be a lot worse. But they do have some time to work with, some space to work with to get their DPS set up, because that's kind of the win condition. Can you get these picks with the Ashe off?
Oh. Wow. The synergy from Evo and Donghan there on the Boop Deadeye combination, absolutely filthy. It's still quite a scrappy fight though, everyone brawling it out, and there are exchanges back and forth with Mind Goblin going to be able to hold in the meantime, but Anghells here has 1 minute on the clock. They know they need to just push it just before the 3rd point, and that is a very tangible win condition, Worst.
Yeah, and they don't have much to do it with. They're gonna have the bomb come up. Obviously, they have the shatter, but you're looking at a copy here. That's massive. They get that onto a D.Va, on a Reinhardt. They have those 2 fights potentially in this one fight. Like, they're gonna have the D.Va bomb for this. And can you cut this one out effectively? Already gonna just backing up. No, they have 40 seconds. They don't have to fight this. They don't have to give them that fight right there. Really well played from Anghells to just completely back up and neutralize the only ult Mind Goblin had online. That's some good ult tracking to realize that this is their win condition. If it comes out, we're just getting out of there. Now it's time for us to regress. We have the shatter, we have the bomb, we can make space for ourselves. Only thing is, does their DPS just pop and kill a backline?
A lot of pressure here on Anghells. This is the last fight, and they are at match point. Mind Goblin doesn't want to go down without a fight, and they want to take this to a 3rd map. Who will be victorious? Who's actually going to have the ability to clutch it out just at the end? Overtime bar is going to be triggering, and now Anghells has to stay on this point. They haven't gotten to utilize those ultimates yet, as they've been slowly inching forward. It's going to be tough with the extra damage from the Amp Matrix, but they have one of their own that they are using to continue this aggression. There's the self-destruct over the top, and doesn't find any kills, but it's still going to put pressure on. Deadeye being channeled in the back, and not sure how many it killed. Now we continue moving forward as Avo's still trying to keep people at bay, as Anghells going one after another. Donghun here getting so aggressive as they continue to just move this point. It is so close to the golden box of victory, and there it is. Anghells gonna go ahead and take the first win of the tournament.
There it is. I mean, that's absolutely amazing there from Anghells to take out Mind Goblin here. A higher seed for them. Had the first map pick, and man, a 2-0 coming out here from Anghells. The rush composition for them paid off dividends here on the Route 66. I think Mind Goblin had an idea of when they wanted to play it into like a monkey comp, right? Maybe a double bubble, something like that. But the rush comp, really, they just could not figure out how to shut it down completely. A lot of the time, it's going to be your DPS are going to be feasting, right? That Echo and that Ash are just going to be having so much pressure on that backline, right? But Anghells plays it amazingly, plays the angles, plays his rotations really well, and the expected value from Mind Goblin's DPS doesn't come out. I really also have to mention that kite at the last fight. A lot of people would just be stubborn and go, we are fighting this no matter what. Once that copy comes out, Anghells like, they gave us the golden ticket to this next fight. They have no more copy. The only thing they had online, we're just gonna back up, take the next fight. We have time. I love to see that patience, that discipline come out here from Anghells, and I think this really does cement them as a top tier team in this group.
You talk about patience and discipline. I also want to add on to that list of skills from that play of, just being able to ult track that effectively and to know your win conditions, right? It's not always the easiest to tell how good or bad the other team is doing and how fast they're able to build those different charges based on those results. And the fact that Anghells looked really comfortable, and there was no hesitation in that last element of gameplay that we saw. We saw on the defensive, right? There was a moment where we're a little unsure about a sound barrier, and they kind of seemed a little split up all over the place. But fears 100% quelled after seeing such a confident and clean, kite back of that win condition that Mind Goblin had, and then aggress forward to capitalize on their own. You said they were really comfortable on the brawl, and I totally agree there. And, sometimes being the best at what you are good, being a specialist and being the best at what you are most comfortable in is good enough to force everyone else to have to play off their comfort role to try and combat you, or they need to just be the better specialist, right? And at that point, it's a much more difficult battle. And I'm curious to see how Anghells is going to continue to progress throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's been kind of the thing for Overwatch 1 as it comes to a close. And the longest time now, 2 years, 1 year and a half, it's been a very stable meta, but also a very open meta. Like, we've had it in the past where like quad tank is a thing, goats is a thing, double shield is a thing, right? And I mean there's it's a very open meta right now in terms of like you can force rush, and it's not like a horrible thing. It's not like there's ball comp is just so dominant or so good that you can't play into it.
Yeah,
it's so oppressive. Like other metas, we've had oppressive compositions. not
Yes.
present right now. Obviously, it's very map dependent as well. I think that was kind of what people were clamoring for the longest time for Overwatch was map dependent metas. That's amazing. We have it here. We've had it for a long time. It just hasn't changed, has been the big thing. And now we're going into this big part of change with Overwatch 2. And I think we kind of saw this was like the best thing of Overwatch, like the best thing of Overwatch 1 recently, and how teams that play a composition well can play it and can get away with it, even at a high level. So really happy to kind of see that as kind of like, as we're saying goodbye to Overwatch 1 soon, it's so cool to see that kind of capping it off.
And I hope, that we obtain the same level of balance in Overwatch 2 as well. I do love the freedom of all the varieties of metas and compositions, because that's one of the reasons I love Overwatch personally. There's so much diversity and abilities and compositions and styles that you can play, and it is always incredible to see everyone bring their own and their own comfort to the matches, and to really strut their stuff when they're sticking those pulse bombs or eating all the blizzards left and right. Folks, it looks like we're actually going to give you back over to the desk for a little bit, and we'll see you for the next game.
Well, I bet not all of you saw that one coming. So Anghells wins over Mind Goblin 2-0. What a quick matchup. I guess not all of us did really expect that win like that, did we?
Yeah, Julian, after all the pumping up you did for Mind Goblin there, unfortunately they didn't really pull it out in the end. 2-0 down to Anghells. But, great plays by Anghells. They did a really good job there, especially on Route 66 at the end.
Absolutely, yeah. They started off. Actually, my Goblin started off better on Busan. They win the first map. They win the first round by against 75%. But then Anghells just come back on Mecha base. Like the clutch plays which prioritized their Diva bomb double kill, the Symmetra May DPS. It worked so well for Anghells, and they end up winning Busan after the visor from ABO in the 99-99 fight there in the end. So yeah, Busan goes to Anghells, and they move on to Route 66. Mind Goblin attacks first. Condi did an absolutely amazing drop. I pointed him out earlier. The Ash he played, the Cassidy he played, absolutely great plays there. Thematic popping off as well, wonderful play. But in the end, again, Mind Goblin, they lose to Anghells, who doing a clutch blizzard in the end on the last fight on the card. They go up 2-0. They win the first stream match on the broadcast day here, and yeah, so they win that derby we've been talking about so long. And yeah, unfortunately, although I tried to pump the most out of Mind Goblin, it did not quite work out in the end for them. But yeah, absolutely, definitely a banger match we had there, and absolutely amazing cast we witnessed there.
And Julian, we talked about it in the opening too. I know you touched on it a bunch. Like, it's a long day, right? There's a lot of matches. So there's still a lot of time for Mind Goblin to rack up those wins and come back. But another thing to watch going forward will be Anghells to see if they can ride this momentum and start putting a win streak together right away.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the fact that Anghells they won first round, but you said it's 6 more rounds to go, so nothing lost for Mind Goblin. They got all the way to go, and in the end they might even end up coming up ahead of them, because they can just win the other matches basically. Or yeah. I know, guys. We promised you to give you base 8 versus Dice Amplify, but unfortunately, due to the collegiate major happening side of us, they had to move the matchup. So we of course have been looking for a replacement, and I mean, like, I don't want to be bragging, but I think this one's actually way better than the one we promised you. So it's now going to be Shikigami, and they will be facing him up against chill guys with chill vibes. So they're just vibing through the tournament. Their name really gives us what they're expecting. They're just vibing here. I love the name. I'm really looking forward to this matchup. They got 2 absolutely great rosters, and yeah, we've actually been talking about Shikigami before, and that means that we'll have the chance to see them now. And I mean, that team has been around for ages. I'm trying to pull up the rosters. I see a lot of names which might be well known to some of the lower players in the scene here, but definitely a team which can at no point be underestimated here. They've been around for ages. They have that advantage we've been talking about from the first minute of this broadcast, basically. They've been together as a team for a long time. They've got the advantage of knowing each other well, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how that plays out against chill guys with chill vibes, who have entered this tournament probably not expecting more than a fun time, at least judging from the name. They might prove us wrong in the matchup we're going to witness here, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Chill Guys with Chill Vibes is honestly one of my favorite names for a team in this tournament. And like I haven't played at a high level, but I mean I've played a ton of Overwatch, and the mindset, you know, the PMA, the just the chill attitude, that can really help you out in a game like Overwatch, especially if you get maybe a little bit behind early. You're not gonna tilt, you're not gonna go crazy. You know, you can keep that level head and get right back to the match. So hopefully their name is kind of their philosophy as well, and it's something that can carry them through.
Absolutely, I really hope so, because I mean let's like cards on the table, guys. What's your peak? What's your, have you ever been beyond gold? Let's be honest here.
I can't believe you would do that to me on stream. I have hit plat. I've been to about, I'd say about 2770. I think is the highest I've ever got. So very slightly above average. Let's go with that.
Yeah, okay. An above average player.
I'm in the top 49%.
Top 49%. That's all you need. I mean, let's be honest, that's all you need. But luckily, you're not sitting alone on that. As like the fact that you laughed at your co-cast makes me want to know your peak as well, because I feel like it's not that great either, judging from your smile there.
it's really not that great. I peaked Masters.
Yeah,
well,
it's really not that great. I just peaked Masters. Yeah.
I mean, talking like when I played, like the last time I seriously played OpenQ was when OpenQ was still a thing. So,
actually,
that's
I
long
mean,
ago.
when I peaked, it was OpenQ as well. Like I just played support because nobody wanted to play support, and just climbed with Lucio, and that was
absolutely.
That was
I remember
highlight.
The classic move was always like when you were about to lose your attack on King's Row, you just were like, guys, let's go 5 tanks of Lucy and just go all in there, right? So that's what I've been enjoying, and so because I used to be a tank, and at that comp it didn't really matter if I died, because I could just be like, hey Lucy, we need more healing than you, and so I always blamed it to somebody else. But yeah, we are not here today to talk about our great Overwatch careers, because we've got actually some players who have an Overwatch career ready to go here, and that's why I'm even more looking forward to Shikigami against Chill Guy with the Chill Vibes here. And yeah, if I can get a quick update on how we're looking on the lobby, I know how much time I can still cover here before we give it back again to our two wonderful casters who've been doing a great job. Yeah, so I suggest, is there anything else you want to talk about? Because otherwise, I'd say we jump into a quick break there.
I think that's a good plan. So we'll step aside for a quick break, and we will be right back.
Wonderful. See ya.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Questline Open. And we have a match here for you that's going to be very interesting with Shikigami versus Chill Guys with Chill Vibes. But I am Worstcast, once again joined by Waffles for Sid. Love being here with Waffles for Sid. It's an amazing time to cast them. There should be some good Overwatch here, because if you know Shikigami, have been around for a while, you might not know the name Chill Guys with Chill Vibes. But in just a moment, I'll run you through the roster, and we'll see the roster, and you're gonna see that's a pretty stacked team if you know these players.
Well, tell us more. You were telling me in the green room how much you know about these guys and that you love them. So holler at us. I
mean, if you have been in high elo, you know Lab, amazing head scan player, absolutely phenomenal head scan player, and Cyber actually, collegiate, a very, very, very good collegiate main tank, has been preferring that monkey. And why I think this could be an interesting matchup is Nijima also really loves playing Winston, so we could see some Winston versus Winston action here, and this should be a fun time to see how these teams want to kind of stack up. It's going to be Lijiang Tower, it looks like, to be our first map. Definitely could see some monkey, some 6-man on gardens for sure. But yeah, obviously these teams, they do love monkey. Obviously I've seen a lot of Cyber, a lot of Nijima with monkey, but can play other things, can play that Reinhardt, very strong at that as well. But Shikigami has been competing recently in tournaments like the Natter Community Bash and Champions, the Champions Division there, got into playoffs, got out in first round of Bay State, but still very strong roster. But this should be an absolutely phenomenal matchup.
Yeah, well, you know, with the desk was just mentioning as well that Shikigami has been around for a while. Even you said that here in the beginning too, right? We've seen this team perform together, and they have some of that history, right? And that is a huge advantage in Overwatch, in a sport that is so heavily team oriented, right? On other teams in traditional sports, you can have an all-star player and they can really carry a game. But if you're going to be that good in Overwatch, you have to be an indomitable force. And it is so difficult to do that when there are things specifically designed to counter you. And, well, there's also some terrain to account for, right? Getting booped off is not the same as getting headshot and mowed down, but death is death, worst.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a grim line to have on an Overwatch broadcast here for the Questline Open, but still, definitely a true statement. But for both these teams now going to Lijiang, Shikigami coming off a loss here to an amazing name, DaBaby Clan. Very interesting name for people, and Chill Guys and Chill Vibes coming off a win against a group of people. Don't know which group of people, because I don't know the roster, but a group of people they have just beat. So one team kind of trying to even themselves out 1-1 in this group, and Chill Guys and Chill Vibes want to go 2-0 and assert their dominance in this group right now, because I mean that's going to be a very interesting to see. Early momentum, especially when you have to play a lot of matches in a day, is going to be extremely important for these teams.
Opening up here on the Gardens Tower. Both teams, we're rolling out. We see Lucio's on the board, so we know they're going to be rolling out fast. And I like that Chill Guys with Chill Vibes goes ahead and avoids the bridge boop potential area, right? It's actually going to be engagement here on the point itself. Chill Guys going to want to move forward with this Reinhardt and Mei and get in the face of Shikigami, try and section them away from their resources. But Shikigami's playing really carefully, right? No one's overextending quite too far. Pebble wasn't able to make it out, and with another kill on the board coming through, or that's it for, oh my bad, there it is, it's reverse. I had it reversed went ahead and corrected it, with Chill Guys gonna take the first point.
Yep, Chill Guys can take that first point, and we're seeing this here. I wonder if Shikigami swaps, because typically this composition, this more traditional rush composition, performs better into 6-man. So are you swapping off to that rush? It's kind of this thing where Chill Guys is kind of leveraging the fact that they assume Shikigami is going to be coming out on that 6-man. We're going to run on this rush. We should be winning first point. That's going to set us to ult snowball. Even if they swap, look at the ultimates here. Amplification Matrix, High Noon, nothing available here for Shikigami. Closest they have is that beat, and they're still ways away.
Deadeye channeled wall blocks it off right in his face, but it's around the other side, goes ahead and clips reverse here, or, I'm sorry, clips Deco in the process. Now Chill Guys just goes ahead and cleaves forward with the rest of the team.
Yep, they have so much, now they have presented with these ultimates now. They got away with that amplification mission and the high noon. Now they have Blind ult up. They have that AHJA. They have the May Blizzard. Like, that's what it allows you to do when you have that early ultimates. You can just snowball them into more ultimates. And look, Shikigami still has nothing to respond. The closest thing they're going to have to kind of rely on is maybe getting up a beat in this mid fight, but still, they're still behind reverse. This is completely in Chill Guy's favor.
Blizzard here blocking a major choke point, but it is still both Reinhardt's going down. It is an even exchange here for both teams. If Shikigami can try and capitalize with Fidelum there on the side, has to commit the self-destruct, gets a kill in the process. Thought they were going to be sectioned out, but looks like they had enough to reinforce themselves and stay in this fight. Chill Guys still holding on to the point regardless of the onslaught here from Shikigami. They push with their own Earth Shatter, clipping 3 people, and now it is pushing into an Amp Matrix. Fidelum eats the Blizzard in all of the mayhem, but it is still Shikigami continuing to just fire through this Amp Matrix into the point where Chill Guys sits, and now at 95%, it looks like they're going to be able to take this point back.
We saw the Ryan here, Hibana, trying to out of the window! The slide back, the shadow doesn't hit, but you're still gonna have a Reinhardt swinging on point under no threat to their own life. I don't know why we're holding shield right here, should just be swinging, trying to get as much damage as possible down. Lucio should be the first to go, but Lab is back on this Tracer, and already a man is taking out Deco. This could still go their way, it looks like it is.
Wow, I spoke too soon earlier. Right now, Chill Guys continuing to just push forward here onto this point. It is Lijiang Tower. There's a lot of room and some straight shots to trickle in and make it back here quickly. And Chill Guys has been doing exactly that. The switch onto the Doomfist is just going to be so fast of a rollout. And now, Overtime Bar, so quick to burn down as Shikigami trying to just trickle on and hold this a little bit longer.
Yeah, and that's not going to be it. Hibana's going to find 2 to clean this one out. And I was going to say, what a chaotic fight for Shikigami to pull out with some ultimate advantage there at the end, but not even. The stall comes back in. Hibana, with that massive punch, does catch someone out, and then nothing Shikigami can do as the ultimates come through in the later half of that stall, and there's just not much to do at that point. But you see there, Chill Guys knows what they're going up against. Shikigami has been around for a while, but that means they know your style. They know they're going to roll out with that 6-man. So what are we going to do? We're going to play Rush. We're going to win that first fight, and then the snowball ultimates from there. 100-0, clean first round there for Chill Guys with Chill Vibes. But what is the response here? Going to see Sim TP Rush for both sides, a mirror composition. So not going to be any counter comp shenanigans to start this one out. Only difference is Hibana opting in for that Doomfist as opposed to the May here for Pebble. It's gonna mean Hibana has to get early value out of this because the May, with the amount of CC and just walls they have, could be too dangerous.
Wow. Avery was just punched straight out of the teleporter there by Hibana. So nasty to wake up to when you pop right out, but it doesn't really matter too much. It looks like Shikigami here pulling ahead as they were able to drop on the point just a little bit faster and take down Chill Guys flooding onto the point.
You actually saw here again. We could see another staggered fight going their way. Sim trying to clean this one in the back line. Boop to assist it, but Cyber is unopposed on this point here. And now the Hibana's back as well. It looked so good for Shikigami, but once again, late fight, stall comes in, someone comes back, gets a pick. There, it was both the punch and the boop to end it out, but there was the fire strike to catch out Nijima. And now again, Shikigami going back to spawn in what they could have considered a fight they should have won. And now this might just be the way for them to snowball again and again. Shikigami gonna want to stay on to this Symmetra to kind of get that wall up for next fight. That's the once that wall's out though, I want to see them swap off. It's so hard to recontest with a Sim into a Sim because you're gonna have to be, it's so hard to get in. You're just under pressure the entire time, and this Doomfist is looking on that left side, ready to punch out this Sim or any other squishy that does not pay attention. Look at him. Yep.
Oh, instant picked right there. Abyss shot back to the Abyss itself as well. Shikigami already on the back foot for this fight. Hibana absolutely nasty here and gets another pick. So much burst damage potential from this Doomfist. And well, it is tough for Shikigami. I thought they were going to have an opportunity there, but Hibana too sneaky on the side. Worse.
Yeah, and we're seeing this like chill guys with chill vibes, not letting up, not giving any chill whatsoever to Shikigami right now, trying to go as aggressive as possible with Hibana. That's what the Doomfist offers you. It's a little bit more aggressive because you have to be. If you aren't finding picks off of that punch immediately, the Mei with that wall, with those freezes, are just going to outvalue you in the long run. But so far, Hibana has been finding plenty of value. What's the play here? You have wall. Do you just wall in TP as well and use the wall as cover for the TP, or do you play it slower here with this amplification matrix and try to catch out Cyber?
Reinhardt's going for the counter pin engagement, both of them stunned out as Ant Matrixes have been popped for both teams. We see Najima going here, moving forward to try and take this space for their team, as Chill Guys has 84% and counting. They are continuing to hold, and there it is, the kills that they're needing to take this point back, and with only 2 ultimates used, they can feel really good about that most recent push.
Najima, she's kind of playing with it where it's like, they have to go aggressive with their team right now, but this next fight is going to be really on their back. Can they stop Cyber from trying to pop off here? Because that's going to be the big difference maker. If Cyber does hit a massive shatter, it could just win the fight for them, and 92%, they cannot afford this. But they have a lot of things to supplement it. They have Bomb, they have Mail to create space, but the TP already in, looking for the shatter, and they find it.
Sound barriers for both teams, trying to keep this fight a little bit longer, a little bit more oomph for everybody on the field. And with the self-destruct coming through from Fidelum, doesn't quite find anything, is going to zone people away, but it's still Shikigami here holding the defensive line. 2 walls now from both teams as Chill Guys goes to push forward. They now have to push forward into an Amp Matrix, and the self-destruct clears out Fidelum. It is still Shikigami holding this defensive line here, and as they continue to handle Chill Guys trying to flood in, it is a chaotic fight. Hibana just absolutely deadly, using these teleporters and punching people into the walls, and now the fight has turned for Chill Guys to go ahead and take this back. We're at 94% and counting, and I'm not sure that Shikigami is going to be able to touch to recontest here. We see a little bit of Lucio on the side, and just out of reach. It's gonna be Chill Guys with the win.
Yeah, I can see them. They looked very confident in this rush matchup and finding it super well, going with that Doom Sim style. We see that a lot in Tier 3 and contenders as it kind of bypasses the biggest issue you can have with a sim, which is getting into the fight. With the sim turrets that slow you down, just punch past it, find off angles. Hibana doing that amazingly, finding the picks, and then Lab there in the middle of that fight, uncontested, untouched, not able to get shot down, and so able to just farm up that charge and actually mow people down. And Lab, more so known for that long-range hit scan, the Widowmaker, the Ashes, but I mean, there's some extra as well. Very, very strong. The tracking in general, very, very good. Can play the Tracer as well. So I definitely want to be interested to see where Shikigami is going to take this. I don't think they want to play Rush. Obviously, I know this team more so wanting to play their kind of 6-man or monkey style. So we're going to see what map they do end up picking.
Yeah, I am really curious to see what they're going to pick because, you know, obviously, we just talked about this earlier, right? Overwatch is in a good place where you can run a lot of different compositions. There is no one meta wins all composition that you have to stick with to really ensure those conditions are met, or they're, you know, not so controlling and dominating on the entire scene. And with the nice balance that we have, it does give Chill Guys the opportunity to take that advantage for themselves if they can pick a map that they are really comfortable on. Using those long sight lines, really making making Chill Guys just handle a long onslaught of damage as they have to walk towards the payload, right? I'm hoping to see, let's see, on hybrid, I was gonna say Havana, but that's an escort map. So not that one. Well, we did escort last time, but yeah,
we never know.
Sure where we would see him.
You never know these days what teams are going to end up doing. I don't know if
that's true.
Completely knowing what they're doing, even going from time to time. But is going to be a competitive map. That's all I know in the rule set. A competitive map is going to get picked. So we're going to see which one that comes out for Shikigami. If it's hybrid, I think Dumani might be a play for them. Obviously, you see a lot more monkey on that first point. It does peter out under the third point, but definitely some options there for them. If they go to an escort, Route 66 not bad either. I mean, you see a lot of monkey there as well. But
yeah. It looks like we did get confirmed that we'll go to an escort map next. So, you know, Shikigami still on the map pick with Chill Guys at match point. right? This is our first of 2 here for our round robin phase. And then the top 8 teams will move into the playoffs in the following weeks. So, you know, still got to make sure you're not slacking off too much for these initial games. They are going to establish your seeding. And anyone who has been in a tournament bracket knows how important that can really set you up to let you win the entire bracket. You don't want to be having to go up against number 1 and number 2 back to back if you don't have to. And, you know, you want to space out some of those games or maybe let them knock each other out so you can come in for the final win on the grand finals.
I mean, this group is a little crazy. I mean, if you're looking at Group C right now, which is the group we're in, I mean, you have obviously Chill Guys with Chill Vibes, very strong team. Shikigami has been around, has been very good for themselves. Super, like, you have DaBaby clan who Shikigami lost. I don't know who's on that team. Don't know, but they obviously seem to be like very good right now. You also have Dice Amplify and Bay State in this group as well. Like, it is a tough group. Like, man, I do not envy anyone that's in this group because you have, I mean, 5 teams basically that are like that could go make it into the playoff bracket, right? They could make it in the playoff bracket, but obviously they all can't. So, I mean, right now favorites are Dice Amplify, but Chill Guys, Chill Vibes making a statement here. Bay State might surprise people later when they play against Dice Amplify. That could be interesting. But yeah, this group is not fun to be in. I would be very upset if I was in this group personally because I'm just like, man, this sucks.
You know, sometimes you're just only dealt bad plan and worse plan. So, you know, you got to pick the lesser of 2 evils, worst?
yeah, sometimes you got to pick the worst option. Like, they picked me for this. They picked the worst option here to get me in here. So, map 2 is going to be Gibraltar. That was an escort map that definitely is up there for Monkey. If you want to see some Monkey, Gibraltar's probably your last bastion of hope, your last haven of safety, because it has been since the dawn of the game. People want to play it there. You don't have to play it there. You have double shield options available on defense, but especially on offense, you really want to be playing that Winston because it, as opposed to where a ball a lot of the time gets a lot more value because of its more, they can go in from wider angles with these like farther leaps in with the grapples that are safer. But it's very hard to get on mini high grounds for mini high grounds as a wrecking ball. You have to use grapple a lot. You don't have the greatest angles on Gibraltar because you get caught on a lot of geometry a lot of the time. So Winston actually avoids that by having a more linear, more simple movement style that actually allows him to play with the geometry of Gibraltar a lot better. That's why it's kind of this last bastion of hope for Winston players before Overwatch 2 does come around. So I expected to see it there. I believe they played this in the Natter community bash as well. This was kind of the map they wanted to go to. So obviously they love it. And this team, what I remember from that thing, they told me, they were like, we just want to play what we want to play. And we just love playing what we love playing. So they're going to play Gibraltar. Seems they want to do that. Let's see how it goes.
Well, and having those comfort picks definitely can go a long way, especially in Overwatch, where, you know, if you're not exactly in your flow state, that can help you get there. And when you are when you're feeling it and you're in the zone, playing the character that you enjoy and that actually makes you want to play the game, you do play better. Your real passion is brought to the game. And so I am excited to see Shikigami roll out here on Gibraltar, especially since they did pick this map. They are going to get to play the composition that they want. And it's really going to be up to Chill Guys to either respond in kind to force them once again into a composition they're uncomfortable with, or maybe they're going to fold under the pressure of Shikigami this time.
No, I mean, we say that for Shikigami, like they love this map, but like, I mean, Cyber. I've played a lot of ranked games with Cyber, and he just wants to play Monkey, and he's like, I'm playing Monkey, and if he doesn't get the support, sometimes he gets a little upset, but like definitely loves playing it. So I would not be surprised if Chill Guys, Chill Vibes have kind of been practicing this map. Obviously, like ranked and competitive play is very different in terms of like a lot of time if you just want to play what you want to play in ranked, it's like for fun. But in a competitive sense, in a 6v6, like you're going to play what your team needs to play. Like you are going to adjust yourself to what your team needs to play. It's not always built around you. Like it's not like I see someone on a team and like, oh, they're only going to play this because that player loves this character. Like it's not always built around you. It's about the team. And so far, Cyber has been showing off their Reinhardt exceptional as well. But typically not seen on this map. I mean, we did see some shenanigans in the GOATS era where you would sit under the bridge and just hit in the mega health room and mega health pack, and you would just be like, you can't remove us because we have 1 billion HP and 20 different ways to survive. So it's gonna be interesting to see if that comes out.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously we can't do our classic GOATs like we used to unless, you know, we're seeing the faux ghost with an echo duplicate kind of online. But, you know, still, it's all imitation. Nothing's the same. And honestly, I'm grateful. We already talked about how good of a state the meta is in right now with how diverse it is. And GOAT was, you know, when you sit, it's like when you have the same joke over and over.
Yep.
It's funny like one or two, and then, oh, it gets old real fast. And,
then,
you know.
And then 3 years down the line, you go back to the joke and everyone's like, oh, I love that joke. And it's like, not when it's every time. Like, that's GOATs for me. It's like, yes, it was great. It was good for a little bit. And then got boring. And now everyone's like, oh, but GOATs are so good. It's like, not when it's a year long. So.
Yeah. And not when nothing else is ever played. Which is, you know, why it's going to be tough to find the balance again in Overwatch 2, and we'll see how well the devs work with it.
Yeah, I think if we're talking Overwatch 2 here for a bit, like, I don't think the balance has to be amazing as long as it feels fresh for a bit, and as long as they keep changing it up.
Yeah.
I think that's the main thing. Like, a lot of esports is like, the meta is bad. Like, in League of Legends, like, the meta is pretty bad right now. I think everyone would kind of say that, but as long as they try to, they haven't made it fresh, but they should try to make it fresh, add new things, add stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, as long as like when the beta comes out, they get new content and all that kind of stuff, could be a lot of fun, even if it's really imbalanced. Like, even if I see Sojourn every game for the first month, I won't be that sad because I'll get to see a new hero and it'll be new. But as long as it's not a year long, you know?
Not a year.
Not a year long, please.
I definitely see the keywords there, right?
Yeah.
You like it fresh. It's okay
like
if
it
it's a
fresh.
little unbalanced. We're all a little unbalanced trying to figure it out. And Chill Guys here just gonna go ahead and dive straight onto this bridge for the opening fight. Shikigami here feeling really good after they splash themselves with the grenade, heals up the wazoo, and pushing into the small room with Deco on this Brigida is not something I would advise, Worst.
No, not advised at all. They're stacking here because they have that defensive advantage where they can just play cover. Your backline's never going to get touched right there unless you have a hard flank from Echo far left with the Tracer as well. So they're just able to just play that corner, just whip shot, just throw out the melees, and you're going to have Inspire. You're not dying in that room. Now it's the real test. Can they take this upper high ground? It looks like it's going to be a battle.
Both Winstons popping the bubble, trying to get that engagement, and it's still Cyber going down in the process. Shikigami doing a great job at focus firing and really staying together and creating their opportunities for their tanks and helping their tanks, right? We saw the dive straight from Winston to Winston face, and now we can see the pressure still being pushed on. Right now, another dive attempt here from Cyber, and this time it's Pebble that's going to be going down in the process. More attack here coming through as Shikigami trying to push around, but it is, the sleep does get the kill in the end and gets to get out with his life. Worst. That is gonna be, you know, he's got to feel good about that.
Yeah, she is definitely feeling really good. Yeah, she is definitely feeling really good about that. And I mean, what you're seeing there is as they're diving up, you're seeing the Brigida and the Ana, and even kind of the AHJA to some extent, just kiting into the back room, kiting in that little control point. So what you can kind of see, maybe next time, if Cyber jumps up, Echo peeks bridge, maybe tries to see a flank on the back line. That could be interesting, because if they keep going in that small room, Sticky's gonna be really strong. I want to see that potentially from Chill Guys.
Didn't quite find the stick there on the pulse bomb, but Reverse gets the kill with the whip shot there onto Pebble. It is a slugfest here as we see all the Brigidas and all the divas in each other's faces and more pressure continuing. Bob is thrown into the mix in the thick of it here for Shikigami, trying to keep themselves in this defensive fight, but you're being juggled in a corner by Cyber, and it is not a fun time here for Shikigami.
Yeah, but it's pretty good first point. I mean, they're gonna bomb here. They could, if this catches out 2, maybe. Oh, if it catches out 2, they can win this. I said the exact number. That gets caught out. They have the potential. Avery, live. Now it's time. Avery, can you live? Can you get a touch recontest? You have Nano almost up. You might even have to Nano Avery. Avery's gonna be able to get the touch off. Just 0.10 meters to go. Keep Avery on this point as long as possible before Nijima can get here.
Shikigami trickling in hard here, does want to try and hold this first point. If they can, it could be massive, and self-destruct gonna zone a few people back. There is still exchanges back and forth as Shikigami continues to try and trickle in, hold the defensive line. The nano here onto Najima is gonna keep her in this fight and make her really nasty to go up against, and now that Primal Rage is online, she has even more longevity if she needs it. There it is, popped in the back line, continuing to extend the fight, taking down one person after another, and Shikigami holding this out. 0.10 meters worst. Oh my goodness.
I mean, that's kind of, like I said, if that bomb kills two, especially two of the backline pieces, you can stall out that fight. That's my job as an analyst, you know, I gotta figure it out sometimes. A little bit cheating, but it's fine. That's why I get paid sometimes. And we're gonna see here, like the nano comes back in, they're able to keep it up. Now it's on this rally. Reverse use that rally, tries to turn it back in their favor. Lab, stick the Brigitte. Like, that's gonna be kind of the play sometimes, but Lab might also just try to take out Pebble, but the pack is there.
That was close, coming through there with the Tracer aggression, and now this Bob is keeping Lab in this hallway. No, does go ahead and peek out to make it back to the point, get the pressure down. More ultimates being popped here by Chill Guys with Chill Vibes. The Shikigami trying to hold this defensive line. The rally is going to keep them alive a little bit longer, but Lab here putting in the damage, zipping around left and right as Tracer, and people are not taking one glance at him. Worst.
Yeah, and now we have to kind of see this next fight, right?
Oh, look at all the punches!
Yeah, that's the Tracer. That's the Tracer right there from Lab. Gonna be finding those melee kills, but how do they scale off this? And this is kind of a term being used in Valorant right now, but it's like, how much map control can you take off of an advantage? And right now, they're taking high ground here on top of shuttle. That's important. If you can get high shuttle, you can kind of box them in, but they don't get it completely. They don't have like the Echo completely set up there. They don't have like the Ana and the Brig up there as well. So this could get dicey if they're unable to take this next fight.
Ooh, nice job for Cyber, not overcommitting on that push there onto Chestnut there. Now Payload still moving forward as a nice kill comes through onto Hibana, right? That's a lot of damage off the table for Chill Guys as Shikigami can continue to try and push, but Lab is just ruthless here on this Tracer, and no one seems to be looking at him. No one seems to be putting the pressure on him. He's got Pulse Bomb, just waiting, pushing the cart, waiting. I don't see a Tracer pushing the payload often, and you know, it's a nice change of pace. Worst.
Yeah, and Hibana is finding too here the space that's kind of been giving. Now people are having to give Lab some respect. The pulse bomb comes in and it's massive, catches Abyss, and that's kind of been the difference maker so far. The amount of pressure that Lab is able to extend, especially when they're taking the 1v1 against Pebble and winning it pretty convincingly. And right now, Cyber 6 HP, still alive. Help them!
Oh my gosh. That was totally clutch there. I mean, they were healing him before he even walked out, right? You had to be before if you were going to save him when he was that critical. Finally, though, does make it out, and geez, they have a few ultimates online to work with, and Lab is going to charge this pulse bomb fast. It is going to be difficult for Shikigami to continue holding.
Yeah, and I think the big thing right now is like Pebble is it's very hard for Pebble to do anything right now, especially Lab is getting advantages, getting recall advantages, especially when Pebble's kind of split attention isn't completely focused on Lab, whereas Lab is just like, I'm gonna be on these off angles, I'm hunting whoever's on this off angle alone, and then I'm trying to translate that into pressuring the backline. So far he's been doing an amazing job of that, and now Rally is gonna have to be the difference maker because Copy and a Pulse Bomb coming up, this is dangerous.
Slept in the middle of the duplicate right there, so gonna have a lot of that timed out. Now self-destruct being thrown there by Avery, and it does find, that is going to be difficult there for Chill Guys to continue this aggressive push because Shikigami has such a big spawn advantage.
Yeah, gonna have a spawn advantage now. Up, next fight, Nano, Monkey, Nijima, KS Nano, pushes backline. But the thing is, this Nano Monkey is gonna have a hard time when they go in. They're gonna get bashed, they're gonna get slept, they're gonna have a rally in their face, they're not gonna be able to kill Reverse and So now it's gonna, where does the Nano go here? It could go Cyber, it could even go Hibana or a Lab kind of situation, but this Ash might just be dead. Bob's trying to sustain, but you're not gonna live that one.
Caught out alone and then collapsed on by the tanks. Chill Guys continuing to use their ultimates to get aggressive. Holy cow, Cyber is juggling the crap out of Deco there on that Brigitte, throws him straight over the wall, out of the play completely, and now still continuing to try and put this pressure on. It is a back and forth fight though, as Shikigami able to just pull the kills out. There's only 38 seconds left on the clock, and if Chill Guys want to push again, they need to regroup now.
I'm seeing
the woes of
stagger.
a diva player. And
I know that one.
Farther. Yeah.
Oh, I know that one. I know that one for sure. Actually, a massive play comes out from Nijima. They find the boop off the map for the Ana, who was basically unkillable with the rally and the Brigitte cut part. The only way to nullify that, knocking him off the map. Don't know how Nijima managed that one, and it's so hard to get him over there, but still, Nijima, a massive play to keep them in this game.
Oh, what a Pulse Bomb eats, and, you know, kicking off the fight really well for Avery already. Now Shikigami continuing to take the defensive stance here as Chill Guys moves in. Oh, Lab putting the pressure there onto the support and does manage to get the kill in the end with some help of his friends. Shikigami, though, has the defensive lineup, and OT bar triggers down. That's going to be a nice hold just before the 3rd point here for Shikigami.
Yes, and really just plays after plays towards the end there for Shikigami, trying to send this one to a 3rd map. Obviously the pick of their choice, so you want to be comfortable, you want to be winning out these fights. But first point, super close. Amazing job Shikigami to get back in there off of Avery's bomb. But then 2nd point, kind of a little bit of a snowball. It was stopped for a bit, but once Lab was able to kind of get that will exerted onto the backline, so hard to do. Shikigami is loving to kind of kite back with their backline into these enclosed areas, and Lab with the pulse bomb is loving it as well. But now looking towards their attack, what is Shikigami going to do? I think it's going to be much of the same, but the Ash should be substituted out for something like an Echo. The reason why the Ash is so good on defense is because you have the Anghells to play with. I think it'll be hard to get the Anghells as the Ash, especially on something like a 1st point or even a 2nd point where you could get spell stuffed easily. Like, look at these choke points, and there could just be a Diva sitting there, an Echo sitting there, a Monkey sitting there. That, like, once you peek out, there's going to be someone in your face that's not going to allow you to get those line of sights and get those hits off, where before for you on defense, it's like they're coming into you. So when the tables are turned, I think the Ash might struggle a bit.
We'll have to see how well they do, and you know, there's no mercy on the board yet. It's still the defensive team. There's always time to switch there. I don't even know why I talked about the defensive lineup as much. We should just stick with what you know, the attack, who's not going to change out of the gate. Set myself up there, and well, right now Chill Guys is set up on this bridge just like we saw Shikigami do. Instead though, Shikigami decides not to aggress straight over there. They're gonna go ahead, push the payload, and slowly work their way around and continue doing some poke damage across the bridge. Payload's gonna keep on rolling through here as we see once again a Tracer doing the Lord's work of pushing the cart. There's still the scrappiness coming through here on the bridge itself as a couple of exchanges go back and forth. Shikigami though still coming out ahead, and they're going to have the spawn advantage to come back even faster. This is tough here for Chill Guys as well, the point's getting pushed very far and no one seems to be turning to defend it.
Yeah, that's what Pebble is going to allow them to do, is to get super far deep here off of that uncontested push, and now they're going to get chased down. They can't go too far. The backline's still rotating. The Ash a little bit out of position. Echo and Tracer are looking to jump on this Ash at any moment, but the peel is going to come back from Ichiba, but now they're under pressure. They're going to die there, and your push is now stalled.
What an incredible peel coming through for the DPS. I definitely thought that they were going to be game over there for Cyber, and then suddenly had reinforcements, and the kills rolled through for Chill Guys to just hold this point.
Yeah, and now looking towards this next fight. You did get the Nano out. You have the Nano now on time for Abyss, but where are you going to go? They're going to go aggressive here on first platform, and why it worked so well for them first fight is because they're going to get the Ash set up on that bridge. It's very hard to push them, especially with the Brigitte there. Similar thing going to happen. They realize they're set up there. Now onto the Cassidy, because they see how aggressive Chill Guys has to go with the Echo, with this Tracer, in combination with their dive. So they're going to go over to the Cassidy as well, escort the supports up to this high ground as the Pulse Bomb comes out and Nijiba now gone once again. The Primal Age, but doesn't go off.
Oh my goodness, Fidelum, you are hungry this morning as you've eaten another Pulse Bomb with the Defense Matrix, and now Chill Guys has a lot of ultimates online to hold this point worst, and we've seen them do a good job of cycling them and being conservative with them in the past.
Yeah, Nijima does get that Nano, going to be pressuring on Habana, who does still have the copy, and is not even under threat of having to use it, but does nonetheless. Jumping into this core, though, could be very dangerous. Even this 1k HP Monkey, down to 500 in the blink of an eye, has the Primal right on out of there. The bomb forward, trying to find something, but nothing is in the cards.
There are so many ultimates being thrown left and right from both teams. We can hear a Deadeye channeled in the background as it does find one in the end. Najima trying to continue putting pressure here on this high ground, keeping Chill Guys at bay while they're going to keep trying to roll this payload forward. Body blocked just for a while, but it's going to be Cyber here with the Nano boost. They're going to do their best to try and keep stalling this point out for as long as they can and let them try and trickle back in, but the point is almost there to the first checkpoint. They've burned a lot of time off the clock with only 56 seconds left, and worse, Deco going down could be disaster. Shikigami now has to reset 100% if they want to have a solid team fight.
Yeah, they have to reset. Very similar situation where Chill Guy is able to come out with that nano to recontest that point. And now you have nothing on the table for Shikigami. They swapped off to the Genji because they wanted more immediate pressure onto the backline. They find it. Deco not able to really survive against the Genji. The shield is good, but not when the Genji's dashing through you and you have to keep turning it around and trying to find the shurikens. Trace is lighting you up as well. And now it's going to be, can Lab find early value on this pulse bomb? Not the case. Going to have to get out of there. Ult neutral fight, but first ults are going to come out for Shikigami's favor. This is looking like a good fight to go into second point.
It is match point here for Chill Guys with Chill vibes, and it is all on Shikigami here to continue pushing forward and trying to take this point back. They need to get on the point here when the OT bar triggers. Is there it is, going to be continuing to push. Another kill though, still in favor of Chill Guys. There's still a scrappy fight here on the points, and they don't quite have the sustainability resources they need to stay alive. More trickling in here from Shikigami as Chill Guys seems to be pretty chill handling them as they come through one after another, regardless of this primal rage from Najima, keeping the dream alive here for Shikigami. It's gonna be Chill Guys with Chill vibes taking the win of the series.
And what an amazing play there from Chill Guys. They realize the fight not in their favor if it goes to ultimate. So how do we get this? Onto the backline immediately. Don't let them get them off. Don't let them have the space to work with. And that's what the Genji allows you to do. It's a lot more fast, aggressive, a lot more fast DPS than the Echo can provide. So great swap from Hibana. I mean, those supports, 98 or 97% on the ults when they died. That feels absolutely awful. That could have been the fight to push in the second point and then go to third, but Shikigami is going to fall. They're now 0-2 in this group, but they can still bounce back. Still more matches to play, but Chill Guys with Chill vibes are looking absolutely phenomenal so far in this group stage to kick off the Questline Open.
And did you just see that play of the game from Fidelity? There was no self-destruct. I thought it might have been the 2K self-destruct or, you know, something that kind of flashier that we typically see a diva play for. No, it was just strong fundamental, getting a kill one after another, using resources and abilities just beautifully. So I gotta say, I love seeing a clean play of the game like that. It's not often you get to see clean mechanics and just enjoy those beautiful fundamentals. And Chill Guys definitely had a lot of that showing. You know, they have Chill Guys with Chill vibes. I wonder how chill are those comms when the fights get really hectic?
I mean, it could be a lot of things, right? You don't quite know what's happening here. Obviously, first two games of the day now over for these teams, but still more to come. And to help break that down for you guys, we're gonna go to a desk. Go to our desk here once again to break that down. But that's been it for us, I believe, for me. I was Cast, joined by Waffles for Sid. Please go follow Waffles. She's amazing. Follow them on Twitter. The ad is right over there. Amazing stuff coming off of them. You want to keep up with that. But that's been it for us tonight. I guess tonight, but it is already only 2 p.m. But it feels like tonight for me. But
yes.
We were throwing it over to that desk. Please do stick around. We have plenty more matches to go for this first day of the Questline Open.
All right. Thank you, Waffles. Thank you, Worst. Welcome back to the desk, everybody. And what is it you're doing over there, Julia?
I lighted a candle for Shikigami. After that match, they probably need one. Yeah, but absolutely. And as you can see, guys, some new faces on the desk here. Tickety joining me at the desk. Hey, and how are you doing on this wonderful first day of the Questline Open?
Hey, I'm doing fantastic. Really happy to be here. Happy to lend my brain to the desk here for the Questline Open. Some great matches we've seen. Some few one-sided matches. Another quick one here coming in 2-0 in the favor of this previous match here. So it's really interesting to me to just see the level of talent already in this sort of amateur scene. It's been a little while since we've been able to take a look at Tier 2, Tier 3 Overwatch, but already seeing some really well-coordinated plays from these teams.
Absolutely, and for somebody like you who's got quite the experience in different levels of Overwatch, I mean, for those of you who don't know you as a person, you can maybe just let them in on your recent jobs in Overwatch, maybe.
Yeah, well, maybe not so recent anymore, but obviously best known for coaching with the Dallas Fuel as an assistant coach for 2 years in season 2 and 3. After that, I was also part of the Team Canada roster when we still had the Overwatch World Cup. I was their head coach in the 2019 season there. After then, since leaving the Dallas Fuel, I've been doing sort of like freelance coaching. I've actually worked with some of these teams in this tournament here, coaching them on the side kind of thing. And yeah, now just apparently making a desk appearance, so broadening my horizons.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's great to see how many of these teams evolved over the well, now already way too long season, but yeah, absolutely. In the last major we're probably facing here in Overwatch 1 a lot of great talent, and yeah, unfortunately Shikigami not really standing too big of a chance against the cool dudes with the chill vibes there. But yeah, absolutely. And at that point, of course, thank you very much to Waffles and Worstcast. Definitely not by far not the worst casts I've witnessed. So maybe change your Twitter handle there. But absolutely, thank you very much, and for the great 2 matches you've casted. And yeah, this is going to be a long day. We know that already. And the next matchup is going to be a great one. Absolutely. Got DeleteFriend facing up against GeForce. If we take a quick look at the schedule we're currently having, if we can get that one, if we can get that graphic pulled up, but I think that
yeah, we got a bit of an EU versus NA matchup going on in this next match.
Yeah,
GeForce,
absolutely.
As you were saying to me earlier, not quite in the tier 2 level and like contenders quite level, but they are one of the better known teams in the tier 3 scene. They've been showing a lot of good results in this tournament alone. Both these teams coming off wins going into this next matchup, so it should be an intense one.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side is already also an EU team, DeleteFriend, who's basically a puck team of the @Friend organization. They've got some huge talent in their roster as well. We've taken a look at the roster sheet earlier. It's going to be Alex, who's played on the Falcons Esports in EU contenders. He's won 3 out of the 4 last contenders in Europe. So definitely one of the upcoming off-tanks. I know, as I've by incident been their team manager in the last year. He's had a couple of Owl trials as well, so he's definitely one to watch in the upcoming Overwatch League seasons, hopefully. And yeah, I wouldn't wonder myself if I see him up on the board in some Owl games in the next few seasons, hopefully. And yeah, but on the other end, also Maimon, for example, choose the main tank from Germany. Definitely a lot of talent in that roster. But as we're talking about EU versus NA, it's going to be a match on latency. How does that affect the teams? How does that affect a matchup on that level?
Well, it's already stressful enough showing up to a match day and tournament like this with $10,000 on the line. So I know there's already a little bit of tension and a little bit of anxiety going on in these players' minds. And then add in that extra X factor of needing to play on maybe a little bit higher ping than you're used to playing in scrims or in competitive play. So it's just something that players really need to get used to in the moment. It's a lot of pressure for sure, but this is what decides the better team in moments like this. Both teams coming in at an equal playing level, equal ping levels with the forced latency here. So no team at an explicit advantage, but definitely going to show which team is able to adapt to it fastest.
Absolutely, and that's going to be one of the main tasks, despite from winning the matchup in the end, of course. But yeah, I'm absolutely looking forward to that one. And we change the desk here. You see that Anghells and Newbeat have left the table, and that's for a good reason, because they're going to be our casters for the next matchup. And I know that they're getting ready and they're super hyped to cast this next banger we've got ready for you here. Let's maybe go through some standings which we have. I'm just quickly pull up the groups here. So for example, in Group A we've got freshman year. They've got won 2 out of the first, they actually won 3 out of the first 3 matches, so they're definitely up ahead here. Same as Trusted Process, won the first 2 matches. On Group B we've got Dysfunctional, who have already, Group B is way behind. They've only finished their first round there. But yeah, definitely some of the teams already up ahead here. Yeah, Dice Amplifier had to move their last match against Bay State. That would have been a banger, but we'll definitely maybe see one or two of those teams in the finals later. Yeah, for now though, maybe we can now pull up the graphic of the upcoming matches here. That is possible, that'd be great. So we can take a look
coming up next, yeah,
at the schedule up ahead. Is that possible?
Potentially. Hey, I'm new here. I'm not sure. My hands are tied.
Okay, let me just quickly pull up. We're all using Discord here, so let me pull up the Discord graphic here really quick so I can tell you what's coming next. So after this matchup, we got Bay State again. Hopefully they will be able to play that one. I don't know how much it conflicts with the collegiate major, which is going on aside here as well. And now we got Mind Goblin. Again, they've played the first match, which was casted here against Anghells. They might be able to get some revenge here as soon as they be able to face up against AHJA, which is definitely one of the probably one of the teams which we might see in the playoffs here. But yeah, for now, I mean, having a major like this is for most of the teams we're seeing here, it's an opportunity to prove your talent, and especially, for example, somebody like Choose, who's a German main tank who's now playing on the DeleteFriend. He's got a massive opportunity because if he plays as well here, and I know he's one of the upcoming main tanks here, he might even have a chance to present his talent to the teams which are now looking for players again in the upcoming contender season. I mean, we've probably all witnessed the update we saw from the Path to Pro stuff from Blizzard, and we're really looking forward to the season here. And this, as I said before, for many players who are not like contenders yet, it's an opportunity to present themselves to the higher teams.
Yeah, I'm curious too, because the meta in North America right now has been largely centered around a lot of compositions that focus on really strong individual potential from every single member. Standout one being the Ball, Tracer, Sombra, Brigitte, Zen composition, where it's all about individual playmaking potential across the board. Are we seeing similar metas emerge from the EU region?
I mean, to be honest, the meta in EU is quite individual based at the moment. So. Especially because most of the teams here, they haven't played together for too long time. For example, they're puck team, so they don't have the time to organize themselves in a way that you could say comms have been improved over the last few weeks.
Yeah, we're not talking about the Overwatch League here, yeah.
Yeah, same. So they've come here because they see some money on the line and they see the opportunity to be the winners of the last major in Overwatch 1, and they just having here for good time. It's like the chill guys with the cool guys with chill vibes, basically. So yeah, we're really looking forward to seeing them. And I see some familiar faces in the chat here. For example, Chef Billy, Lagday, Fruity, a lot of well-known names in the scene. Chef, by the way, I hope you're doing well after your surgery and recover as soon as possible, of course. And yeah, absolutely. So almost halfway through the round robin here. We talked about the length of this tournament ticket. How does having to play for 8 hours straight, basically, how's that affect the team in terms of like mentality as well on like the in-game skill level?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've had trouble in the past trying to keep attention on players for 2 hours during a scrim block. It is really taxing game. Overwatch, there's a lot going on. There's a lot to focus on as a player and a lot to focus on as a team, of course, when focusing on macro strategy. So coming into tournament days like this, number one thing, obviously I tell to every player, it's important to come in like well rested, make sure you've eaten your breakfast, have lots of water ready to go. It is nice that they have a little bit of break between each of these rounds, but obviously, yeah, we're expecting long days, and that can either mean one of two things for a lot of teams. Either they're able to carry a lot of momentum with them and track win after win after win and just keep that hype growing and growing. But it's also very possible for some teams to just hit a brick wall in terms of their mental fatigue and just start getting drained. So really important to be able to mentally reset in moments like that, come off a hard loss and fight for your next win kind of deal. But yeah, in these long days, it's easier said than done for sure.
Absolutely. And especially if you lose one match, you have to be careful. You don't get in the vicious circle, basically, where you're just going down the ladder and you're like, I lost this one, so I won't win the next one. It's about keeping your mentality up for 8 hours straight, basically. And that's something which makes esports so interesting, because it's not like you're playing any other sports where you're like, hey, I've got a break now, I can fully shut down. Because the matches, they happen in such a fast pace, basically. You have to, like, your brain has to work at maximum level for 8 hours straight, and that's a challenge which only the best can master, basically, and only the best will move on in the playoffs here. And that's what we're looking for. We're looking for the best teams to compete in this major, and this group stage will absolutely show who can make the way through into the playoffs.
Yeah, and that's where we might start seeing a bit of a difference between sort of these pug teams that come together last minute, try to win a bit of cash, and maybe some more structured teams who have played in tournaments together, who've played in scrims, played 40 hours a week together for the past year kind of thing. See if they're able to take that experience and really show it on the stage.
Absolutely, and we're really looking forward to that. And yeah, I mean, that's where GeForce probably has the advantage in this upcoming matchup, because they've been around for quite some time. They've played the Barry Blast. They're known in NA as a team which has a solid level of bringing results on maybe even a contenders level. We'll see how they do in the next Open Division, but definitely a team to watch here and not to be underestimated, although you're facing up against some big names in the EU scene.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've got to wear some of my NA pride, root a little bit for the GeForce roster here going into this international matchup, but definitely going to be an interesting one for sure. I am really curious personally to see if the play styles between regions are like starkly different, because we are in a meta right now where unless you're playing in the Overwatch League, nothing's fully optimized, obviously. So unless you're playing that absolute peak of the iceberg, top level talent, we are seeing a lot of individual shine from these teams, being able to play into their individual strengths, being able to match up their roster matchups. Like even that last matchup, we saw just small differences like between playing a Doomfist with your Rhine comp or not, being able to play an Ashe or a Soldier in some compositions instead of like your Tracer Sombra DPS line. So being able to play more heavily into those more unique win conditions is really making sure that these teams can showcase some of their best strengths. And I'm really happy to see that there is a diverse lineup. I was a little bit worried I'd be coming in today and just watching Balls and Tracer on every single map go at each other. But we are seeing a good mix of the Rhine Rush comps, a lot of the Winston dive as well. So really happy to see these teams flexing some of their muscles.
Absolutely, and I mean, this is for the chat here. This is the opportunity to put your opinion into chat. So maybe if we can get, even if we can get maybe a prediction going here in the Twitch chat, who's going to win this next matchup? Is it DeleteFriend or is it the NA opponent GeForce? And within that, I suggest we give it over to our two beautiful Canadian casters. Take it over, Newbeats. Take it over, Anghells.
Hello everyone, it's Newbeat here with Anghells as we get ready for another match in the Questline Open. It's finally happening. We're here, Anghells, and it's going to be a fun one.
It's going to be an excellent game, and it's actually the first time we've ever had a cast where we're in a single room.
Yeah, I can push you and everything. It's so exciting. I can just bully you in person now. It's absolutely wonderful. I've been looking forward to this tournament for so long and this opportunity, and this is going to be such a fun couple weeks.
Yeah, and it's we're now in a different room from the desk. I feel like we could almost kind of duck underneath and then just appear at the desk. I'm glad that we don't have to do that.
Yeah, it's much easier to do it this way. You know, just a quick commute across the hall to a different room. And now we are getting ready for this next match versus DeleteFriend and GeForce. Anghells, what do we got in store?
This is going to be an absolute banger. I know we've said that about quite a few of our games so far here, but the tank line here for DeleteFriend pops out at me right away with Alex and Choose. That's wild. Alex is an absolute monster player, as everyone is aware. Obviously Choose as well, and then GeForce here as well. This is going to be unbelievable. I'm really excited that this is the match that we've managed to catch the cast today.
Yeah, we could see maybe Maimon coming out on the Doomfist at some point. We know they're an extremely good Doomfist, played for sure cold for a bit. There's just a ton of talent on these two teams, and we have had a couple 2-0s to start the day, but this one could go the distance.
I really hope it does. I know that we have had a couple 2-0s, so maybe this is the one that goes to 3. Come on, DeleteFriend, GeForce, help us out. Let's bring it to 3. We've been hyping up how close these matches could be. Let's have this be the one.
I mean, we have seen some big plays already today, a couple big pulse bombs. There was that Sky Noon earlier in one of the earlier matchups, so there's going to be some big plays regardless. These players are so talented, but we are really looking for a close matcher. We want to see some excitement. I paid for my whole seat here, but I only want to use the edge, and it's really what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, and I think from the compositions that we've seen so far, it's been fairly map dependent. Seeing a lot of the kind of like ball zen or the hybrid compositions that have been coming out. We saw a couple people lock the legs on Busan earlier. It's always nice to see some Soldier 76. We are going to be heading out to Ilios for our first map. So this is you see some boobs. We've seen a lot of environmental kills actually already today. I've managed to catch some of the matches.
There is always a chance for environmental kills on Ilios. It really does kind of depend on which sub-map we start. And it looks like we are going to be headed to, I believe that is well first. So we're going to see the big well in the middle of the map and some opportunities for some boobs coming up.
No.
Very much looking forward to this. We talked a little bit about the compositions that we are expecting on the desk. Looking like we're going to get what we kind of wish for here from both teams as they're beginning to set up again with these the ball zen comps with the Sombra. And Lucio's on both sides, but maybe just for the speed boost. Yeah, just for the speed boost. So they both swapped over to the Brigitte.
All teams running full-on mirror compositions right now. The same 6 heroes for both teams as they come forward to this objective. You can see from the top-down view here, there's got a lot of different options coming out. Kaffa going over the top on that Wrecking Ball, not really able to find too much so far. Our Ultima Web, seeing if they can get any early eliminations, has to back up, grab a mini health pack as the engage finally comes through. DeleteFriend trying to push forward onto that objective. Mamon goes down first. That is going to be tough. Web with that eliminations. Both Sombras out of the fight. Now Kaffa getting back into the action as they take down Kara. Both teams trading this out back and forth. This fight goes, and it looks like at the end of the day, G-Force is getting close to that first engagement win.
Ultima has been just an absolute force of nature on this Tracer, just pulling so much aggro, so much attention away from DeleteFriend here in the backline. You can see as soon as that Sombra went down, is just kind of an unfortunate translocate. It really opens the fight up when you're Sombra and you're able to just go after the D.Va, go after these more squishy targets. The fight ends quickly.
Oh, look at that pulse bomb, quick threw it in right away, and they were able to take down Eugene. And now with Sue getting that was Sue taking down Eugene. That is going to be DeleteFriend getting right back into this fight, and they are getting the eliminations quickly now, getting over onto the point with a couple members. Kaffa almost wanted to touch, thinks better of it, backs up, waits for the rest of his team.
Gets the ambush on the Sombra as a Wrecking Ball. Savor that moment. I feel like it's probably been the other way a million times. Here's Maimon on coming up to this EMP here. Choose has the minefield. And DaBaby has the Transcendence available here. Well ahead, DeleteFriend is on the Ultimate Economy.
This is looking like an ultimate fight coming up, and already the minefields have been dropped by Choose to start off this engagement. You can see G-Force right now not really wanting to deal with that, and they don't really have to, as a lot of those mines ended up on the high ground. And speaking of mines, there are more on the map now as Kaffa drops a minefield of their own. Eugene gets into the backline, they take down Sue, and with that, G-Force is going to try and push forward here. Nice manual hack coming out from Pummy to allow more space for G-Force to really get on to that objective. Nice hack coming out onto Pummy now. They're not going to be able to use those abilities.
Nice slam there as the Transcendence came out from Eugene. So a lot of ultimates coming onto the field. There's another D.Va bomb to follow it up.
Big play coming out from Alex. They're going to take down Eugene once again, who has fallen victim time and time again to these abilities coming out. Nice eat as well from Alex, carrying right now on that D.Va, making a lot of big plays. Finally, Ultimate gives up the ghost, jumps into the well, and with that, DeleteFriend is going to take the point back over, and they're already up to 72%.
We talked about Alex, before the game started, already making a mark on it. Gets the bomb kill, gets the pulse bomb eat, causing all sorts of trouble here for G-Force, and it's expected.
So DeleteFriend is just going to try to hold onto the point here for the last 10 or so percent. You can see them getting close to some more ultimates, most notably that minefield about to come out again from Choose. Rotating over to the left-hand side, G-Force is trying to find purchase onto that point. Nice hack coming out onto Choose. Has to crab walk themselves out of danger to stay alive into this fight. A couple trades coming through early on. Overtime has been procced. That means that G-Force has to stay on the objective now. Bummy's able to get a kill in onto Choose. Pulse Bomb comes out from Sue, and that's going to get rid of anyhow. And once again, DeleteFriend is taking an advantage here. Ultimate's able to get one out of the fight, but will that be enough? Only one member right now of GeForce on the point. How much longer can they keep this contest going? It doesn't look like very long. They finally run out of members, and with that, Well is going to go to DeleteFriend.
Eugene kind of became quite a slippery target there towards the end. So DeleteFriend going up 1-0 here. I think we're seeing some really strong play from both Zenyatta's here, both Eugene and DaBaby. Really fantastic work. This is, you know, the one hero out of these kind of compositions that can get a lot of neutral value. So you're seeing a lot of focus get put onto them by, especially from these wrecking balls and these super mobile DPS.
Being a wrecking ball, you have to be so careful of that Discord orb from the enemy Zenyatta. You can get burned down so quickly. Once again, looking like we're going to see some speed boosts coming out, at least from Magic 8 Ball.
Yeah, seeing the speed boost coming out. So it seemed like it was a big thing to, like, you have the Symmetra come out, and then, you know, make the swap. So the supports are opting for it.
Both teams coming together by the statue. Nobody going down just yet. And with that, Alex is going to go back out, get a mega health pack, and get ready for another engagement here following Choose back in.
Papa already 25% up to this minefield, building this ultimate quite quickly here, and oh boy, Sue putting so much pressure here.
And now you can see GeForce over on the point, trying to get that first cap in. They can't quite get it just yet. There it goes. It has proc through. They are now in possession of the point. Sue has to back up a little bit already. And with that, Ultima is going to try and push their advantage on this left-hand side. Sue's able to get the first pick in onto Eugene. And with that, Ultima has to answer, and they do as they finish off the pilot diva of Alex. But it's not going to be enough. Sue just getting those extra eliminations coming in, finishing off the diva's mech and the pilot. And with that, DeleteFriend is right back in this fight as they take the point back over.
I could watch these tracers all day. Sue and Ultima are fantastic, cleaning up so many of these kills. They just seem to be everywhere. Anyone who's trying to escape, anyone who's a little bit low, they're there with the pulse pistols to finish them off here. Sue is a little bit ahead in the ultimate surge, so pulse bomb is available. On the other side, Pummy with the EMP.
DeleteFriend doing a good job right now, taking that extra space, pushing forward, making it hard for GeForce to go in, and their answer to that is Pummy throwing down the EMP, and the follow-up is there. 2 kills coming in, and now about to be 3 for GeForce. They are back on the point. A great use of that Sombra ultimate, and they are going to take this fight handily.
No, still managing to hold on to a few ultimates here. Yeah, they do manage to do this pretty cheaply. So GeForce holding on to the point here. They got both tank ultimates, and they are going to have both support ultimates for the start of this next fight.
I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of pressing queue in this upcoming engagement. As you can see on both sides, there are a lot of ultimates available for the next fight. Ultima getting very low, down to 38 HP, has to use a recall to stay alive. Mamone gets into the backline, targets out Zenyatta, and takes down Eugene, who is on the wrong side of the kill feed once again, as GeForce is trying to push forward, make up for that, and Ultima's the next to fall. Sue gets the better of that. Tracer 1v1, self-destruct coming out in the back from anyhow. Nothing doing, but they get taken out before they get it back in their mech. And with that, Mamone pushing forward with the help of Sue. DPS line doing great job for DeleteFriend. They've got the point back.
You can see pretty much everything gets used there from both sides. Eugene and DaBaby holding on to the Transcendence here. It's not necessarily as much of like a fight-saving ultimate as you might see in like a rush or, you know, composition. So they'll hold on to this, try and win a fight by keeping a couple members up here on the Tracers though. Ultima just lagging behind. There we go. So both Tracers have the pulse bomb available.
Nice roll through coming in from Choose, comboing that with the pile driver. That is going to be answered by the Transcendence coming out from Eugene, trying to keep their team healed up, but they can't heal through that pulse bomb. Another eat coming through from Alex. That's the second ultimate so far they've negated with that defense matrix. Ultima's able to get one back as the EMP comes out now, this time from Bubby, and our GeForce still in this fight. Kappa is able to get another pick. They take down Becky, and they get back onto the point. So the contesting's still happening, but both teams really wanting to take this fight.
Yeah, still managing to get it up here. Okay, so the support's starting to come alive here on the kill feed, but so much pressure as they get... Oh boy. Oh, minefield into the little hallway.
DeleteFriend is behind the 8-ball right now as they lose another couple members, and now the point. You can see the minefield came in late from Choose, trying to make a bit of a hero play. Unfortunately, nothing doing.
So now fully flipping things around here. Kappa almost up to the minefield. We'll probably see that get used pretty quickly here to deny some space on the point. 82% here for GeForce. There's the EMP.
Those EMPs can be so big, and you can see the Transcendence once again coming up from Eugene. Good timing on that ultimate there, keeping their team happy and healthy. Manual hack comes out onto Alex, and that means that they are going to lose their mech. A lot of utility gone for DeleteFriend with that off tank, missing their main component right now. Overtime burning away, almost burning out, still staying alive. 99% for both teams. This is going to be the last fight. Ultima with another stick, and GeForce is cleaning it up. They are going to take the sub map, tie it up 1-1, and send us to round 3 on Lighthouse.
We asked to keep it close. So far, 1-1. Doesn't get much closer than that, so it's going to be all decided on Lighthouse. The tracers are just everywhere on this. This has been unbelievable. And you know, I talked about a little bit before. Both Zenyatas, these Zenyatas are being hunted constantly, like it's like they kidnapped Liam Neeson's daughter or something. And there's 5 Liam Neesons looking for them at all times, trying to track them down. Doing a really nice job finding these frags, really nice discords, and managing to stay alive despite all the pressure being put on them, especially from these wrecking balls and the tracers, which are kind of been floating around together, just destroying.
I don't think I can handle the one Liam Neeson coming after me, let alone 5. So these Zenyatas doing a good job, although you see Becky has switched over now to the Ana, so a little bit of a different look coming out this time around from DeleteFriend. Maimon on this Echo, trying to get up top, see if they can get an early pick with all that extra damage that Echo does. Getting the Brig in Magic 8-ball low, but not taking them right out of the fight. The point has now unlocked, and you can see right now DeleteFriend has taken residence on the point, and it's going to be up to GeForce to try and contest that, and here they come.
The longer this fight goes on, the more DeleteFriend is going to be in better shape here. Just a lot more sustain with this Mercy and Ana, although already down Wrecking Ball.
Choose out of the fight once again. GeForce is going to get that first point flip here on Lighthouse. You can see Sue really trying to harass his backline, getting Eugene very low, but they get hit by the Brig. Great job from Magic 8-ball, playing bodyguard for their Zenyatta, making sure they don't go down.
Yeah, Magic 8-ball there with the bash, and maybe that's a big part of why Eugene has been having a good time staying alive for the most part and managing to have a lot of really good uptime is, Magic 8-ball doing a nice job of being that bodyguard against the Liam Neeson.
Choose trying to roll through, find an unlucky victim, tries to throw down the pile driver. Not much happening with the end of that, especially now that Eugene has forced them back to spawn with the kill. Maimon staying up top, has the duplicate online, thinks better using it right now. It's going to disengage, hopefully wait for some more tools to come in from the rest of his team.
They do have the EMP. Oh, Ultima takes a dive off the edge with a little help from Sue there.
Maybe the strongest Tracer melee that I've ever seen. Once again, Bummy coming over to the point on that Sombra. You can see the Transcendence has come out from Eugene as well, getting everyone onto the point. There's so much sustain right now for GeForce. Are they going to turn this into another fight win? Minefield coming out onto the point from Kappa is going to effectively zone out members of DeleteFriend. Maimon in the air getting very low on that Echo. They decide to copy the Sombra, trying to get themselves up to a quick EMP at 50%, but not building it maybe as fast as they like. Hack coming up from Pummy, the EMP coming out on the other side from the copied Echo. Nice boop there from Choose to get rid of Pummy off the point. With that, Alex is going to get a remake kill, and DeleteFriend is now back in the game.
Oh, having so much trouble tracking down Kara there. Unbelievable. Ultima had no problem finding so many of these targets, and that Mercy was slippery here. Does have the Pulse Bomb, does Stu here. And right now it's the only ultimate available.
Alex just barely got a touch in there to proc overtime. Ultima getting another kill. Pulse Bomb comes out from Sue. That's going to wipe out Eugene, and both teams have to get over onto this point once again. Ultima playing a great Tracer right now, ducking and weaving. Nobody's able to take them down. They're able to finish off Alex and keep this point locked tight, and with that overtime burning away, you can see the touches coming in right now, 1 by 1 for DeleteFriend, but that is going to do for this round. GeForce takes it, and they take the first map of the day. They're up 1-0.
Really impressive play there from both teams, and we are managing to stick to keeping the game close here. Even both percentages quite high for there. We're seeing Eugene on this Zenyatta has been just an absolute force.
Finding these shots. You love a good Zenyatta play coming out as they finish off Choose there at the end of that play of the game. And with that, we can see GeForce taking the lead in this best of 3, and with that, they're already at match point.
Yeah, I guess with the when it's best of 3, the games can turn around pretty quickly. As we've seen, a couple 2-0s. So hopefully, DeleteFriend able to rally a little bit and bring things back for our next map.
And I mean, with that, if you want to look at it from the glass half full perspective, if you're DeleteFriend, this is the about shortest reverse sweep you can muster. So either way, like even though they're down a map, both teams still have a pretty decent chance.
Yeah, two wins in a row. It's not going to need to be anything super wild for them to bring this back. I just really want to highlight the tracers that we've had here. It's been just frankly unbelievable. Both Sue and Ultima have just been, so dangerous. Not even just for the backline. They're obviously hunting down the Zens, the Brigidas, but on top of the Wrecking Ball, on top of the Divas, it seems like anyone who is even a breath close to being killed is just rocked by one of these tracers showing up.
100%, they're doing a very good job of creating space, even though they are getting into that kill feed a lot, cleaning stuff up. Really, the job they're doing is pressuring those off angles, pressuring the supports, and making it so hard for the other team to get aggressive and get pushed forward when they know that Tracer's always lurking just one step away, ready to take out that Zenyatta.
Yeah, the positioning and the rotations have been really good. They're taking a lot of space and then kind of collapsing, as soon as one of those mistakes or as soon as someone gets just, a half health or something like that, we're seeing that full collapse from the Tracer, Sombra, Wrecking Ball, which is exactly how you love to see this composition played. Just kind of like that poking, like the raptor testing the fence until it finds the weak spot. And then, all hell breaks loose.
Sure, I wasn't ready for is that a Jurassic Park reference? It must be. You mentioned a raptor. I couldn't possibly think what else it would be. So that's on me for not just putting that together. But yeah, they've done a great job finding those soft spots, making it weak. Like I know Anghells, you've talked a bunch about with Tickety, who's on the desk today, about these Bulls end comps and what they do to get value. So coming up, now that we're out of the control map area, what do you think you're going to see change? What do you think you're going to see stay the same going forward?
Well, we had talked about this leading up to leading up on the desk, was that for teams that are more recently put together, this balls end competition works really well, actually. It really rewards mechanical ability, it really rewards individual play. So you don't necessarily need to have been playing together for 6 months to get a ton of value out of the comp.
And yeah, that's really showing here, with DeleteFriend being that more of a put-together team, more of a pug team a little bit. They're really showing their mettle, doing a really good job at taking these fights. And once again, it looks like both these teams running out Tracers, also running out Briggs on the other side. And we saw some great plays in the last round by Magic 8 Ball. The Briggs job is going to be to mark that Tracer to make sure the Tracer's not going after the flex support.
Yeah, and to be honest, anything that it even sounds remotely like we're saying it correctly is due to Tickety and the absolute noggin on Tickety helping us out, understanding what exactly is going on here. Thanks to Julian calling out our horrific SR, you can see why.
Yeah, that was... I was just glad I got to plat at one point, because that could have been way worse if that little run I went on about 4 years ago never happened. So coming out here on Junkertown, we can see DeleteFriend actually coming out with the Orisa Sigma, so they're going for a bit of a double shield look.
Yeah, more of a hybrid comp coming out for GeForce versus Delta Shield here. So a lot slower composition here. Not as much the mobility, although Hanzo on both sides here. So Pummy and Sue bringing the bow out.
GeForce has made a little bit of headway so far. Not a huge engagement coming through. Ultimate getting low. Has to use that recall once again to get their health back. And see anyhow trying to push forward. Getting Alex a little bit out of position, caught off from the rest of their team, couldn't get healed through that barrier, and Alex is going to pay for it. Luckily, Kara was able to hit Ultima with the whip shot, so that's a 1-for-1 trade. Now Puppy popping off a bit on the Hanzo as they're able to get through and use that space that anyhow is creating, just pushing forward, relentless on that Sigma, and with that, GeForce is off to a great start.
5:23 coming into the second point, and this is, a really difficult point to be defending. If you get caught by the aggression, which GeForce is playing, they're pushed so forward here, not really allowing DeleteFriend to set up at all.
The tank line right now for GeForce doing a superb job getting forward and claiming that extra territory in advance of the rest of their team coming through. And so far, DeleteFriend hasn't been able to find an answer for them. Pulse Bomb comes up for Maimon. They're able to get rid of Eugene. That could turn the tides in DeleteFriend's favor. They have thrown out the window as well, so extra damage coming through that Ant Matrix. And it looks like the ultimates are going to be spent here by GeForce to see if they can get through and get some of these picks back.
Nice dragon there. Gets rid of Choose. This is a lot of your staying power out of the fight now. Alex coming up to the Gravitic Flux. Although Eugene, 90% of the Transcendence here, so this could completely negate it.
Peppa claims a life with the minefield. Once again, these tanks for GeForce just pushing forward and getting so much value out. Flux comes out, and with that, anyhow, is going to go down. Alex trying to get this back in the fight for DeleteFriend, trying to stabilize for the defenders. They're taking so much damage, they get focused down. Stu back in on the... Cassidy was not there in time to help their off tank. Now throwing down the Deadeye, getting Kappa low, but not low enough to be taken out. That is going to have to be cleaned up by Kara. And with that, DeleteFriend looks like they are finally going to stabilize here in the second phase of Junkertown.
Just moments too late there. Eugene had the Transcendence just as soon as the Gravitic Flux had finished there, unfortunately. Didn't really... Yeah, they could probably could have used that one here, but lots of tools still available. Coming up for another Pulse Bomb from Ultima, which is, another fight has happened, a fight and a half has happened. So Ultima has a Pulse Bomb.
Unfortunately for Ultima and the rest of GeForce, DeleteFriend is also strapped with a bunch of ultimates, but it doesn't matter to Sue. They're going to take down Ultima almost immediately. That is a fantastic opening pick once again for DeleteFriend's DPS line here. And they are really turning this around. Weren't able to set the pace at the beginning of this round on Junkertown, but now they're really getting back into it. Anyhow, getting caught out on a bit of a flank. They are going to be taken down next, and with that, the defenders are sitting pretty.
Yeah, they finally get a stabilization here, which is really where this composition... Oh, wow, Alex gets another eat! Really trying to get their recommended... Pulse Bombs for the day here. That's 3 now, so if, one a map, I guess. Or now more than one a map. Yeah, now that this composition is stabilized a little bit, you can really see the double shield coming out, finding a lot of value. They were able to take the high ground, which they weren't able to before. GeForce had done a nice job of taking away that space as they were just trying to back up. They kept them on their heels, and now it's completely the other way around.
Becky starting this off with the window from on high, and he is going to get an eat of their own with the kinetic grasp. They take down Maimon's Pulse Bomb as well, so these Pulse Bombs are marked for death. They are the catering service right now for these tanks.
Genji now. So, bit of a different look here with the Shimada brothers. It's the first Genji that we've seen so far today, so... both tank ultimates are available here for DeleteFriend, coming up to a Deadeye as well. So again, lots of big space-making abilities available here for DeleteFriend to just continue this hold.
Sue with a nice job trying to punish Kappa. Luckily, Kappa was able to get back onto the safety of their team. A little bit of a zoning Deadeye coming out there, just pushing people back, making them respect the space that Deadeye can look into. You can see Alex setting up on the high ground. They have a Flux, but with this one. Anyhow, is going to push theirs in first. Kara is going to fall victim to that. A bit of a trade coming up once again, but this time G-Force is getting the upper hand. Pummy looking great on this Hanzo as they get rid of Becky one more time, but that's not going to be enough. A huge supercharger coming out from Choose. That is going to enable 3 eliminations for G-Force, and just like that, they have got back on top.
That was unbelievable. Choose was like completely isolated. The Dragon had come from me to back up for the Mega.
Unfortunately.
Oh my god, I can't believe they managed to stay alive that long, although it looks like, yeah, swinging back in the favor of G-Force here.
Papa is doing a ton of work on this Wrecking Ball right now, being so disruptive, getting in wherever he wants. Always an uninvited guest by the other team, now throwing in that minefield to try and hope that anyone from G-Force can contest now with that minefield on the point. Pummy getting a nice Helix rocket kill, and with Cup getting another pile driver. This is G-Force's fight to lose, but they got to be careful of that window, and Ultima's going to answer that with a blade of their own, and that will be the second point. G-Force keeps pushing this forward.
We are looking like a pause coming through here. There we go, as Ultima reflects the Deadeye of Sue. Wow, that pretty impressive hold there, actually managing to hold back G-Force. It looked a little ugly coming into that first point, but you know, full stabilization there, and you could really see the strength of that double shield coming through.
Yeah, the double shield can really be a strong composition, especially on that second point of Junkertown, where it can be more narrow. You have to fight in more of like a streets phase if you're looking at like a King's Row or another map that is similar. So it really shows the strengths of that hero makeup that time around.
Yeah, and you can see that G-Force was anticipating that. They were pushed so far forward in such an aggressive positioning, not allowing the double shield to really set up at all, because they knew exactly what was going to happen. And then as soon as it did, it was, you know, you're down for a couple of fights all of a sudden. So, you know, good read, I think, from G-Force there, not allowing, you know, them to really stabilize until, you know, they absolutely had to.
Yeah, and as we mentioned at the start of this map, this is G-Force's map to win, right? If they win this, they can claim a W in this qualifier stage of the tournament.
Yeah, so, and I think they're looking to set that pace. They're looking to set that tempo of the game, really not allowing them to really, you know, get a firm footing back into this game. They want to keep their foot on the gas.
Absolutely. We've said it ad nauseum over the last months and over the last year. We've been casting together. The name of the game is Overwatch, but, you know, the sub-name of that game, it could be Overwatch : take space, use aggression, set the pace, make the other team uncomfortable, and that is something a lot of the time so far in this match G-Force has been really good at.
Yeah, they're not allowing, they're really not allowing any real, like, breath to be taken. It's like, oh, you thought that fight was over? No, here's a Tracer, here's a Wrecking Ball, here's a Sombra. Always poking and prodding, not allowing any real like safety or comfortability to get a real setup going here. And we really saw it pay off, especially on the first point. Like the payload just kept going. So it really came down to DeleteFriend, you know, finding that footing, getting that high ground back, because they're running such a less mobile comp. That as soon as you lose that high ground and you're forced to fight, you know, split up, getting isolated there. Although, you know, Choose having no problem fighting a 1v3 with a supercharger over at the Mega here. It looks like we are back to the game here, as we just started to see Sue getting the Deadeye unfortunately reflected back in their face. Looks like that was being used so they can make a swap.
And with that, we are on to point 3 here on Junkertown. G-Force once again pushing this forward on the attack. Rally coming out now from Magic 8 Ball as this fight gets going. A little bit of contestation happening right now. You can see Maimon in the back line just making sure that payload doesn't move forward. But while that's occurring, Ultima's able to get in with the dash. They're going to get 2. The rest of G-Force is there to follow up, and they are going to clean house right now. And this payload will be chugging along at a pretty good rate. They were able to take that man advantage with Maimon being in the back line by themselves and just go forward and rip through DeleteFriend.
Yeah, we're seeing Ultima doing a nice job on this Genji, taking advantage of the fact that DeleteFriend is kind of bunched up quite a bit, and they're getting a ton of value out of these dashes.
Kappa gets 1, but DeleteFriend gets 3 or 4 in that fight. The defenders are right back in with a vengeance, holding off G-Force's attack, trying to burn more time off the clock, and there's only 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so much time coming into the second point now, and down to 10 seconds on the third point. And Junkertown third point is a point that you can get stuck on for so long. You can come in here with 5 minutes and not finish.
This is a rough order now for G-Force. You can see the Supercharger, the M-Matrix, Dragons coming through. Everybody's spending their ultimates right now because they know they're not carrying over to the next round. And with that, the defenders are at a bit of an advantage with the extra ultimates they have. Gravitic Flux coming out next now from Alex, seeing if they can slam somebody down, and they do. They get rid of Eugene. And with that, it looks like G-Force is finally running out of bodies here on their attack. I think this is as far as the payload's going to go. Desperation Blade coming out from Ultima cashes in nothing. And with that, round 1 is complete. Not a terrible attack coming out from G-Force, but definitely a scenario that DeleteFriend can better.
DeleteFriend has given themselves a really nice win condition here. Not finishing, especially after how successful that first was on the first point, not being able to get all the way to the end of the map is going to be crucial, and it's set them up for, I think, as you said, a very winnable scenario for them here.
It's definitely winnable, and that's what they need to do to stay into this match right now and continue and take us to a map 3, which is what we were hoping for. But G-Force had their moments on the attack. Pummy looked great on the Hanzo to start off, and if they can play the Widowmaker like they play the Hanzo, we could be in for a treat.
And this is such a good point for these sniper heroes. The longest sight lines, or what feels like the longest sight lines in the game, probably is, really rewards the aim that Pummy very much has. So if they're able to keep this aggression up, if they're able to keep the tempo up here, I think they're in a really good spot.
100%. They have set themselves up for success, and it is up to DeleteFriend to get the payload further and take this map as they are about to roll out of the spawn doors.
Looking like DeleteFriend sticking with the double shield here, hoping to take a lot of these, these fights a little bit earlier in the neutral hybrid comp coming out here from G-Force.
And so far you will see G-Force a little bit more split up with that Wrecking Ball on their side as the payload comes to the first corner. Now Alex trying to hold onto the high ground, drops down to main. Doesn't want to keep that in his possession right now. Maimon staying off on the left-hand side, not doing too much. Sue gets one and then pays for it with his life as Kuffa gets another kill with the pile driver, looking great on that Wrecking Ball.
It's a nice rotation there from Alex, manages to catch up on both the supports, kind of all alone there, and now they've bought so much space. This first point has been like almost free here for both teams. We'll see if G-Force is able to get another contestant.
That's a good point, AHJA. As you remember, on G-Force's attack, they were able to make quick work of this first point, and with Sue coming back on the legs, could this happen for DeleteFriend's attack as well? This might be stymied. Eugene doing a lot of work with that. Zenyatta gets rid of an immortality field, but Kara and Maimon coming back in with a couple kills of their own. With that, that will be point 1, so a pretty good time put up on the clock. Still 5:17 and counting. Sue, what are you doing on that Soldier 76? That is disgusting. What a Helix rocket at the end of that fight.
Amplification matrix ready. Prepare to fire. Amplification matrix ready. Ultimate is ready. Get in position. Amplification matrix ready.
Eugene's going to want to get that Transcendence up pretty quickly if they want to react with that, with all these ultimates about to come online for DeleteFriend. You can see 17% away from a tactical visor as they are trying to put some holes into Ultima right now. Has to back up just a little bit. Not too much happening right now for Sue. Seeing if they want to go back up onto the high ground. It looks like they're just going to stick with Choose and try and pump damage out as they keep pushing this card forward.
Yeah, you can see G-Force, and we talked about the mobility of that comp. They're able to get back so fast that the tanks from DeleteFriend aren't actually able to get up to the high ground. You can see they're itching to get up there. They got the tac visor. Oh no.
The ultimates come out and Cuff is able to get 2 with the mines. Kuffa knew that DeleteFriends were going to be stuck behind that amplification matrix, and they took full advantage of that. Maimon doing some work of their own now on that Tracer, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to have to regroup. Pretty much everyone else on their team just died.
Critic Flux and the Supercharge is going to be coming up for DeleteFriend. So some big pieces here, and Eugene has no Transcendence available, so Magic 8 Ball has the rally. That's all that's online for GeForce.
Defensive ultimate, and they are going to use it to engage right now, so make me look a little bit foolish. Shark was able to get in the back and take down Choose now. With Ultima getting stunned up, they have to back out, and even though Pummy gets a pick, they're not going to be able to support Ultima enough to save their life. Now the Flux coming out late from Alex, and once again just creating that space, making sure that GeForce cannot push forward into enemy lines, and with that, DeleteFriend is going to get back on the payload.
Slowly moving it up here. They're in a great position. Alex doing a great job just really locking GeForce into the room there. It got a little bit ugly towards the end. I thought that pulse bomb was going to get more than it did. We do get a nice recontest here. Nice re-engage. We'll see if anyone can make it back though.
Team shoot coming out there from DeleteFriend. They made short work of Kappa, and now the ultimate going down. That's the rest of GeForce giving up the ghost on that attack. And now 4 minutes plus left on the clock for DeleteFriend, and they don't even need to get the payload all the way to the end of the map.
Yeah, this is big, coming in a much better position here, and not getting stalled out on the second point quite the same way that GeForce did.
And now Sue just holding onto this tack visor for a rainy day, or maybe to combine with another ultimate, most namely the Supercharger coming out from Choose. Just trying to poke into the backline right now. They're going to have to avoid these dragons coming up from Pummy, but that's not going to find out too much. Bit of a trade coming out. Tack visor mostly finding shields, not finding a stray head. Ultima's able to get into the back in 1 kill. So right now the defender's a little bit of an advantage, but this could still go either way.
Yeah, Cafe is going to have this minefield, but we're going to start actually with the Supercharger here from Choose. And yeah, they're starting to come out here. DeleteFriend is, you know, a ton of gas left in the tank. You're coming after the Critic Flux. The window has come out from Fuelback as well.
That was a cheeky window on the high ground from Becky, and that allowed Sue to secure a kill with the extra damage coming in. And now we might be coming into the last fight here if DeleteFriend can keep pushing this forward. Nice pulse bomb comes up from my moan. That's going to get anyhow out of the fight. The payload getting so close to it, and it's going to get pushed in. And with that, we have DeleteFriend taking a map, and we are ageless headed to a map 3.
Oh, that's exciting. We wanted the map 3. We're getting it. Really nice attack there from DeleteFriend. Again, they're able to get that positioning. They're able to really find that aggression and set their own tempo, which I think is really what was missing on their defense.
I think it was very interesting. You kind of saw varying philosophies on how these teams were pushing it forward. The first attack with GeForce coming up, they really used their tank line to get forward and push. And then when DeleteFriend was going through the same thing, they decided to more push with their DPS line and the extra damage they were pumping out because they had the more stationary Orisa.
Yeah, you can see there's a kind of a little bit more of a slow go coming around there, and they managed to kind of lock up in some of the small rooms, especially on second point. But Alex, especially, like, oh my god.
Well, I mean, we knew coming in how good Alex was in the off-tank role, and they are doing nothing but showing that once again. If you've been following Overwatch for a while, there's no surprise at really how efficient Alex is on that position. And I don't see anything but that continuing coming in a map 3. And it's going to be really, really fun to watch these teams face off one more time. It's been a great match so far.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to our third map, and I'm very curious what it is, because there's some very different philosophies that we saw there on Junkertown. Definitely seeing more preference for the more stationary, the more bunker kind of comp. Where as we're seeing the Ball's End kind of sticking out of the hybrid with the Sigma as well. Map 3 is actually heading to Blizzard World. Oh, I feel like, yeah, you can kind of play whatever you want in Blizzard World. I feel, especially on like the first point, you could be running this hybrid, you can be running this bunker, but there's a lot of nice flank routes that you can be taking to allow the Ball's End and the hybrid comps to come out.
I mean, with as much fun as we've been having watching this match, it makes perfect sense that we go to a theme park, and I'm sure it's going to be just a roller coaster of emotions coming up. I had to do it.
Oh my god. Yeah, Blizzard World, I feel like this is a really good map. I want to see Towers come out with this sort of aggression. There's so many of the little flank routes that you can be taking that, you know, the Wrecking Ball Tracer combination that we've seen, kind of, you know, sprinting around the map, jumping all over. This is going to be really good for them. I think, especially like the second point, you have like the high ground that, you know, it's good if you can get the setup, but if they're able to keep the pressure, GeForce is going to be in a really good position. We saw on the second point of Junkertown, you know, just how much that aggression was paying off for them. So if they're able to keep that up,
And you can see it there now on your screens. We are headed to Blizzard World for map 3. This one's for all the marbles in this match. One team's going to have to take an L, the other team's going to come out with a W. I honestly don't know who's going to do it after the first 2 maps, considering how close they were. But one thing I do know, or at least I very much hope, it is going to go down to the wire.
yeah, DeleteFriend doing really well on the payload map. I'm curious if that's going to kind of carry over to the hybrid. So see what they want to come up with here.
Hello.
Oh, looking like we're going to be potentially swapping up a little bit here. Obviously, lots of time left for the teams to choose their heroes. But right now, looks like DeleteFriend opting for the bunker here. So a bit of a different look than we've seen from them so far.
A bunker would be a new one. I mean, we have seen Choose on that Orisa already, so that is kind of coming in the same once again. But Sue is going to be on the Ash, which could be a very interesting proposition.
Yeah, this I'm really excited for. Sue has been just an absolute monster on the hit scan. And yes, you're absolutely right. Choose and Alex are back on the Orisa Sigma here. So gonna stick with their picks.
Here we go on Blizzard World. We have DeleteFriend coming through on their attack first, rotating around this left-hand side, seeing if they can get a look onto the high ground, maybe force a rotation coming up from GeForce. Nice dynamite coming in over the top from Sue. Isn't going to burn anyone down though. Has to use the coach gun to try and knock Kappa off kilter. And with that, Car is going to get the first pick. That's going to look good for the defenders. They're going to get right, or for the attackers, excuse me, they're going to get right over in onto the point. Mymone trying to get into the backline, seeing if they can find a low health target. Threatens Pummy a little bit on that hand zone. Pummy's able to double jump back out of that engagement. And DeleteFriend trying to find one of these rotations to really take it home after they got that early advantage.
Doing a really good job of kind of like keeping Kappa to the outside. They're not able to really get a ton done here. They're finally starting to find some of those roll throughs. There's just been a ton of pressure coming in on Eugene and Magic 8 Ball.
And now we can see Sue doing work in the back line. That Ash can be so scary when they can shoot unimpeded. Pulse Bomb coming up for Mymone. They're not able to find anything with that ultimate. Trying to get over to the point, maybe put a little objective pressure as they almost have the capture coming through. Kara with another whip shot kill. Kara is on fire on the brink. They're able to get 2 and now get the point. And let's see if DeleteFriend can get any extra kills at the end of this fight here. Push the members of GeForce back even further.
Yeah, once DeleteFriend makes it onto the point, it's so difficult to displace this composition. Both the tanks are up there. They have the space they need, and there's just so much poke damage coming out from behind it with Sue on this match.
Sue is doing it, getting 2 more, and making sure that nobody's going to hurt that backline. They can't really do much damage if Sue has killed them all already. Alex is going to keep that pace up. Throws down the flux. They are going to miss the accretion as well of coming out from anyhow. And with that, even though there's no kills, that did force out an ultimate from Eugene as they use the Transcendence, which they'll probably want a bit later on in this fight.
Anyhow, you know, we talked a lot about Alex. Anyhow has been fantastic on the Sigma as well. Some really nice peel as we saw on the first point. That first fight could have been over so quickly as Eugene and 8-Ball got isolated pretty quickly, honestly, up on the high ground.
Now Pummy has switched over to the Ash as well, so trying to match Sue. And with that, it's not happening so far. Sue is thrown down with another headshot. They did have the aid of Choose's Supercharger in that last engagement as well, so doing a lot of extra damage with those critical hits. Cuff is able to get one back with the minefield coming in. Those mines seemingly last forever once the Wrecking Ball drops them if nobody takes care of them. Anyhow, trying to stay on the payload. stalling this out for as long as they can, pushing members of DeleteFriend into the arcade and then deleting Alex as well. And with that, G-Force is finally standing on 2 feet.
Wow. Okay. Anyhow, coming to do some cleanup with the Ultima as well. My Mon goes down. Sue coming up to this Bob. No real surprise here. They've been just an absolute monster on the Ashe so far. You can hear the shots going over Alex's head. Both teams vying for this high ground now.
You can see Alex taking the same route to the enemy team as they did last time, trying to get the high ground. This time, the accretion connects from anyhow. That is going to force their counterpart Sigma back as Kappa comes with the roll through, and they're able to get Maimon out of the fight. Not quite up to that pulse bomb yet. And right now, with DeleteFriend having a little bit of an ult advantage, you think this might be their time to push forward and see if they can take another fight.
Yeah, Maimon is pulling a ton of attention and aggro away from us, especially anyhow here. It just doesn't seem to be able to be capitalized on quite the way that they're hoping.
Now you can see Maimon trying to go down the right-hand side. Bob is going to come out from Sue. That's going to be the engagement tool for DeleteFriend, and they are going to get rid of Pummy on the back of that, and Matrix on the field as well. Kappa once again getting a kill with the roll through. They're able to take down Becky. Alex uses another ultimate. Nice stick coming out though. Kara was not able to catch it with the shield, and G-Force is cleaning up some kills now. Alex is trying to stay alive and not get blown up by these mines.
One by one, doing some mine clearing here. Oh, is Maimon, did they make it out of this? They absolutely do. They make it out with their pulse bomb as well. So Magic 8 Ball coming up to their rally, but that's going to be it. It's be mostly in the neutral here, and Maimon does use the pulse bomb, so it might be rally v rally here for this next fight.
Could be a lot of armor coming up in this next engagement. Sue opting for a bit of a different path this time through, going up on the right-hand side through the house. Pummy's although going to get the first kill. They're going to get rid of Maimon, and that is going to be a good start now for G-Force, as they are going to just stabilize, hold on. They know they have that extra advantage with that pick. They're not going to push the issue too much, even though Kuffa is, as they are wont to do, getting into the back line. Once again, Supercharger comes out from Choose, and that is going to force G-Force to get off their line of sight and try and kite some of this. Unfortunately, a great pull coming out there from Choose is going to spell the end of Pummy, and this payload is moving forward once again with this Supercharger doing so much work. Look at all those assists. Only a little bit left to go for that payload. It's looking like DeleteFriend is going to keep this attack going.
Nice prediction dynamite there from Sue as well. Managing to catch the Ultima kind of on their way by, and another. This has been unbelievable from Sue, just not allowing anyone to really go anywhere or feel comfortable in any way or even play the game.
Yeah, you gotta stop poking on Sue right now. The minute Sue sees your head, they're aiming right for it, and it's really paying dividends for the rest of DeleteFriend. You can see they're pushing forward with some more ultimates with Pulse Bomb coming out there from Ultima. That's not going to claim any victims as Kappa tries to go in for one more pile driver, getting so close to that minefield but not quite building it up just yet, and they're going to go down, so even though they just got it, they can't spend it. And now Alex just cleaning up with the Sigma and the help of Choose on the Orisa. DeleteFriend pushing forward. They're about to have a bunch of ultimates online here. You can see Maimon up to 96% on that tack visor. Going on a bit of a flank here, seeing if they can catch Pummy unawares. Has to hit those headshots quick. Nice play with the Helix Rocket as well. And now that soldier is ulting in the backline. That's going to force out a Transcendence, but that Trans was not able to find Ultima. And this is a great engagement tool now for DeleteFriend. But will it be enough?
This is such a nice flank. Oh, and just cashes Pummy at a perfect moment there. Didn't expect it to bring out the visor. Oh, my Bob. Bob's doing something.
Pummy finding a couple shots of their own. Ultima back in the fight. They're always a threat. And look at the assist coming out from Eugene Zenyatta with those Discord orbs, making sure everyone's taking extra damage. But Sue's not going down without a fight. An absolutely gorgeous headshot onto Ultima.
Doing a nice job of just, getting this little contest consistently here, especially from Ultima, just ticking it off the clock like 1 second at a time.
And now it is up to DeleteFriend to get onto the point. Sue is going to start off by throwing Bob onto the objective. Let the 7th man see if they can get some extra contesting happening. Another dynamite comes out and hits its mark, and that is going to be the curtains for Ultima. Now DeleteFriend pushing forward. They don't have very far to go. They do have to contend with the rally coming out from Kara, getting a lot of extra armor on their allies. And with that, Sue, you can see once again just shooting with this Ash, not really able to be pressured by the members of GeForce, and with that, it allows them so much more value. Window coming out now from Becky, trying to amp up the damage coming through. Anyhow, with the remake kill, and that gets turned around by GeForce. There was no one left to get onto the point for DeleteFriend, and that is going to do it for this attack.
Just stalled out at the end, not enough left in the tank. There was a minefield coming up as well. Wow, GeForce really turning things around. Or sorry, yeah, DeleteFriend really turning things around.
And with that, like, I wouldn't call that one a C9 or anything. There were a lot of people going down in a short amount of time, so didn't really have the perfect amount of tools in the box to get that one done. But nonetheless, it is going to hurt when you get that close, but you're not able to push it through.
Yeah, GeForce just did a really nice job there of just kind of eating up the clock, not even in like really big, like big stands like they would, eat 30 seconds, minute off. But it was just like 1 second at a time. Ultima doing a really nice job, just constantly being on the point, making sure that it wasn't moving forward all the time, because we did see that on Junkertown. Especially on that first point, it just kind of cruised straight through. So not the case here on Blizzard World. Doing a nice job providing that point presence, blinking in, blinking out, using those cooldowns really nicely to just make sure that they weren't getting anything really for free this entire time.
And speaking of not getting anything for free, it's been really a good job from Choose coming out on that Orisa. The Superchargers, just looking through like the highlights we're keeping track of, these Superchargers are doing so much work for Choose.
Yeah, and it's not often you get like excited about a Supercharger. It's not a really exciting looking ultimate, but when Choose uses these, it's a nail biter every time.
Now, anyhow, being the tip of the spear in this fight for GeForce, pushing forward both. Sigma's throwing up the hands, trying to absorb some extra damage as the Immortality Field is spent now from Becky, and that is doing a lot of work keeping their team alive, at least momentarily. It's just not enough for the damage coming in from GeForce, and they are on the warpath right now. A great play at the end with the sticky bombs coming up from Ultima. That's going to call it for the first point. And with that, a blazing start here on GeForce's attack.
Yeah, this is huge. 5.5 minutes to capture. After capturing that first point here, you can see Sue is moved over to that Ash, trying to recreate the same magic that we saw.
And we'll see an Orisa via Orisa now as Katha has also moved over to the Battle Cattle, anyhow trying to move up on this left-hand side. Has to go in a bit more of a fight now with Kappa on that Orisa, just to get a couple different looks coming through on their attack.
Now with Maimon on the Tracer and Ultima on the Echo, so a couple different philosophies here coming into the second point, a little bit more, up in the sky action from Ultima, and just so much neutral damage. On the other hand, it doesn't matter if you get stuck by a pulse bomb, so Maimon making up for all that damage that Ultima was able to put out.
And with that, the defense has once again stabilized. They're good to go. They can wait a little bit, get their breath back, get ready for this next attack coming through, and they're going to want to be ready for it too. There's about to be a lot of ultimates in the bank for GeForce.
Yeah, absolutely stacked here, coming up on 5 ultimates. No defensive ults here on the side of DeleteFriend either, so Becky on the Baptiste, who not going to be able to do really much of anything actually.
And now you can see Alex holding onto the high ground. They know with the Sigma, the high ground is so key. You can get those good firing angles in and really make it rough terrain for the enemy as GeForce is getting ready to come in once again.
Saw the scout come out there from Ultima. They know that they're kind of all bunched up there. I wonder if we're going to see a similar rotation. Oh, man, my bone. They know that they're back there.
ultimates for the Ashes come onto the field. Transcendence is out as well from Eugene, doing a lot of work keeping their team healed up right now. Pummy getting down to half HP, has to get some healing of their own, and they are going to be able to finish off the bomb from Sue. And now the Supercharger on the high ground from Kappa. This can be huge. It's really going to punish the members of DeleteFriend if they're out of position. You can see that happening already. Choose is the first of all victims of that Supercharger. Nice shield coming out there from Alex to keep their Mercy alive as Carr went in for that res, and that is turning this around. What a play coming out. Started with just a great shield from Alex, allowed Carr to get a pretty gutsy res off, and you knew they had that Supercharger in the back pocket. That was the wild card that turned this fight around.
Yeah, Carr does a fantastic job. That res was everything. That completely flipped the fight for them there. They did use all of their ultimates. Sue is coming up to a Bob there, but nothing else left available. Match game ball with the window. Do a little bit of window shopping here, I think, for and there it is.
Coming out with that and Matrix almost immediately, and that is going to force people down onto the low ground so they don't have to get into that extra damage. And once again, Maimon going with that flank over onto the left-hand side, but Eugene's able to punish Becky, get that kill on this Zenyatta. You love seeing the bloodthirsty support. And Sue's going to sneak into the back line, throw down the bomb, get the coach gun off, and that is going to force the Immortality Field coming out from 8-Ball just for themselves. And will it be the right play? It's looking like it might not be here as Choose is back in on the payload, getting just enough healing to stay alive, getting so low, and the pulse bomb is going to claim them. Ultima gets 2 in the end, but it's not going to matter. The payload is going to get in.
Oh, they needed that too. They're going to need, so 3.5, just under 3.5 minutes remaining here. Eugene coming up with the Transcendence. Probably going to hold on to that, I think, for Alex's Gravitic Flux.
That's always a battle to watch. And I mean, if you're a Zenyatta player, you know that is a great ultimate to hold it for. You can negate a lot of damage coming down, but that might open up the doors for Kuffa to throw down another big Supercharger. We've seen a lot of those from both Orissas, and that could really flip this next fight on its ear. Anyhow, with a nice flank over to the left-hand side, they have earned that Gravitic Flux, but Kuffa is going to start the stop. They're going to use the Supercharger first, so that means Alex coming out with the Flux. There is a window. A lot of ultimates being spent here in this fight. It is an absolute Q fiesta right now. There are so many colors on the screen, and Anyhow is coming out on the right side of the kill feed, which in this case is the left side, and getting pushed forward here. This payload getting very close to the end, and this is very winnable for GeForce. They might have the map coming up here in a moment.
This is devastating here for DeleteFriend. All these ultimates used.
That's gonna do it. Pummy was just pummeling people through that amplification matrix, and nobody from DeleteFriend could even get onto the point. It was just damage after damage after damage, and that is going to do it. GeForce is going to take a W in this qualifier.
Unreal play here. I'm actually going to see some Ash play from Pummy here. So we did talk up Sana/Sue quite a bit throughout that match, but yeah, Pummy obviously no slouch there either.
Very much. See, this is why I have AHJA in the room with me, so he can help me out with hitting the right buttons at the right time. But as I was saying, we got our wish there. We got to see a very close match.
Yeah, that was super tight, really back and forth there. We asked for the 3-game map and we got it. So let's hand it back off. I guess we'll go to a quick break actually here while we get ready for the next match.
In the mix.
Yeah, well, too much GeForce for DeleteFriend, I suppose. I mean, let's face it here, Tickety. Did DeleteFriend give that out of hand?
It was interesting because at the start of the match on Ilios there, it looked like, to me at least, it looked like DeleteFriend was taking all the momentum with them and then suddenly just hit a brick wall as soon as we loaded into Lighthouse there. And I think a big part of that was the swap onto the Echo, actually. It looked to me, at first, the ball Tracer Sombra composition that both teams were running was going in favor of our EU squad and DeleteFriend, but then as soon as they swapped it to a slower composition, playing more around an Echo, taking out the Brig, all of a sudden GeForce comes in with, unironically, too much GeForce and hit them smack dab and just started overwhelming and taking control of the series. We saw in Junkertown a switch up in the playstyle on DeleteFriend, swapping into that double shield composition, which they continued for the rest of the match, and really playing more into some of those famous EU tank playstyles I think we've seen in the past, where just really reliant on team synergy and stability over like giant playmaking potential from their DPS and things like that. And they did edge out Junkertown at the end, but then couldn't finish the series out on Blizzard World. So interesting series for sure. Highs and lows for both teams. I really would have liked to see DeleteFriend stick onto the ball composition on a couple points, like maybe on Blizzard World second when they were attacking, for example. I think they could have actually taken a lot of momentum with them, but maybe not super well versed in that matchup and wanting to rely on more stable compositions there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I really like the pace DeleteFriend put in there on Junkertown, but they were like, This match came down to two fights, basically. The fight on Blizzard World, which was just overwhelming from the side of GeForce, and the final fight on Lighthouse potentially. I mean, Ilios last map wasn't as close as it could have been, maybe. But yeah, in the end, GeForce takes the map, and that's, as far as I'm concerned, their fourth win already in this series, and it gives them fair chances into the playoffs, basically. While the
absolutely,
yeah, it's kind of struggling to get the pace going here. But talking about pace, ours is quite high, and I think we're almost good to go into the next match directly. DaBaby plan first. It's Fake Jake on the flex DPS and Serox on the main support. Well-known names as well as Andrew on the main tank to the EU scene. Definitely some names which have been around the Tier 3 scene for quite some time now, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they function in this team. On the other side, we've got Bay State, one of the few collegiate teams we got in here. They got quite some stuff to show here. Apps on the flex supports position has played in T2 the last year, and as well as Infernal, for example, a known name in the Overwatch scene in NA. Looking forward to that match. Again, we're going to play on NA servers with latency. Since we have got an EU team and an NA team, basically. Quickly, run us down. We talked about this before, but for the new viewers, since we got more people from NA coming in now, what does that latency, that ping difference do to you as a team? How does that affect your playstyle?
I mean, the biggest difference is just not being able to play at the same level that you're practicing in. So just being able to notice and adjust to that difference quickly while already in a stressful match setting is everything in a match like this. So also worth noting, Bay State as a collegiate team, they're also competing in a collegiate major this weekend as well. So we mentioned long days for all of these teams, but maybe especially so for Bay State. So they've got a lot on their plate right now. It's going to be a real big mental test, I suppose, to test their fortitude on a long day like this with high ping and things like that. So we'll see how they adjust, we'll see how they adapt to the new conditions, and hopefully see if they can shine in this testing situation.
Absolutely, and Bay State starts into this. They've got 2 wins on their account already, and yeah, the DaBaby clan lost only one matchup. Let me quickly look up against who they lost to. In fact, they lost against, DICE Amplified, obviously the contenders team in this group. So that's a fair loss. You can take that. After all, top two teams move on into the playoffs. And yeah, this is like we're basically halfway through this round robin now, and this is where it gets interesting for most of the teams. We've got some teams who already played 5-6 matches. We've got some who, due to collegiate major as well, already, I just had 2 or 3 matchups basically, but this one definitely an interesting one. It's going to be interesting to see how having to play in 2 tournaments at the same day basically is going to affect the performance of Bay State. And on the other side, the DaBaby clan has quite the high SR average, but let's see how they face up against the collegiate team, who obviously has completely different conditions under which they train and scrim basically, with the support of the college as well. But yeah, I think better than talking about the matchup is actually watching it, and that's why I suggest we give it right back to the cast. AHJA and Newbeat, take it away. The match is all yours.
What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers, and welcome back to the Questline Open. I am Septilence, that is Hot Dog, and I am bamboozled and flabbergasted because we are going to be seeing Bay State versus DaBaby clan. And Hot Dog, this will be my 4th time casting Bay State today.
Really?
But my first time casting them here in the Questline Open. I had a different tournament this morning, and they were tearing it up over there, completely undefeated. So they are coming in hot off of several wins already today.
Yeah, that's a really good advantage to have, coming in hot, warm. But I mean, I think someone mentioned in the last couple of matches, I mean, these tournaments can go very long. I mean, you're playing for, 6-7 hours straight, and having another tournament before this, they could end up being maybe a disadvantage for them. But I think regardless, we're gonna see some good Overwatch play. And I do again want to say I love that tanks. I can't even say it. Tanks, healers, and damage. I like that one. Those are good words.
Yeah,
you say them better than I do.
It's my favorite intro. I think I told you this last time as well. I did not make it up. I saw it on Twitter one time, and I was like, hey, I really like that. And
you got to build the brand. You got to build it.
You've got to stick with it. I am super excited to see these teams coming out right now. DaBaby clan is a team that is a little less well-known than Bay State. Bay State often considered one of the best collegiate programs in the country right now, one of the best collegiate Overwatch teams in the country. So they are definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with today, but who knows? Maybe DaBaby clan is going to give us the biggest upset of all time.
I mean, this really does kind of go to show like how wide of a reach Overwatch can have. We got collegiate players, we got people coming in, just kind of making teams. I mean, I think regardless, we're going to see a very wide range of skills. We've seen some of the early matches seem to be, to a certain degree, a little bit more one-sided, and then last one went down to the third map. So it'll be interesting to see how much of a contender the DaBaby clan is going into this, and looking at these. I'm gonna have to say DaBaby like 50 times without laughing, which I think it's gonna be.
50 feels like a minimum.
Yeah. Man, let's go and look at these rosters. Like you're saying, Bay State looking strong. I'm a little bit less familiar with the collegiate scene, but I mean, the fact that, again, you've seen them in tournament earlier today, I'm sure you've got a pretty good idea of how well they kind of play, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Faded in particular today was on Roadhog almost every map, and every time I was like, uh-oh, I'm a little bit worried. And even on Lijiang Tower, this happened twice, Hot Dog. This happened 2 times. Faded got a quadruple kill with a whole hog. 2 separate times today.
That'll do just fine.
It is just like the opener of all openers, and Faded now, of course, is on Winston, so all that Roadhog talk out the window. But I mean, this is going to be a fascinating situation. This is, to my knowledge, the 3rd time Bay State has played Lijiang in a competitive setting today. So they could be incredibly warmed up, but on the same side, like you said, they could be getting that fatigue. That's got to kick in eventually.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these two compositions too, I mean, honestly, Bay State's already looking a little bit stronger, kind of going into what DaBaby clan's playing. Obviously, they have no idea what they're playing, so it's kind of just guessing and kind of swapping from that. Yeah, lots of chunky damage. A Reaper could just eat right through those tanks, but there we go. First fight starting up.
First fight going in quick. It's going to be DaBaby clan's Andrew getting on point. The opportunity to kind of flag, maybe even looking for some boops if they really want to get cheeky with it early. Getting Bay State down and out is going to be the idea, because it's the approach, it's the aggression that Bay State loves to capitalize on. It's capitalizing on things just like that. You hack a Wrecking Ball, nobody is going to be there to save him. He's in way too deep for that hack to come through and not deal some serious damage. Bay State with a single elim here, Hot Dog. They've guaranteed themselves first point cap.
Yeah, and it's interesting, DaBaby, they didn't even swap from that. Again, Bay State has a lot of players on or characters that can really counter a lot of what DaBaby is running. Now they've got they got a Diva for put pressure on the Pharah. They've got again the Reaper. They got the Sombra. I mean, these tanks are gonna have a lot of hard fights, even trying to get any sort of space in the point.
Yeah, Yeah, space on the point is going to be what DaBaby Clan needs, and as the hack comes through once again onto Shira, it's just an immediate Bay State clutch here. Cave goes in deep with that opportunity to strike, capitalizes off the back of it, and Hybo 6 is taken off next. So already down. Bay State, they've got the numbers, they've already got the eliminations, and now they've guaranteed themselves, who knows, a minimum of 20 more %.
Yeah, you saw those Emmanuel hack coming in on the side of Bay State, making it again hard for the Hog on DaBaby Clan to even get any sort of healing. But as I say that, he does get a pick on the Reaper. That could be the opportunity that DaBaby needs right here.
Let's go. It's going to be a double kill already in favor of DaBaby Clan. Faded has to go all the way in deep, trying to take out Keo. Should be able to with relative ease, but you're already looking at a, 4-for-1 trade? You found the Pharah, but the rest of your team has bitten the bullet here, and it's going to be a great opportunity for DaBaby Clan to flip this point back in their favor. It's all about stalling right now for Bay State, but Faded doesn't even get the chance. Hooked away, Neb finding elimination onto Andrew, immediately going to be traded out by Jake here, and now a barrage from Keo, a desperate attempt to finally get rid of the plague known as Bay State. They are tearing DaBaby Clan apart right now, with DaBaby Clan finally finding themselves back on top of things. They've got a point cap.
I feel like DaBaby, they're just going a little bit too slow here. I mean,
I agree.
They had a great opportunity in Bay State. You'll notice, like in any tournament, the more experienced team, they take advantage of these opportunities, move quickly, make very fast adjustments, and kind of jump on things. Again, kind of speaks to that cohesiveness that Bay State has as being an established team. So DaBaby, they really need to work together to make some magic happen here.
Magic is absolutely going to be the name of the game for DaBaby Clan. They've got
that'll do.
They find a huge elimination, making a double. The support line, blink and you miss it. Bay State support line does not get to play the game. However, it's immediately going to be canceled out by a double from Bay State. However, no supports. Going to make this a tough one, but Cabe has decided nothing is stronger than a Reaper with a left click. Infernal takes out Jake, and all of a sudden, I mean, Bay State winning a fight they absolutely should have lost. That is Keo with their third environmental kill of this fight. Finally going to be going down, but I mean, you did everything you could to try and clutch that one out.
I mean, again, this kind of speaks again, like these teams are good. I think that one of the main issues is they need to work together to make this happen. But as I said, 3 people EMP, this could be a huge opportunity for Bay State to finish this out.
The 3MP can definitely go the extra mile here if they have the opportunity to really capitalize. Neb gets a kill, immediately traded in. Oh, the D-Mac should have booped right in, but Keo is still there to clean it up straight away. Infernal down to DaBaby Clan. This is realistically their last attempt to try and clutch out Lijiang Gardens here. It's going to be a very slow pace. They're going for the slow burn, the eliminations as they come, and they'll be able to flip it back, but Hot Dog, we're in that spot where they cannot make a single mistake here if they want to try to win this stage.
Luckily, I mean, DaBaby, they do have, like, I think a little bit more alts in the bank here. I think if they can play this out, continue to use these alts to put themselves in positions to get more percent, get a nice barrage potentially maybe in this last few fights, it could put them in the winner's seat here for this first round.
Jake sending out a pulse bomb early, unfortunately not a stick. It's going to be an ultimate they may want back as this fight gets closer and closer. However, the pulse bomb with or without it seems like we've got DaBaby Clan in charge for at least a moment. A 2-for-2 trade, so we're looking at a 4v4 lineup. Soaks finds the resurrection, the support line for DaBaby Clan. Back in the swing of things for only a moment. Faded reconfirms the kill, and Keo desperate to find the elimination onto this Winston. Faded in particular just refusing to die for a majority of this. Several situations where this Winston should have gone down, and he lives to tell the tale. Soaks has been eliminated, and Bay State coming back in full swing. They've got the numbers, they've got the damage, and they've got the ultimates. That Primal making an appearance early here. It's going to be a 99-99 situation no matter how their cookie crumbles at the end of it. But DaBaby Clan, they are desperate to make sure they walk away with this first stage win. Bay State, they flipped it over. The wick begins to tick down, and the recontest has to come through. DaBaby, they are playing the long game. They've been playing slow, but right now it has got to be nothing but fast until this stage comes to an end.
Yeah, I mean, right there, I mean, like I was saying, like, if they can get themselves up to get some good ultimates, that could be the difference maker. But it's still so back and forth. Keo was able to get 2 picks here with that barrage, but it is still just so back and forth the entire time. But I think Bay State here might have found the answer. They're kind of eking out this victory here. Each pick they kind of get on the board. And yeah,
Second
there
fight,
it goes.
2 fights in the same game where Cabe just decides to win. We saw 2 times where DaBaby Clan was up in the numbers. On the Reaper, Cabe drops 4. Does it again right at the very end. On the Tracer, drops 3. It was just Bay State. Cabe was like, let's keep it moving. Let's continue moving forward here. A great opportunity for Bay State to win the first stage, but this is far from over. They win 1 stage.
Yeah.
If they lose the second, we're going all the way to the third, and then after that, there's still a minimum of 1 more map. Bay State has got that lead, but I mean, Hot Dog, it literally cannot get closer than 9999.
Yeah, and I'll be honest. I thought, oh man, I've been succumbed to the other guy. The data monster got me. I mean, like I said, these teams are good. I think again, it kind of comes down a bit to the just cohesiveness of the team. How well can they play together to make something happen, make these plays happen? DaBaby clan, they had the picks, they had the potential, they've got the skill. I mean, the Farah got, I think you said like three different picks there to get a huge advantage each fight, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough because they didn't, just capitalize on it. Luckily, they played that last fight really well, kind of, again, focusing on getting those two ultimates out, putting themselves in positions to get the Farah be able to get more damage on the board, but it just wasn't enough at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was close, but close only counting, unfortunately, in horseshoes and hand grenades. And now we have had a pause of some variety. I don't know if somebody had to reset, maybe an emergency bathroom break, who knows. But we'll figure out in just a couple of minutes. We're going to be waiting to kind of hear on what comes next. So, of course, there's the opportunity of Night Market as well as Control Center. And those two maps, I mean, there are no two maps in the game that call for more polar opposite team comps, I think, than Control Center and Night Market. It is all about synergy, like you said, and composition. So it really comes down to the next stage on how successful these teams are going to be.
Yeah, we have an EU internet. I think I might be having an EU internet moment too in Indiana. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. I'm gonna have a nice slideshow of my face. Hope that's all right with you guys at home. But yeah, I mean, this is already, again, like you said, a very even match, and like you said, these two maps are going to have two different types of compositions being played, or there's a lot of, because again, there's just so different. So again, I mean, this whole tournament, we've seen a lot of double shield. We've seen, hamster hog, which again, I was surprised they got as much success as they did with that. Maybe they probably practiced that strategy for a while, but there's a lot of versatility for these tank comps that they can choose here.
Absolutely, the tanks can really go the extra mile. And Symmetra feels likely, no matter what the next stage is going to be, because of course they use her to TP on Night Market up and through the window, and then we see her a little bit more in Control Center on the defensive side. Her ultimate really goes the extra mile, and it can keep teams alive in very tough situations on Control Center. It's going to be all about the comfortability of, can we play a Symmetra, and then if we can, how well can we capitalize off the back of it. I'm just eager to jump back into this. I've been looking forward to this all weekend. I'm very excited to see what these teams are bringing out. We've got Bay State and DaBaby Clan. I think we've got another best of 3 after this. This is just going to be a very fun day, and I hope we don't have too many EU internet moments, but sometimes that feels like a bit of
It happens. It happens to the best of us, man. It happens to the best of us. I'll say, I swapped my work schedule for this. I made time. That's how pumped I was. We gotta, because I think people were saying, this is gonna be one of the last kind of bigger tournaments on Overwatch 1 as we go into Overwatch 2. So I think a lot of these teams are gonna try and make like one last final statement, one last hoorah here as we go into 5v5 different style of Overwatch here.
Yeah, that is actually, I can't believe I haven't thought of that. I haven't talked about that at all. Yeah, this is really one of the last larger, kind of higher tier Overwatch 1 tournaments. This is really going to be, like you said, time for a lot of teams, a lot of players to make some real statements about how far they can truly go in this game. We're going to be going into Control Center next, and Cabe locking in my favorite lad in the game, that Junkrat, making an appearance early, and that, in my opinion, is going to give Bay State a very aggressive leg up in the primary fight. It's going to be in this close quarters corridor, and I think that Bay State, even a half-decent grenade, can really deal a lot of damage and force DaBaby Clan onto a defensive foot.
Yeah, and Andrew hearing me looking for a way to just get in here and break up this this very brawly comp that Bay State has walked out on. And now they're in a weird spot. That is a great pick there, right? That's a great opportunity for them to make their first kind of move on this point.
I talked about how excited I was for Cave and the Junkrat, and of course he gets environmentally killed at the beginning of the fight. A classic lineup here for the Bay State, but Faded finding an elimination onto Fake Jig. That could be the opening they need. We're looking at a 5-4 right now in favor of DaBaby Clan. Abs is going to be respawning, and now as Neb goes down, there are no supports on the side of Bay State. It's going to be a huge issue. Neb gone, Depresso gone, Inferno losing the mech, and Bay State might be able to do a little bit of damage, but they're definitely going to have to pass this point over.
Yeah, and again, a few of these just small micro plays that the DaBaby Clan is making. Again, I'm really impressed with how well they're able to make these individual skill moments. Again, I think it's like a broken record. Kind of pull it all together, make it one big kind of mass, one big team. But I mean, all the very aware of the situation with these cooldowns, kind of just again putting pressure where they need to on Bay State. Yeah, they're looking a little bit cleaner here, I think, on this map than the previous.
Without a doubt, I could not agree with you more. And right now, they're in a really good position to cycle these ultimates. It's going to be all about team communication on who's ulting and who isn't, because if DaBaby Clan overextends with their ults, they'll win one fight, but then almost guaranteed lose the next. It's the minefield coming up from Andro. Depresso traded out for Timo. It's a good it's a good opportunity for Bay State to capitalize, right? The Ana is gone. That's so much damage. That's the Nano off the table. You can really start to feel comfortable. But as I say that, Cave is going to be eliminated. We see Andrew with that kill. Keo taking out Faded. And all of a sudden, a fight fated for Bay State to win is going to be in DaBaby Clan's favor.
Yeah, they set that up really well. I mean, the lamp came out immediately as the flux went down, and they were able to save a lot of the team members on there. They even invested the window, but it wasn't enough. So now they're coming into this fight. They've got a Diva Bomb coming up, Pulse Bomb, and a beat. And even that, I mean, I'm not sure it's going to be enough to really wrest control this point. Make it into more percentage for Bay State here. It's going to be a bit of an uphill battle.
Uphill battle is probably the best way to put it here, Hot Dog. It's going to be a really tough situation for Bay State to win. Now, Depresso fades out a shield bash, completely blindside Soaks, pulls them out of the fight for just a moment, but it's Nev who comes through with a double environmental kill, one shy of the achievement that I'm sure this lad already has. Nobody loves environmental kills like Nev. He might be looking for a fourth one here if he's lucky, but instead he's going to be eating that dynamite, and it looks like Keo is going to be eating his way to the spawn room. A quadruple boop kill from Nev across the board. Now we're looking at a complete mirror of what we saw on Gardens. Bay State cannot afford to have a single mistake where they have to pass this stage over.
Yeah, Neb, again, great awareness, of being aware, like you were kind of mentioning, he loves environmental kills. He knows where to set himself up, where the other team is going to be pushing in. And he did kind of have a great situation pop in front of them. They're all clustered around that Mega. But, man, really good job taking advantage of that and walking in. And that's a great hack right there.
I'm amazed that hack got off. I mean, that was just amazing. Truly just right in the swing of things. Cave already 11% away from the EMP. EMP, one of my favorite ultimates in the game. Such a positive space maker for a team in a defensive hold like this one. That's going to be a 4-man EMP coming out early. Can they capitalize off the back? Keo instead takes out Abs. Shira going to be taken out by Cave. We're looking at a 5-5 lineup once again, but Andrew's minefield could save the day. The D-Mech, the bomb, everybody's favorite aim bomb, really putting in the work. Neb goes down. Infernal not far behind, and DaBaby Clan, they are mere seconds away from being able to capitalize and win the second stage, taking us all the way to Night Market.
Yeah, I don't even know if Bay State's going to be able to touch. No, they should be able to. Looks like they've got a monkey coming in, hopefully to at least, say hello to the point. And, I mean, DaBaby, they're looking really strongly. They've got a nano boost. They can walk in and really make this kind of, again, go to map 3 here. Or round 3, rather.
Faded had the opportunity to take Keo out, but instead had to recontest, had to touch. There was a sole survivor from Bay State, and poor Keo just trying to stay on the stage, pulling Faded out for so long. Somehow, Bay State has really restabilized the point. Faded goes down. That's going to flip it against them. That leap onto Keo did quite a number there in the health department. A huge opportunity for DaBaby Clan to take us all the way to that third and final stage, and I would love to see it happen, Hot Dog. I am all about as much Overwatch as we can get today. Depresso has that pulse bomb at the ready, but the recall. The half a second that Depresso was not in existence was long enough for the Wicks to burn down, and DaBaby Clan to tie things up here on Li Zhang.
I want to point out, because I don't know kind of the skill level kind of range of people that are watching, but as you get into more like higher tier Overwatch, you'll notice that the name of the game a lot of times is just to get these cooldowns out. You'll see Tracer trying to harass the Brig, just try and get that shield bash out so they know they're safe to actually put pressure on. So one thing to really note it or watch as you're kind of watching this is kind of where they're setting up to again get value out of getting these cooldowns out. And I think really Bay State's doing a really good job of that. You'll see that Soaks was kind of missed some shield bashes there, able to get again advantage that way. But yeah, when it comes down to this last round to see who gets to this point.
Yeah, both teams choosing to use the Civ TP directly out of spawn. Nobody wants to lock on the Symmetra. They use it only for the temporary teleport. Depresso with that first blood and an impactful one at that. Keo, that primary damage dealer, taken out before they even get to fire the gun. A 4v3, or excuse me, 6v3. Oh my goodness. Okay, it's just a bloodbath here.
6v0. Let's just make it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna keep trying to keep track. I'm gonna lose it. But Bay State, yeah, I mean a 6v0 at the beginning. Cave taken out by a good headshot from Keo. Plenty of time to return, but Bay State probably gonna have to take this next fight down one.
Yeah, again, like you'll notice, man, Bay State is really ahead in terms of ultimates. The support line, they're gonna be able to kind of do anything they want in this fight. They have so much sustain as this fight starts out right now.
Oh, Neb. I mean, Soaks right now really not missing these whip shots. Several onto Depresso last stage, and now one onto Neb very early on. Lucio gone. That's the speed boost gone. Any hope of a beat in the near future gone. Inferno losing the back. Abs is gone. The support line from Bay State always taken out first. Great target focus from DaBaby clan every round. It is just Neb and Abs biting that bullet early. Fake Jake takes out Faded, and DaBaby clan going to be able to cap it pretty quickly here. This is the first time we're seeing a team counter cap, and there's not already 99 on the board.
Yeah, I just want to say, I mean, Bay State, they had that. I think if the Moira hadn't died, they might have won that fight. You'll notice Abs died with their coalescence ready. Obviously, it's kind of, it's kind of hard to know what sort of advantage that would have had for it, but obviously, it would have been great to have that much more healing. Now, Bay State, they are very strong with ultimates, but so is DaBaby clan. They have 6 ultimates on the board, both teams basically. Oh, take that at 5. That'll do.
What a dive, though. What great coordination then for Infernal to eat the pulse bomb from Fake Jake as well. Very few ways to collapse on a team faster than that. What a great opening for Bay State. Now it's Shira trying to find that Sombra off stage. Could you imagine if the hack landed 1 second earlier, he would have dropped into the death zone himself. What a play, though. Bay State truly had a great opportunity there, and DaBaby clan, they capitalized. They adapted quick like lightning, and they were able to find themselves on the win of the fight. I mean, that is shocking.
I kind of like this look more. I mean, again, they were, Shire was able to, run the hog in the first round, but man, this hard, heavy dive team, I feel like Bay State's kind of not quite sure what to do with that. They've got mobility to avoid these dives, but they're just not executing. They're getting caught out here.
Yeah, not the proper execution that we would like to see. A really good start from Bay State's dive, and then it kind of just fell apart. The damage was heavier on the side of DaBaby clan. They knew that, and they ran with it. Now we see Keo already going down, a huge opportunity, but oh no. Oh, if that gets anybody, it could spell disaster, but instead it is Soaks, that whip shot wizard, taking out Cave early on once again. Andrew going to be booped away by Neb, and Inferno losing the back could be the deciding factor here. I'm looking out for Fake Jake's pulse spot because it could spell disaster. There it is, and it's going to be Faded, who bites the bullet because of it. A huge opportunity for DaBaby clan to walk away victorious here on Lijiang Tower. Bay State, I think you're right, Hot Dog. This comp just really not working well for them when they need it to most.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, right? Bay State had so much mobility. They should hope to theoretically be able to avoid some of these hard dives, but they're just walking in, putting so much great target focus down. And as I'm talking, I mean, this is looking like the last fight here. A hack does go on to the Andrew there on the ball, and it might get pretty close to the end, but man, it's going to have to really make a miracle here to make this this point go to a Bay State.
The EMP could very well be a miracle, but it only hit Soaks. You needed at least 2 or 3 to make that EMP worth it. The capitalization hardly gets Soaks killed. We're going to see both supports down now. That is the miracle Bay State possibly needed. Faded takes out Shira. It's now a 6v3, 6v2. It is up to the DPS to try and save the day, but it's 99%, so there's no point in stalling. You're going to have to flip this point back over and pray you can win on the next fight.
Yeah, I mean, Depresso, they're doing a lot of work just with kind of getting Emmanuel hack on the team there and getting just sowing discord in the backline. But unfortunately, these EMPs have not been as effective this round. They've gotten, I think that Brig has gotten hit solo EMP'd at least twice that I remember. I mean, that again, a great solo hack, and that again, that's a great way to start the fight. But you got to keep this consistency going on every single fight, and great EMP or a pulse. That'll do.
That ate the beat, Hot Dog. Neb just dropped the beat. He didn't get to touch the ground. Oh, that disastrous. That is exactly what DaBaby clan needed, and that is just a luck of the draw. That is just throwing the pulse bomb at the right time. The beat was already happening, and it just hit right place, right time. Bay State, unfortunately, not able to really find the value they needed. Neb gone, Faded next to go.
Well, there's the 5.
A 5-man EMP, but you just don't have the damage at this point. You just don't have the numbers to really turn this around. That is close as close could be, but close, unfortunately, only counting in hand horse and shoe grenades.
Yeah, dollar short, day late, unfortunately, for Bay State with that EMP. I mean, again, like there's a lot of great cohesiveness on this team as the point goes 1-0 to DaBaby clan. But again, they've got to keep the pressure on. They've got to be consistent with these plays, because they have the potential to make these huge EMPs, or again, individual plays here to be the difference maker. But you got to do it every single fight.
Absolutely. This was a good fight for Bay State. This was them arguably at their prime here on Lijiang Tower. And I say them, but it was Neb who drops 4 in a single fight, 3 of them off the map. And we're not going to see that Ash because it did take a little bit longer. But still, I mean, a great showing, a super close matchup. And I'm eager, like I said, during Control Center, I just want to get as much Overwatch as possible. I just want to see these teams go toe-to-toe, tooth and nail, all the way to the bitter end. Bay State, they fall 1-0, but this is a best of 3. They're down, but they are certainly not out yet.
mean, this again kind of goes back to what I was saying before about DaBaby Clan. They have a lot of individual talent, a lot of great situational awareness of
Right.
knowing when to, try and force these ultimates, again, be aggressive and dive. So again, I mean, I'll be honest. At the beginning of this map, kind of we were talking about how well Bay State have been playing. I was a little bit unsure of how good their competitor would be, but I think DaBaby Clan have given them a real fight for this this whole match here.
Yeah. No doubt. At the beginning of stage 1, in particular, back on Gardens, we talked about the pace that DaBaby Clan was bringing to the table. They were playing really slow, notably so, to the point where it was almost all we could talk about because they were struggling to approach by any means. But at some point toward the second half of Gardens, they realized we are giving them way too much respect right now. We need to hold W. We need to get into the fight. And then after that, DaBaby Clan really just did a great job constantly keeping Bay State on edge, and then eventually taking Lijiang over them, taking Night Market in the most convincing fashion so far, Night Market being the only stage that wasn't a 99-99.
Yeah, I think, it kind of goes to speak, at least in contrast with seasons past. I feel like the game right now is about as good of a feeling game as you can play. Because I mean, the different comps can be played as long as you execute them well and work together. That's all you really need. And the first map, Goat's era, you're kind of be stuck to a specific comp for most of the match. But you'll notice, I mean, they start on that hawk and they realize, hey, this wasn't working, so they swapped it off, and immediately again they went full dive or more aggressive dive, and they were able to catch a lot of these players out on Bay State, which again I'm surprised by, because I felt like they had a lot of mobility, a lot of ability to peel for themselves, get out of harm's way, but it just was not quite working out for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was very close, but unfortunately they just were not able to find the appropriate lineups. And I think the peel in particular was what they really struggled with. I made comment on it during Night Market that almost every fight Bay State lost was because their supports got folded like lawn chairs. Immediately the supports were the first two to go down, and then to win a fight in a 4v6 with your entire support line missing is not only difficult, it is very often impossible. So I think DaBaby Clan just had very good focus, they had very good targeting, they knew exactly who to go after, and Bay State was never really able to kind of adapt fast enough.
Yeah, I mean, even going back to Goats, I mean, target focus has always been the name of the game. If the team that's able to put enough damage on one person or stress the support line where they have to invest those resources elsewhere, that's usually the team that's going to win those fights. So, man, I think Bay State needs to look at their strategy, figure out what the issue is. But again, I think these chunky tanks going on the back line. They need to figure out a way to nullify that effectively and consistently with an espresso on Sombra, because that's a great pick. Again, first round, I was like, hey, they're gonna get clobbered. Again, it was much closer than I thought it would be. Like they're gonna be destroyed with the Reaper and Sombra, but it just wasn't as much of a difference maker, I think, when they needed it to be.
The EMP is so often how I kind of critique Sombra players is how fast they're charging an EMP, right? And Depresso was putting those things out like they were free. We saw several EMPs through majority of Lijiang Tower, but I then definitely have to kind of walk away from that idea a little bit and focus on how impactful the EMPs were. We saw that poor Brig on the side of DaBaby Clan get so low EMP'd at least 4 times through all of Lijiang Tower. I mean, it was very... And solo EMPing the Brig is not a bad idea, but when you're the only person that can shoot at her, Sombra's only doing 6 damage per headshot. You are not killing a Brig in a 1v1 fast enough to make that EMP worth it. I think if Bay State can focus on those EMPs a little bit more, getting even 2 people, 3, it would be ideal. Any more than that is just spectacular, but I think just focusing more on quantity could go a long way with those EMPs.
Yeah, because I mean, and then you can kind of make playing devil's argument here. You might say that DaBaby Clan they're doing a really good job of keeping the Sombra away from the rest of the team, which you can make that argument. However, I think with how consistently I think those EMPs were engaged on, they kind of weird angles, just getting the Brig. I'm more on the side of an Espresso, maybe needing to tighten it up here. But I think we have some subs potentially as we go into Havana. Always a fun map.
The message we got was pretty ambiguous about subs. So we think there are some, but we weren't exactly told who they were, so we're all going to find out together. Either way, this is going to be a very fascinating matchup. We've got Mekon from Bay State subbing in instead of Neb, actually, which is fascinating.
They also, it looks like they dropped an Espresso for Forgotten, which, I mean, I think a lot of that might just be, hit scan, right? I mean, this whole map is sight lines galore. This first point, the first 50 meters is if you're looking at a Widow or looking at a hit scan, you're gonna have a But you're gonna have a bad time, bud. You're gonna have a real bad time.
Absolutely. This is going to be a very exciting thing to see because I want to keep an eye out. Is Bay State, and also DaBaby Clem when it's their turn, are we going to get what I always refer to as the Havana hold? Because this is the map that really made it popular, where you go all the way up to spawn door and you just hang out there as long as you can. It's never the idea to, you know, oh, we're going to spawn hold for 4 minutes. If you do, I'll be flabbergasted. But it's all about, you know, stalling for as long as possible. Yeah, this is an EU internet moment.
Do we have another EU gaming moment? Oh, unfortunate. But I do like this look. I mean, I feel weird talking about goats. Maybe getting sentimental for Overwatch, Overwatch 1. But I always really like big brawly comps. I'm excited to see what Bay State can do. You know, getting that first hold. However, I mean, DaBaby Clan they've been favoring that ball. I don't think Andrew has swapped off once, which is always a bit of a thorn in the side for these comps that focus on just kind of putting a bunch of resources, pulling them all in one spot here.
Right.
But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how effective Bay State can be here as this round starts out.
I definitely want to look to see if Keo sticks to this Widow for very long. All right, that answers that. Never mind.
Right, I think he's going to swap.
I was going to say, it's going to be hard to play Widow that close, but it seems like Keo was about 35 steps ahead of me on that one, immediately swapping onto the Pharah, which I think definitely works well. They've got the Farmer. She can really use the triangular roof angles to kind of play up close and personal without putting herself at risk. Mekon there, taking out Andrew early, and that's going to be enough space has been made. Bay State has, kind of sort of won the fight, but it's going to be Fake Jake diving deep into the back line. Forgotten is not going to be forgotten. Actually, the first one falling on the side of Bay State. Every elim is important for DaBaby Clan, right? If they don't win this fight, that's okay, because the next one's a 5v6, and then they can kind of slowly but surely break down the numbers. Faded now is going to find an elimination, but I think we're in that scenario where the damage has really been done. Infernal finds Soaks, Mekon gone, Infernal gone, and Shira committing a shatter, which not necessary, but honestly, I don't think that's going to hurt you too bad in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm kind of distracted again by the nice, the swap back. Let's go, Keo. I want to see some headshots here. I just want to highlight DaBaby Clan. They've really favored the wrecking ball here.
Yeah.
See with Andrew on that, and Shira, I think the swap to Reinhardt was awesome. Being able to, again, put pressure on that front line, walk into them, stress the back line so they can't put as much resources on that front line. Now, again, we're going back to that very aggressive dive here. They don't have as much peel, Bay State, not having the break, so I think they're going to be a little bit more vulnerable to this heavy dive.
And it should be pretty easy for DaBaby Clan to kind of fade out the Immortality field, and then Baptiste is just right for the pick-in, right? It's important to take him out very early on. Keo finding Forgotten, Mekon already gone, and this fight practically over before it can even begin. Hot Dog, DaBaby Clan finding two insanely important healings, and that goes back to the point I made between maps. Every time DaBaby Clan dives, it's the support line, immediately obliterated, and I think we just need to see more peel from Bay State. They need to be protecting these supports a little bit more, because you are never going to win a 4v6, especially when your supports are the two missing.
Yeah, it'll be a bit tough, shall we say, to make that happen. And they're just walking it in at 420 on there, and a nice headshot there from Keo. And now Cass is trying to equalize that. I don't think it's going to be enough here. Maybe it will. We'll see how this fight rolls out here.
I'm not super familiar with Forgotten's hero pool, but I don't think I'd mind seeing them on something else. I just feel like they're really struggling to even look at Keo without having their head taken off their shoulders. So I think somebody else could really go a long way. Now Keo's been taken out of the fight. Forgotten can get their bearings, get back into the fight a little bit. And it's actually Cave, absolute mad lad right now, hitting right clicks like a maniac, able to find a double kill onto the DPS lineup of DaBaby Clan. 3:40 on the clock. I think Bay State has a very good opportunity to just absolutely burn down this timer.
Yeah, I agree about Forgotten maybe swapping off here, again, without knowing his hero pool.
Right.
But I will say Cave has been very aggressive, or very successful with this May. Between walls, freezing where they need to be, and again, getting those headshots, his right click when they need to, and that's a fat one.
Oh man, that's certainly
maybe
an
not.
ultimate. An ultimate was used there, Hot Dog.
That it was.
That much I'm sure of. It got caught on like the corner of the wall and went absolutely nowhere, but it's still going to be a good cleanup coming out from DaBaby Clan. Maybe using a few more ultimates than they wanted. I mean, they've got 0 left now. Andrew should be able to get that minefield relatively soon. Right now, we're talking about Forgotten. We're a little bit worried about this Cassidy, right? We know they're rooting and tooting, but they haven't really been ready for shooting quite yet. This high noon is going to have to be massive.
But how do you set yourself up for that? I mean, maybe get internal and infernal rather than faded in position to block for him, but then you have this weird, they don't not really any shield for the front line.
Right,
so you're in this weird position where you have to set up the McCree or the Cassie rather, excuse me, to have a great ultimate. You kind of lose the fight, and yeah, doesn't get anyone.
So they go for the expected play there. The Amp Matrix into High Noon, so it closes a little faster, does a little bit more damage. You all know the drill with that one, but unfortunately, like you said, it doesn't find squat. It is going to be a really unfortunate circumstance for Bay State right now. There's a good opening, though, one they definitely needed. Faded takes out Fake Jake early on, and Keo trying to find some shots, but taking a headshot of their own, down to 35 HP, just barely, not quite yet able to make it out. Forgotten going for a couple of peppering shots. Still, though, the Widowmaker back up into full HP. Andrew committing a minefield early. Shiro's mech going to be down in the blink of an eye, and now it is up to Keo to really kind of make some space for the team once again. This turret giving Keo a run for their money, pulling full focus, and the shield goes up, making it even harder for Keo to peek right now.
Yeah, this is kind of a weird fight. But as I say that, DaBaby Clan gets 3 picks. The support line able to walk in and get the damage they need to, and it looks like they were able to clean it up. Like as I was talking, it felt like the DaBaby Clan were kind of not resetting. I felt it was kind of weird. Right. They kept kind of walking in. But I mean, that worked out really well. They were able to walk in like we've been talking about the whole time, be aggressive, focus the fire on where they need to, and then win the fight.
Yeah, if only Bay State had done that 20 seconds ago, this could be a very different story. Better late than never.
Where is it? We need that now.
Yeah, and Cave right now playing Torb, full blown. This is anti-Widowmaker. There is no other reason for Cave to be on the Torbjorn right now, but Keo was getting too much value. They needed to kind of cancel her out a little bit, not Widowmaker, and I think this is going to be a great way to do it. That could be, no, it will be a massive bomb there. Hot Dog Ab's going to be falling in.
Well, that was all Andrew. Like, yeah, that was a great boop out. That was amazing.
Andrew trying to be the hero, but might be taken out. I think we're really watching the battle of the peel right now. Bay State, I think their biggest weakness is their inability to consistently peel, where DaBaby Clan is the exact opposite. Peeling might be their best asset as a team.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I mean, DaBaby Clan, they've been able to use mobility that they have much more effectively than Bay State had on Lijiang, and definitely on this one. And a good pick by Forgotten. Great swap, I think, to the Widow. Maybe a little bit too late, unfortunately, but it's back and forth. I think Bay State might be able to get a stall here.
Stall could be huge for Bay State.
Yeah,
now,
looks like it.
Havana third is a point relatively notorious for being difficult to cap. For a team to even make it as far as they have is very impressive. I feel like this is a map where we are very often stalled out around that first point, if we're lucky the second point. But this is really all the way down to the third and final. This is going to be Bay State, like you said, kind of their final moment to shine. This is their opportunity to try to prevent DaBaby Clan from getting a 2-0 with relative ease.
You're exactly right. And now with the sides, they really can't do a whole lot more except kind of stare at each other, hoping maybe get a. Oh no, doesn't get anyone. So another fight's gonna start out here. DaBaby Clan launches in, doesn't get anyone with that pulse bomb. That could be the one opportunity they had, as Bay State is looking very good with these ultimates here.
Bay State, they've got the ults. The question is, Hot Dog, how well can they use them? Okay, I guess we're about to find out. Molten Core coming out real early. The fight I thought was practically over, but instead it's going to be just beginning. Faded, hardly an overextension. Andrew Knox faded out of position. A great opportunity for DaBaby Clan to collapse and scratch the DaBaby Clan comment. It's just Keo collapsing. A triple kill already, taking out Abs early on. Now it's going to be a stall. It's the story of the stall. You're already below a minute. Can you get them all the way down to that 0 seconds?
Yeah, I feel like I've eaten my words so many times this
both.
series with DaBaby. I mean, they've been aggressive where I'm like, man, I don't know about this, but maybe that's what's kind of catching Bay State off guard. They're investing these ultimates when they might normally not have teams invest ultimates. They don't quite know how to react. I'm saying that DaBaby Clan, sea of red in there. And it looks like first round is going to be going to DaBaby Clan here.
First round going to DaBaby Clan, 12 seconds left on the clock, and 12 seconds may not be a lot of time, but as we kind of talked about earlier, I feel we very rarely see the end of Havana to begin with, so it's pretty great to see a team go all the way to that 3rd point cap. Now Bay State, I mean, a win condition has a win condition has really yet to be set for them. This is difficult because best case scenario, they also cap 3rd, and then we go into additional rounds. So they are quite a distance away from a win condition right here, right now. It's going to be DaBaby Clan's map to win. It's all about how strong can their defense be. We have seen teams get stalled on that first point probably thousands of times at this point. And if DaBaby Clan can stall out Bay State, this will be a very quick 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I want to go back to your comment about Battle of the Peel, because obviously playing defense on any map, especially like hybrid or 2CP, payload, it's going to be much different than attack, because you're going to be able to set the aggression, set the tempo for every single fight, because you're unless the other team's being very aggressive with this hold, gonna be able to just walk in and kind of do whatever you want, catch them off guard, keep on just kind of, dominoes falling over as they walk it into the point. So it's gonna be interesting to see how the clan kind of looks at their strategy here. It looks like they're gonna be pretty much playing the same sort of style of composition, actually the same comp, minus I think nope, that's the exact same comp. So it'll be interesting to see how they utilize this on this defense versus the attack.
Gabe currently hesitating on who they kind of want to choose to bring to the table. I think there's definitely consideration. Do we bring that May back out? I feel like that May was really
there she is.
Yeah, Gabe. Okay, she's going to be making an appearance early. The DaBaby clan, I've got to say, I'm fascinated to see they're not going for what I was calling the Havana hold earlier. I feel like teams at this caliber, at this level, tend to bring that out very often, but instead, the DaBaby clan's going to give up essentially the first corner for free. A lot of good space for Bay State, but what can they do with that space afterward? This is a collegiate team really trying to prove their worth here. This is a team that I consider one of the best collegiate programs in the country right now, and the DaBaby clan is putting them to work.
Yeah, I think Forgotten on Cassie right now is much better than, again, on the defense. Because, you're in a much better position to hide behind this Reinhardt and put damage where it needs to. And Keo on Widow is going to be a very valid threat to keep in mind. And they're going to have to really make sure they play behind that Rein shield, and D.Va puts enough pressure on them. But this is looking good for Bay State. They're getting some great distance on this payload as they walk into the first point here with some great time on the clock.
Yeah, they've got, only a minute off the clock at this point. The DaBaby clan was just making it out of spawn. That really goes to show the effectiveness of that Havana hold. It's just really some great stall potential. It's all about burning every second down that you possibly can. Bay State now in a really shaky fight, a very mild spawn advantage, I'd say, in terms of defense, but I'm not sure Bay State's really going to walk away with this fight with a loss. We see Faded already 20% away from that Earth Shatter, an insanely impactful ultimate, especially with that newer change where it does, 250 damage if you're within like 5 meters. Something absurd like that. Faded definitely looking for that Shatter. I think that Shatter is the ultimate to seal the deal. That is the technical win condition for this first fight.
Yeah, you can see him setting up, trying to get on the side of these tanks, and Deadeye comes in, doesn't get anyone as Cave does find Fake Jake. I mean, that could be a great opportunity for them, and 2 picks. Forgotten coming alive on this cast pick. Again, this is a much better pick on attack for them, I really think. And that's going to be the fight win there, I think.
Yeah, the Shatter didn't make the waves I necessarily wanted, but it made enough space for the team to capitalize, and that's all that matters. Only half the time bank gone now. Bay State looking a little bit more like Bay State, putting themselves back on top of things, trying to find that second point. If they get to the second, at that point, I'll be pretty confident they can take the third and at least force extra rounds. But the DaBaby clan, they are clearly an incredible team, so we're going to have to wait and see if they make any swaps, which they've already made a couple, and how well these swaps can really work out for them.
And Bay State, coming into that first point, had a nice time make of 4 minutes and 20 seconds. So that's going to be, again, kind of similar to DaBaby clan's push into their own first point. So kind of even in terms of, how their success is on these pushes. But, man, Bay State's, they're kind of coming alive here. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, definitely. We've got to talk, again, Bay State's been playing in a collegiate tournament all day today. This could be a little bit of that fatigue finally wearing off. They could finally be warming up a little bit more, but it's Fake Jake taking out Abs early. Me kind of has to drop the beat in an attempt to keep the team alive, but the next elimination still may be against Bay State. The DaBaby clan, Andrew, what a deep minefield, and it is a productive one, hot dog. Gabe is going to be taken out by that minefield. That single elimination is enough to really flip momentum back in favor of the DaBaby clan.
Yeah, really good job. Bay State, unfortunately, wasn't able to get a whole lot of value out of Mikan's barrier. I think only like 2 people got it. So, unfortunately, a little bit of a waste, I think, on that regard. But the DaBaby clan was able to get some great usage out of that minefield. But they able to get another pick here. It's just so back and forth. These teams really are playing well into each other when they kind of, all focus up and make it happen. And I'm talking 2 picks. The DaBaby clan, I think, are going to win this fight.
It just feels like a battle royale at this point. We've got so many 1v1s happening. It's just who is coming out on top of them. Like you said, DaBaby clan, they've got the numbers like never before here on second point Havana. It was really just neck and neck, back and forth, and Faded dumping in that Earth Shatter. I'm not particularly fond of the choice, but if it works out even half decent, which it looks like it may be for Bay State, then it's absolutely worth it at the end of the day. Andrew takes out Mikan, who already has another beat, by the way. I want to highlight that a little bit. That was about a minute, and there's a full another beat online. A huge opportunity for Bay State to succeed, perhaps in the next fight. I think the DaBaby clan is finally going to be winning this one.
Yeah, I like that little stare down between Faded and Andrew. Just like we're here. We know what's gonna happen. Just let it happen. Just die, Faded. Reset though coming in, Forgotten coming in again on that Deadeye on Cassidy. Bay State are looking strong here. They do swap actually to the ball, which I think is a good pick. The Reinhardt's having a hard time just kind of not being knocked around, so being able to kind of lean into the mobility is a good idea. But as we saw in Lijiang, they really need to use that effectively and actually get value out of this mobility. They need to be able to peel, stay alive. And the heels are going to have like a little bit of a hard time getting on them with so much movement on the ball.
I'm also just thinking about crowd control on the side of the DaBaby clan. They've got the shield bash, they've got the sleep dart, they've got the coach gun, which isn't technically safe. You get what I mean. It disrupts movement, and that's kind of what Bay State's Faded is looking for. They're looking to be in the back line, be that general nuisance, and if you're pulling even one person's attention, you're arguably doing your job. They're on the wrecking ball, forgotten going up and over. Oh, I love the high noon cancel, trying to hit that double fan, but unfortunately Andrew makes it out with their life. Soaks takes out Keo and everybody's favorite aim Bob, putting it to work. Mekon goes down, and Forgotten actually going to be taken out by the very wrecking ball. He failed to destroy moments ago. The double melee hot dog. Oh, you love it and you hate it, but that is Andrew just doing Andrew things at this point. This wrecking ball.
I like to imagine he just I like to imagine he just did like kind of like a slap across the two faces at once, just kind of. You know, I
always like to think that Hammond does the slapping, not the ball. I like to think that Hammond hits the melee.
Probably could. Yeah, you know what? I like that. You know, I'm going to lean into that.
That's my personal canon, is that Hammond himself hits the melees, not the actual wrecking ball.
But yeah, I mean, I think I think I've said it like a broken record. I mean, DaBaby Clan has been really good about taking advantage when they need to. And I think even on these defensive holds, Bay State's trying to match that tempo. You saw, again, Bay State, I've forgotten, trying to use that Deadeye reset to get the double fan. And it didn't work. I mean, it was a great effort. That was, I think, really good heads-up gameplay. But the Clan is just being so consistently just gas all the way down, just kind of going as hard as possible, that it's tough for Bay State to keep up. This is I think anyone can say this is a much different style of gameplay than Bay State is probably used to, honestly.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And it's so fascinating because Bay State, almost every fight we've seen, it comes down to a single elimination that really flips the fight on its head. We're seeing essentially the escort version of 99 to 99 in every single fight. And we see Bay State incredibly close, but close is only counting in hand, horse, and grenade shoes. So it's super important that Bay State finds themselves on top of these fights. And adaptability seems to be the name of the game for DaBaby Clan. They have changed heroes. Everybody except Andrew, I think, has played more than one hero. And they have been so consistent with whoever they're playing. Bay State tries to adapt. They try to change and address the changes DaBaby Clan is making, but they seem to fall short every time. It's really becoming DaBaby Clan just finding themselves one step ahead, 10% ahead, and that 10% has gone so far for them.
Yeah, I like that caveat about Andrew. He has absolutely rocked the ball.
Tearing it up.
Since minute one, man, he's been a menace. And that's a good pick, Forgotten. Instead of rocking the hit scan, giving it off to Cape, they seem to have swapped roles. Two great picks in the DPS, and now I think Bay State, that's absolutely what you needed. They're going to walk it in, and I think, but theoretically, unless DaBaby Clan can really just touch point and really stall it out, they got ball ready. I mean, this could be point 2 for Bay State.
This is a big could, Hot Dog. This is a huge could. It depends. Is DaBaby Clan going to go for that full recontest?
They're going to have to.
Yeah, right back. And they have to, right? They're not going to give that point up for free, and already Forgotten has been taken out. This is a devastating moment. That wrecking ball, Andrew, he's so hard to kill, and he's so hard to prevent from finding kills. The Mad Lad puts down 3 in a single fight, and that should all but confirm a 2-0 victory for DaBaby Clan here today. Andrew taking out Abs in the final moment, and I scratched the name DaBaby Clan. I think you call it Andrew Clan at this point, because this kid just absolute menace on the wrecking ball, wear and tear against Bay State the entire series, and arguably the sole reason that they just won that last fight.
Man, yeah, I mean, we've got a ball specialist, even kind of as, even from day one all the way up to now. If you're good at ball, I mean, you've got so much sustainability, so much self-heal, so much mobility, so much everything. You can really change the tide of any fight if you get in the right spot. And those minefields, I mean, I don't think there was a minefield that wasn't somewhat effective, either getting a pick or just again making it so the resources couldn't get to the front line, which kind of resulted in that fight win. Yeah, Andrew absolutely just kind of did what he just rolled and did what he wanted. It was fun to watch.
Yeah, without a doubt. And something that Andrew did that I really want to kind of put focus to, that I feel a lot of people may not have noticed, was this weird kind of using minefield exclusively to demolish the opposing Rhine shield.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, like that is so fascinating, because it forces that Rhine to really come out and do very little. It takes his entire shield down, and then Reinhardt becomes a lot less effective when he doesn't have that shield. I think Andrew did a really good job of consistently canceling out that main tank, and Bay State struggling to really kind of capitalize without a main tank. It's hard to play without one.
Yeah, I a lot of that comes down to just the heads-up play that they had. Li Jing, I think I highlighted just the consistency of these individual pop-offs. I mean, we had the Keo on Pharah, if I'm remembering correctly, had some awesome environmental kills. There's a lot of just great solo play on there, and that kind of rolled into, pun totally intended, DaBaby clan with the Hammond on there, as well as a lot of just heads-up play with the the DPS, making it hard for Bay State to walk in and be effective. It was just overall they did a really good job keeping the gas pedal down and making it hard for Bay State to even catch up.
And I think what really kind of impressed me with the DaBaby clan is it wasn't just holding W, right? They absolutely knew when to peel back. They knew when to slow it down, because a lot of teams will play that consistent hyper aggression and usually continue to do so. But many times we would see the DaBaby clan give up some space, give up a small fight. It was like a lose the battle, win the war situation. They would give up a smaller fight to win that next fight, which was absolutely bigger. Time and time again, we saw some great capitalization and some great success from them on that. And at the end of the day, all these teams are bringing their 110%. There's a $10,000 prize pool across the board, I believe. I mean, there is absolutely something to fight for. I think all playoff teams end up getting some variety of prizing. There's a great opportunity, honestly. It's going to be all about what these teams can do. But folks, we're going to be throwing it over to the desk for just a little bit to give you a little bit of a breakdown of what we just saw. We'll be right back with a new series, I believe, in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, and with that, welcome back to the desk. Thank you for sending it back to us here at the desk. I'm still with Tickety here next to me, hosting the desk of the Questline Esports Open. And yeah, it's been, hasn't been a close match. Break it down to us, Tickety. Thoughts on this matchup?
That was a little bit one-sided looking. I think DaBaby clan just across the board outpacing Bay State here. Like we said, Bay State's been having a long day. This is not their only tournament they're playing in this weekend. And I think more than anything, this was a perfect textbook example of coordinated team in the Bay State looking to play to sort of meta picks, meta compositions, play to their playstyle, and DaBaby clan looking almost like a ranked game with some of their comps and some of their hero picks, and just being able to outmatch across the board with more individual pressure and more chaotic team fights. A lot of the compositions they played, especially around Andrew's Wrecking Ball play, just caused so much disruption that to the point where Bay State wasn't able to actually enable some of their win conditions. I think this was probably most evident when we saw the Rhine comps come out on Havana there, where even though they're playing a more meta composition, like I said, the Brawl Heavy, a very famous composition for playing well on Havana, and just not being able to take the team fights they want because there's this swarm of flies just hitting them from every direction with the Wrecking Ball, with the Tracer, with Keo popping up on the Widow, with my webcam apparently getting Thanos snapped right now. I'm not sure what's going on. But yeah, just too much pressure across the board with all these individual picks from Andrew's Wrecking Ball, from Keo's Widow and his Pharah play, and of course from Fake Jake Tracer just running circles around the enemy team. It's just constant, unrelenting pressure coming out from the DaBaby clan, and just Bay State struggling to keep up, and there I go.
You're gone now. Yeah, but I mean, absolutely. I totally agree. Oh, you're back there. Wonderful.
Okay.
But yeah, definitely. Maybe, Bay State a bit outpaced here. Maybe also outpaced by the speed of the tournament, and by the amount of matches they have to play today. You're totally right. But yeah, I mean, we're now in round 5 of the round robin here. Our next matchup is going to be Mind Goblin, and they're going to face up against AHJA. Some might call AHJA Redbirds light. I mean, that team is stacked with players. They got the captain gig. Main tank has been there for ages. Obviously well known, has been on Los Angeles Valiant, has been on Uprising Academy. He's been around the scene since 2018 to 17. He's been on the big teams, XL2 Academy. He's just been everywhere, man. And I mean, Redbirds can play as a team because of the contenders rule. We have here with a maximum of 3 players from contenders or higher, and that's why they mixed up with some players like GTX or JMars, and still they bring in so much down. RuPaul is in that team, also playing for Redbirds. Visions also playing for Redbirds, and of course Lyre also playing for Redbirds. Recently moved up into that higher scene, and yeah, they've got an opponent which we already know fairly well. They've played on the first match on stream here against Anghells, and they lost that, unfortunately. Mind Goblin is going to join us back in the stream here we've talked about that roster already, but definitely they've been together a long time. They've played trials last year, and I'm really looking forward to this one again for the third time in a row. I'm facing EU versus NA, so again it's going to be a struggle for the EU players. But I mean, if we look back at the last match, the DaBaby clan, they managed fairly well against Bay State. So I'm really looking forward to see how this matchup turns out.
Yeah, for sure. And I think if anyone's going to learn from that last matchup, if we see more teams, especially in a tournament like this where we see a lot of last-minute pug teams coming together and playing to this more individual heavy play style, teams like the Bay State who have that structure, teams like I'd expect Redbird Light to have a little bit of structure behind them with the Overwatch League talent Gig coming in to help lead. I'd imagine they'll have a lot of structure behind them, a lot of set plans and things like that. They just need to make sure that against that much overwhelming pressure, they're able to take the pace at their own level, be able to slow the game down when they need to, be able to match the threats as they come up and not end up overextended. What we saw a lot with the Bay State is even when they were able to find a rush or find a dive, they'd be exposing too much as they did so and then weren't able to stabilize. There were a lot of those fights, for example, on Lijiang, where we saw big EMP plays come out from Bay State and they'd find 1, 2, 3 kills even, but then because DaBaby clan, because this current meta of just individual playmaking from DPS doesn't rely too much on team pressure, they're able to just bounce back and find individual playmaking moments. I'm expecting a lot of that coming up in this next match. I'm expecting all the talent from Redbirds to shine. I'm expecting all this EU talent to shine in the same way, just like we saw previously today. It's going to be a really fast-paced match, I'd imagine.
Absolutely, and I mean, my Goblin is under pressure here. They couldn't have placed 4th in the group, but they also only played 3 matches till now. They lost one against Anghells, they won the other 2, but oh yeah, they've played 5 matches already. They've won 4, they lost 1. So this is a must-move situation for Mind Goblin, because whoever is going to lose this matchup has 2 losses, and with that risks his second spot in the playoffs. Because GeForce, they're currently at 4-0, so they might move on. And then it probably comes down to those 3 plus Anghells who are going to make out those top 2 spots in Group D, which we're currently witnessing. So definitely going to be an interesting matchup for them. Yeah, and I mean, until then, let's take a look at the other groups potentially. I'm just pulling it up here on my second screen. So in Group A, for example, the Trust the Process roster is going hot. Not gonna lie, it's going hot. They've won 5 matches. They are undefeated. They only, especially the fact that they only played 17 points, means that they really outpaced the enemies in terms of anything basically. So they just roll over until now. They're waiting for the matchup against Freshman Year. And yeah, that's Group B done. We've got Hot Lava in Group B, who currently 5-0 as well. And yeah, Group B seems a bit slower than the other groups, but it doesn't matter. Dice Amplified, barely at the very top of Group C at the moment. They've got the experience for it. I definitely expect them to be in the playoffs. And then it's going to be either the DaBaby clan, maybe 2 guys with vibes. We'll see how that turns out. Shikigami might have a fair shot at the playoffs as well.
Yeah, we're getting to the point in the bracket where it's really do or die for some of these teams to actually make it further into the tournament. So even though it's a long day, this is where your energy pools might be depleting. These are now becoming your most important matches of the tournament to stay alive.
Absolutely, and this is really the point where it shows who's got the nerves for it. We've been in this for now, how long? 4 hours, probably 4 hours, 4 hours 50, something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, and I mean, this is really where it comes down to because that's now 2 scrim blocks. That's fair. Everyone can do that at that level, but anything from now on is just pure mindset. It's about, do I have the nerves for this or do I not have the nerves for this? And only the ones who've got the guts to play this through, who've got the spiritual mindset to do another 3-4 hours potentially, they're the ones who will evolve in that group stage and who we'll see tomorrow in the playoffs. Guys, remember, tomorrow we're starting things off at 10 a.m. EST. Especially important message to all the EU guys out there. Remember, our clocks are shifting tonight. So be sure to mind that you're losing an hour tonight. So if you're playing tomorrow, yeah, I'm pointing the finger at the EU guys. Be sure to be here on time, because otherwise we'll end up having some struggles in our broadcast. So please, please, please be here on time. Until then, let's take a quick look. Is our cast do? Are they already ready to go? They are indeed. So without any further delay, I suggest we hand it right back to Hot Dog Man and his co-caster. And yeah, the match is all yours. It's going to be Mind Goblin against AHJA. Casters, take it over.
What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers, and welcome back for some more Questline Open action. I'm still Septilence, that handsome lad is still Hot Dog, and this time we have got Mind Goblin up against what we have decided to call AHJA, I believe?
Yeah, I like that. I think that's easier than I can almost read the logo. But AHJA, I like the AHJA's better. I like that.
Yeah, AHJA, which is as you know, full disclosure, a stacked roster. I think that is just kind of public knowledge at this point. This is a real powerhouse team, and we are very excited to see what they bring to the table. Mind Goblin, a team, you know, an org that has been around for quite a while. I'm very excited to see who they bring out today and what they're going to be able to do. No matter what, I'm just excited for more Overwatch, and Hot Dog, I'm just hoping, if we're lucky, we get a map 3.
That'd be nice. I think we're cursed.
We are.
You and I, Septilence. So like whenever we cast together, we get maybe like 2 rounds, and then it's just it's just gonna be at one side. But you know, this one, you know what?
Earlier was shocking. That was a first for us.
Yeah. We need more of these. But again, I think I mentioned, like everyone's talking about, you know, this is gonna be the last big Overwatch tournament on Overwatch 1 before we go to Overwatch 2. So I mean, we'll still do obviously cast stuff here in the future, but it'll definitely be a different flavor than what we're used to nowadays here.
Most definitely. I mean, we've got a little less, almost exactly a month until the beta comes out for Overwatch 2, and then after that, I highly suspect there are very few Overwatch 1 events happening afterwards.
April 26th.
So this is, unless somebody puts together an entire Overwatch tournament in a month, I think this might be one of the final ones that we've got going on for a little while. I think we're waiting to get confirmation on what our first map is going to be, and of course, we will go from there. I'm very excited to see. Just kidding. As I said that, it was typed in chat as Lijiang Tower all over again, which means I'll hopefully get to see my man Junkrat all over again.
Yeah, I remember the first round of the first time Junkrat was out, he died like immediately. Like, okay, I just caster cursed him. I wished I could see him. You did see him for a second,
6 whole
and you didn't see him then for like 10 seconds. But what are you gonna do?
And that whole time I was talking about how I was like, oh, that team's definitely got the advantage, and then the Junkrat got one tapped, and the whole thing kind of fell apart. But either way, I'm excited. Lijiang is probably one of my favorite maps, definitely my favorite control map. I think all 3 stages that Lijiang has offer very different team compositions and multiple compositions. So, like you mentioned earlier, we're definitely no longer in a GOATS era where it's like, oh, Lijiang, we're running this comp the entire time. Instead, each stage really offers a lot of differences, especially in that DPS department.
Yeah, and even kind of talking about just the 2 teams and how 2 different strategies can kind of look. I mean, last map we saw one team able to be very aggressive consistently, you know, really push the envelope. Other teams a little bit more subdued, trying to find small advantages, walking in when they're able to. So I mean, even again between the different compositions, there's so many different ways to look at the pace and tempo of the game. So it'll be interesting, really, to kind of see as the game starts, you know, which team will take the initiative, which team will be more aggressive and actually make the first move here on Lijiang. Do we know what map in Lijiang by any chance, perhaps?
Not yet. All I have is Lijiang. I'm eager though.
We got a 33% chance to guess.
I was gonna say we could take shots in the dark if we want. I'm gonna say Control Center because that means I get to play Junkrat. I get to see Junkrat if it's Control Center.
It's Nightmare to get Control Center, and then what's the other one?
Gardens.
I play Overwatch. I swear. I'm gonna say Gardens. I'm gonna say because we haven't seen Gardens yet, so I'm gonna guess Gardens.
Now the cool thing about this is because we guessed the other 2, it's absolutely going to be Night Market. That's just simply how this goes. That's just simply how things work around these parts.
It's got to make me look bad, you know. Got to really just rub in the face that I apparently can't predict the future, which is I'm as disappointed as everyone else is, honestly. I really am.
I'm trying to think. I'm like running through all the compositions in my head that we get to see on all these stages, and I'm trying to think, is there one hero that is a shoo-in, that is 100% going to be seen here? And I don't think so. Maybe Wrecking Ball, as Andrew
was about to say, if
earlier.
If DaBaby was playing to be Wrecking Ball, but I think you know, again, that team aside, Wrecking Ball is still super strong because you're able to again run brawl comps on a lot of these maps. You know, it doesn't work as effectively on some, obviously. But I feel like, you know, Wrecking Ball is just in such a good spot when they're able to set up these engagements, be very chaotic in the background. It's just a hard play style to play into unless you're really kind of on the ball. Again, that was a pun also intended. With peeling for the backline, being able to have as much crowd control as possible. So again, it's tough to say, but I think Wrecking Ball, I think it's probably a pretty good, pretty likely will show up here.
Yeah, Wrecking Ball, a very strong, very well-loved hero, and it's not like he needs any more support than he already has, but I do feel like that his adaptive shields are not really talked about as much as they should be. That is, in my opinion, probably one of the strongest abilities in the game. I mean, it scales to how many enemies are around you, right? It's super important to know that. It also negates all ult damage while those adaptive shields are active. It's incredible. It's such a strong ability. And I think that ability alone is a huge part of the reason that Wrecking Ball is so powerful.
Yeah, I mean, self-peel is a thing, and it's something that I think a lot of people forget, being able to stay alive by yourself, not having to rely on resources from the rest of your team. I mean, it frees up so much for everyone else. A lot of things that I think you'll notice in high-level Overwatch is not always is it about getting the picks. Obviously, that's great. If you can get a kill, that's worth its weight in gold. But if you're also able to make it so the main tank isn't able to get the healing they need, where you can just walk in, kind of do whatever you want, push them around, take the space you want. I mean, that's pretty good too.
I'm definitely keeping an eye on these sims here. Who actually wants to play Symmetra? It looks like we're at least going to be seeing Vision really bringing the sim out. Kandi must be as well, though they definitely would have swapped already. We've got a complete and total mirror matchup across the board here. Hot Dog Theomatic with that first blood. Vision going down early, which means that microwave doesn't even get plugged in. There's nobody to unplug it because that sim, she is down early. JMars not far behind, and all of a sudden, AHJA, they're down in a 6v4. Liar takes out SXJ, but I'm afraid the damage has already been done. We're going to need a real miracle here from Gig, who is, of course, a powerhouse Reinhardt player. He's already got a shatter, and that is the miracle they needed. AHJA, they play it slow. They back it up when they need to, and this still may be their fight to win. GTX finds two. JMars finding another one. It looks like AHJA, they play slow, calm, cool, and collected, and it works great at the end of the day.
Yeah, they are, again, both opting for a more brawl-centered team comp. Both teams having the sim able to, again, just ramp up, have a bunch of just beams, putting damage on the other Reinhardt shield. That can be very hard to walk into. So as soon as you get set up on the point too, I mean, I feel like Mind Goblin, you have a little bit of an uphill battle getting back on this point here.
No doubt, no doubt. With Gig already halfway through another Earth Shatter. I mean, this dude is farming it like they're free. GTX finding that first elimination onto Theomatic. Your shield is gone. Mind Goblin's uphill battle just became even higher. I mean, it's going to be Gig finding an elimination onto SXJ. We see a couple of ultimates coming out from Mind Goblin, but I mean, AHJA right now, they don't even need ultimates to win these fights. They're just kicking butt.
Gig is just, he already has a shatter. He is 2 for what Mind Goblin's Theomatic has had. So that's hard to walk in. That's investing it in. I don't know if he got anyone, but
he got 2.
That's aggressive.
Yeah, he got 2 with his Earth Shatter, but Theomatic immediately got up and dropped 3 of his own with an Earth Shatter, giving Mind Goblin the first real advantage they've had, I believe, since that initial fight, which, to be fair, they lost that initial fight, so it's going to be a tough situation for them to turn around. Theomatic now charging in deep into the back line. It's going to be that elimination coming through. And actually, something I just realized, Hot Dog, is we were both wrong. It was Night Market at the starting stage of the That just hit me. Amazing. What are the odds? What are the odds?
Oh, Night Market. We just can't get enough of you. If it's Control Center next, I'm going to lose my mind.
I'll be so happy, though, honestly, personally. I'll be stoked. But right now, I'm not sure we're going to be seeing a lot of hero swaps and a tried and true combination. These are, probably some of the higher tier tournaments. We know AHJA, they're being called Redbird Light. This is a team with a very similar caliber. Redbird considered one of the greatest collegiate programs in the US right now. And it looks like AHJA is really trying to live up to that caliber. But Mind Goblin, they took point, they've had point. They're going to get about 30%, but AHJA already going to be able to take it back. They're kissing 70.
Yeah, and it was a really good just job walking in. Gig did fall as the fight started, so a little bit tough to walk to do much of anything without a main tank. But they still played really well. GTX made the space they needed and able to get the picks that were necessary to get points on the board. Now it's looking like potentially, if AHJA wins this next fight and they're able to kind of keep this Symmetra, these turrets up, make it hard to walk in, this could be the last fight for this first round.
I think it's really going to rely either on Gig or on JMars because they can get kills the fastest, and it's going to be really important if they can find a one-tap, a single elim, they can really flip the fight on its head. But if Mind Goblin comes in and they drop that Photon Barrier from Kandi here, that could be a huge opening that can negate at least one of the two, the Ryan or that Doom. And there it is. It's going to be right through the middle of the stage, right through the middle of the point. JMars playing it slow, calm, cool, and collected, and misses all 6. That's an unfortunate ultimate one they're going to want back, but GTX is going to be there to clean it up. The Photon Barrier comes to a close, and all of a sudden, Gig caught between a rock and a hard place. Liar gone, GTX gone in a fight that was actually not in favor of Mind Goblin is the one they're finally going to turn around. Vision up and ready. loaded. It's going to be the opportunity to come through, but it's Gig and RuPaul trying to save the day. This is a final stand if I have ever seen one. And AHJA, they are seconds away from being able to clutch it out. The overtime ticks down. And just like that, that fight was insanely back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I mean, it's 1-0 after Night Market. I mean, that's tough. That is tough because I feel like Mind Goblin had a lot of great opportunities. That last fight,
right?
If they were able to, again, focus fire, be a little bit more aggressive, find the target they need, like, again, not to kind of go back to the last map, but DaBaby, being able to find the one target to put pressure on. That's when I think, they just need to get a little bit better at. Find the target, put the pressure on where it needs to be and just walk in. Because I feel like they could have won that last fight, honestly.
I think there was a million timelines right there. So many small things could have happened to really flip that fight on its head. It was so unbelievably neck and neck. Very similar, like you said, to that last series. Every fight felt so unbelievably close. And as we jump right back into things here, we've got the Symmetra only on one side. AHJA now swapping onto the Mei, which I think can go a really long way today. It's going to be Mind Goblin going in deep, trying to find the aggression, but Gig, this kid, you've got to get him off this Reiner. It's going to spell disaster for you. You've got to try to negate him as early as possible, and I think that's what the wall is all about. That's why they went to the Mei. They really want to force him out, because when there's a Mei on the opposing team, this Reinhardt, he just gets to play big rectangle simulator. He really does not get to do much else. As I say that, though, Gig is just farming. He's 75% already. AHJA was not there to catch him out. A double stun does come through, but Gig is the first one to fall, and that is the first domino against AHJA. We see Vision does pick up Theomatic, now to 5v5, not a shield in sight. Mind Goblin has a huge opportunity to clutch this Melon's Amp Matrix, though, unfortunately, just not going to do enough. It is, again, so back and forth, but AHJA absolutely finding themselves on top of this engagement.
I want to talk about just that situational awareness that AHJA really has. I mean, if you saw, I mean, that Mei was just trying her darndest to freeze, and literally Lyre was able to jump ahead, just make it hard for them to land a headshot or even try to get a good freeze down. So I think AHJA right now is playing very well. They're being one unit, knowing where to be. Again, just again speaking of this cohesiveness. AHJA's looking very, very strong here, and Gig is walking in here with an Earth Shatter. I imagine he's gonna try pretty hard to be aggressive with that and get some solid percentage on the board for them.
Theomatic, the only one to really be able to block that shatter. Maybe AHJA hits the wall of a lifetime, but that feels a little less likely than Theomatic just holding up that shield. 3 ultimates, nearly 5 at the ready here from AHJA, and that Earth Shatter is not going to be coming out quite yet. Instead, it's the Photon Barrier from Jmars really trying to make that space. Kandi trying to save the day, and it is going to happen. Gig bites the bullet there, rootin' tootin' and ready for shooting. Vision going to be pressured out by Tricky Turtle in the back line. If they can get out the mech, that's going to be massive, but instead, it's the wall back on site that is causing this fight to go down in favor of perhaps Mind Goblin. So back and forth that I truly cannot make a prediction. I've just got to call it as it happens. And what a good example as Jmars and Theo were traded out. Lyre, the next to fall. Tricky Turtle has the bomb and might send it in an attempt to cap this point. AHJA comes through with an opportunity to strike, and it looks like they're going to hold on to this point even longer, Hot Dog.
Yeah, 69%, really nice percent bank for AHJA there. And it's looking like they're still going to win. Vision finds 3-4 in that fight. It is 77%. It's looking like this could be the last fight for them. I mean, they're again, it's just Mind Goblin, when they look like they're almost able to get the fight win. They're so close. And just like one person is able to find, kind of get in the one spot they weren't thinking of. Vision, I guess, kind of going on this weird sight line and able to get the picks and make the fight difference. Mind Goblin need to be more aware of what's going on here for them to be successful. And that,
Oh, golly! Theomatic gets pinned and immediately drops a 3-man shatter. Second time we've seen that, actually. I just hold it 3 fingers. I don't know why I just admit that. Nobody would have ever known. But anyway, back into the fight. It's going to be Vision going in early, able to find AHJA. Kandi finds the immediate trade, and Mind Goblin collapsing on top of AHJA here. 2 ultimates weren't able to be brought out by AHJA, and Mind Goblin has a massive opportunity. They're finally flipping this point in their favor. Hot Dog, the Waffle Iron has been flipped, and Mind Goblin, they are the team on top right now. This is their time to strike. But we're in that weird scenario where they cannot make a single mistake.
They heard me. They heard me say they need to lock it in a little bit. And yeah, Theomatic has been very good when he's able to stay alive and actually kind of be in a position to fight Gig at one-on-one. He's able to get these great Earth Shatters. But man, Vision walking in real fast. A great wall. Mind Goblin making it hard for them to get value out of this Deadeye, and they're gonna have to back it off as Kandi uses his own.
Yeah, it's going to be Deadeye to Deadeye, and unfortunately that Mei wall just put them both in a bit of a pickle. It was going to be a really difficult situation to find any capitalization. Now, I'm waiting to see this this Doom ultimate here. I think this really could go a long way. I'm waiting to see if he uses it, you know, get in, get out. How many eliminations can you find off the back? But the Meteor Strike can absolutely create good space, and there it is. It's going to be used to get out, but do you need to? Because AHJA's GTX has already found 4. The fight is basically over before that Doom even gets the chance to strike, and just like that, blink and you miss it. We are not getting a control center here today. It's going to be AHJA walking away with that Li Zhang victory.
Man, yeah, a 1-0 here right after Li Zhang. Man, yeah, here's Vision again. This might be that 4K, because I'd be really interested to see where he ended up. Able to get a headshot. There's a pick on the Cassidy. Yeah, there's another headshot. Wow, okay.
Straight boy, that one felt personal.
He just walked in. He just walked in off the side. So I feel like, you know, to be successful here, Mind Goblin just needs to, you know, just kind of wake up a little bit here and kind of be more aware of where this DPS is going. Because if you're able to get in a position to be in that back line, this off angle, like you just saw in the play of the game, the Cassidy can put a lot of damage on just hitting, what was it, 60 HP per bullet. I mean, that adds up real quick. And if you're able to hit headshots too, like they're able to do, it quickly gets you to 0 real quick.
Absolutely. That Cassidy, a real difference maker, which is honestly a good change of pace from what we've seen today. We saw quite a few players today really kind of struggling on that Cassidy for some reason. He felt a little wobbly. That was absolutely the cleanest we have seen him so far today. Yeah. Jumping into the second map, I have no idea what it's going to be, so I'm not going to hypothesize too aggressively, but this feels so reminiscent of that previous series where it's just incredibly close the entire time. This one even closer than the last, where it's like, one of these teams, right now it's Mind Goblin, they are 99% of the way to winning those fights every time, but that 1% stalls them out every time. I mean, AHJA, they capped that, I think, 99-0, right? But how many times was Mind Goblin this close to capping the point? It was just that 1% differential. It felt like 1,000 times over.
Yeah, I mean, it makes you wonder kind of where that the difference is being made. I mean, Gig has been very aggressive. He's been able to really, you know, kind of make Theo move where he wants him to be, and then again just kind of slam. And another Havana. We're getting some deja vu here.
Yeah,
a lot of deja vu actually. But yeah, again, like I was saying, it'd be interesting to know kind of where, you know, where the difference is being made. It's something that Mind Goblin can really, you know, kind of fix. I mean, there's a lot of questions here as we go into Havana.
Absolutely, and there's one question that I don't have. I'd be shocked if I was wrong, to be honest, but with a main tank as a Reinhardt as aggressive as Gig, we're absolutely seeing a Havana hold here. We're absolutely seeing a spawn door hold here. I'd be baffled, bamboozled, and flabbergasted if we didn't. I mean, it's all about AHJA holding as close as possible and stalling for as long as possible. And with how fast Gig has been farming these shatters, there's a very real opportunity. There's a real defensive hold at that spawn door.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think you're right. If they don't have a close hold, I'll
lose my
be
mind.
very surprised. Yeah, they are making the walking on over. But I mean, it's going to be a bit different than the last game. There's not going to be a wrecking ball they really have to reckon with. It's going to be a brawl on the point here in this first fight. Both teams, actually, this is an exact mirror matchup almost, with the Kandi on the Doomfist as opposed to the Symmetra on AHJA with Vision. But yeah, they're going to have to you know, kind of break this hold fast. It's going to be a very, very fast match for you and I.
Yeah, it's going to be AHJA hitting him with the old razzle-dazzle, getting up close and personal, giving us that Havana hold. And Mind Goblin seems to be a little aware of this fact, playing it a little bit slower, going out the long way, and now isolating Gig. A genius opportunity. We've got a little bit of tiny Overwatch happening here between the May walls, but instead, somehow, Gig lives to tell the tale. It was a 6v1, and he just walks away from it. Instead, no, AHJA's even winning the fight. Hot Dog, what is happening? Oh, and look at that. A 10-second shatter. I would love to say
let's look at these ultimates here. So Theomatic. Okay, now let's look at Gig.
10%.
All right. So pros and cons. They reset. Con is they have no ultimates, and AHJA is going to be able to walk in and do whatever they want for the next few fights. And yeah, there's another pick. That's going to be real tough. It's another probably 15 seconds off the clock.
I'm just very glad that this is exactly what I expected. I mean, I was fully in the belief that AHJA was going to give us a real defensive hold, and they did just that. They have burned over a minute off the clock. Now, it looks like they're finally going to be on the losing. No, excuse me. I'm talking smack. It looks like they are still going to be able to stall at least for a little while. Now, they've lost quite a few. I think we're looking at a 6v3 with a massive spawn advantage, but every single second past that minute is just incredible.
There's another pick.
A minute is like the ideal. That is the dream for a lot of teams with this hold. For them to burn over a minute, we're looking at 90 seconds
and there's
already
a lamp too.
off the clock. They've got an immortality field, they're stalling out, they're large and in charge, and moving into the next fight here, Hot Dog, AHJA is gonna have 5 ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? Mind Goblin does have both support ultimate. They have a lot of ults too, but I do think that you're right. AHJA here kind of has the upper hand. And again, you have Vision able to find that D.Va pick. What can you possibly do if you're Mind Goblin? You have to walk back to point. You have to let them walk into you and be aggressive, which is exactly what AHJA is doing with this. Yeah, both windows out, and that's a pick. That's tragic.
Tragic, I think, is the best word for it. That is just tragic. And of all people to go down, it's your Baptiste, so that gets rid of the lamp. You know, he just used Am Matrix, so there was no time to farm another one in the slightest. He is down to that true 0%, at least for a couple of moments here. And am I incorrect in thinking Theomatic is coming up on their first Shatter? Was there a second Shatter?
I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, definitely not as fast as AHJA has. I mean, last map he had 2 Shatters, 2 Theos, I think, pretty consistently. So it wouldn't, and honestly, unfortunately, it wouldn't surprise me. They've been having a hard time getting a lot of value out of this.
Oh my goodness. Do we want to see 6 more waves to cancel the high noon? Didn't even get the chance to fire that gun. The photon barrier, the wall. Oh, just desperation there. Condi trying to find even a fraction of an elimination and just got folded for it. Condi does find a massive elimination onto Gig. And Hot Dog, I've got to talk about this. We are 3 minutes deep into this game, and they haven't even touched the first corner.
Yeah, it goes back to what I was saying as this map started loading in. Like, there's so many different ways to play every single comp, and I think everyone can agree there's more optimal and less optimal ways. I think anyone looking at this map can say AHJA is playing this comp better than Mind Goblin. They're being aggressive to take the initiative on the fights. I mean, it's just plus too. Like, you can look at like May. I mean, it hasn't been like a crazy huge like May plays, crazy big blizzards. But these walls have been so hard for Mind Goblin to address. And yeah, it's a great dive there. But I'm not sure it's gonna matter. Mind Goblin, another pick. What are you gonna? Okay, maybe they're coming back. They might have won this fight here.
I think they've got this one. They've been looking a little bit discombobulated out and through Havana, but I really liked Tricky Turtle's dive there. I think they were fully aware that they were not going to kill the Baptiste because they knew there's the lamp, there's the May. But they pulled focus of 4 people from AHJA because they attacked the Baptiste, and that was the exact window Mind Goblin needed. Luckily enough, we are going to get to see a little bit more Havana. Yeah. I was right there with you, Hot Dog. I was going to need a baby aspirin. My heart rate was getting a little high there. I thought this was going to be before it even began, and it still looks like Mind Goblin is going to try to keep the wheels a moving. GTX, the bomb is going to go off, and Streamore biting the bullet. SXJ trying to farm, trying to really get up close and personal, trying to get these eliminations out early, because the more elims you find now, the more time you buy your team.
Yeah, I will say, good awareness by Mind Goblin here. I mean, they're not like as they were pushing into the first point. So I take it back. Bad awareness by Mind Goblin. Before that, they had a really good job making it so AHJA didn't actually touch the point. But yeah, I mean, again, like Mind Goblin, I feel like they're just discombobulated. There's some moments of brilliance, able to get some picks, and maybe a aggressive Deadeye doesn't get anyone. They're just not able to set people up where they need to be as effective as AHJA's been able to do. I say they really get vision. That might be what they need, but still, I think AHJA's gonna be able to find a way to make this fight win for them.
Yeah, AHJA's got a pretty subpar spawn advantage right now. I feel like they're a little bit closer to the fight than Mind Goblin is. And Mind Goblin, they are throwing everything out with the kitchen sink here. They just used every ultimate they had and still lost the fight here, Hot Dog. That is devastating. They've gone for a complete and total economic reset, and Gig just, here he is, hanging out in your back line per the usual. Not usually with Reinhardt, but with Gig, apparently. This dude is loving to live in the back line. Liar now finding a double kill of their own, and that wraps it up. We're down to 60 seconds. Mind Goblin not even close to an ultimate other than that beat drop.
Yeah, definitely not as nice of a timing as last map with the 4:20 on the clock as the two teams. But having a minute on the clock still gives you an opportunity to get it to that second point. This is a map where you can have a lot of momentum build and fall. So if they can get a good foothold here on this point, this fight here, that could be huge. But having a really good block, I
thought that was a shoo-in. What a block indeed. And oh, J-Bars
big eat too
tosses his Blizzard right into that TM. That's going to be eaten away. And now AHJA, 2 ultimates down the drain. They have been really relying on their ultimates to flip fights when they needed them most. Now the Shatter and the Blizzard absolutely no value. But yeah, couldn't have said it better. It is just amazing to see that it didn't matter. Vision gets plugged in, the microwave is full charge, and that's all it took. Mind Goblin, they can fold the break some lawn chairs after the 4th of July on that one. 15 seconds left, and they've got a couple ults to work with, but AHJA's clearly proven they can win without ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of these fights just feel like they're a dollar short, day late on a lot of these engagements and just ultimate and just cooldown abilities. They have great ideas, and like you said before, 99% of the way there, they're there. But that's a big shadow. That could be it for this fight, and maybe make it so it just doesn't end immediately. A great Blizzard. That could be it. That could hopefully get the advantage they need to get it to the second point.
And an amazing defense matrix there from GTX to completely negate any long-distance projectile damage that was approaching the frozen Lucio. Actually got Liar out of the fight because of that defense matrix. A very intelligent play. Vision takes out 3 before they finally get put to rest. And unfortunately, Mind Goblin just does not have the answer for what feels like the unstoppable team that is AHJA. Just such a masterclass on this Havana defense.
I mean, Vision is seeing exactly where they need to be to make the most effect out of their picks. I mean, that Symmetra, able to go just slightly off to the side to kind of ramp up that beam and just have level 3 beam just eat up everyone that he looks at. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know about this one. I think Mind Goblin might be a little bit behind the 8 ball here with his defense. Hopefully, though. Hopefully, we can get maybe see a little bit more action here, make it so it's a tied game. But it'll be a bit of a job, bit of a gig.
To finally break our curse, that would be really cool. If they could do that for us.
Please. I like talking into my microphone.
I was gonna say, for those who don't know, every time Hot Dog and I have ever cast together, it has been a stomp every single time. So, including today, by the way, the first series was a 2-0. So we're hoping Mind Goblin really clutches it out here, brings us all the way to a map 3, because I would love to see a new map as well. We've seen Lijiang and now Havana twice in a row. It's going to be a great.
There are other maps? There are other maps?
Sure?
I think you're lying. Maybe I think they're waiting to release those in a month.
Are we getting trolled? Are there really other maps in this game? Because I'm not sure we've ever seen any. Just Lijiang and Havana. They're good maps, to be fair. Could definitely be worse, but I would love to see something new. I'd love to see some new team comps. And now Mind Goblin giving us that tried and true, giving us that Havana hold. Trying to catch AHJA out here.
That bat immediately died. That was a really good placement. I will say, immediately, this looks like a different team. This is a very good aggressive spawn hold that I think kind of speaks the differences between attack and defending. You're able to set the pace a little bit more when you're able to kind of spawn hold like this. But you just need to keep up with the attack, and hopefully they don't kind of match that speed.
Oh, a great punch in there from J-Mars, and I've got to say, AHJA, back to their dubious selves, looking a little evil, getting in here, just stomping over Mind Goblin. Vision going in deep as well. It's just this Sim Doom lineup. I mean, don't get me wrong, the tank line on AHJA has been arguably kind of the linchpin for this team, but J-Mars and Vision, I feel we have not given them enough praise. These two have been going bonkers.
Yeah, I mean, it really is one of those things where you can look at a team usually and say, okay, this is the difference maker. This is the person that's kind of making the most impact. And at the beginning, I was saying, hey, Gig, being as aggressive as he is, walking into Thematic, not able to do a whole lot, but you're totally right. Vision, with the cast as well as the Sim, as well as the Doomfist and the Mei, they're playing really well with this DPS line.
Oh man, Gig just getting away with it again. It takes out Condi so early. That gives such a massive advantage. We see a double shatter come out from Thematic, and it's going to be able to find Gig, but I'm not sure the follow-up is where they want it to be. SXJ also committing the Blizzard. This is a massive attempt. This is arguably Mind Goblin's last attempt. If they lose this fight on the first point, then they're probably going to get full held right here on first. But if they can get in, if they can keep this momentum moving and cap that first point, there's a very real chance that they can win this and take us to a map 3.
They're engaging still with this Diva Bomb. Finds one, GTX. Being the difference maker well, not difference maker, they just kind of making it harder for them to keep up, like Mind Goblin, and a huge shatter as well. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, what can you do here? They're just getting knocked around, unfortunately.
Gig just gets away with so much. It's incredible. The dude just holds W and left click and farms a shatter every fight. It is truly, like I said, I feel he is kind of the most important Jenga piece here. If he disappears, then the tower really begins to crumble, but as long as Gig is alive, it seems to be an unstoppable team.
I mean, 2 picks on the board, able to kind of equalize with that pick on the main tank. Mind Goblin might be able to make something happen. J-Mars pulling the emergency ripcord here to get out. And yeah, it seems like Mind Goblin, they got to stop this payload. They got to get in a spot where they can make it so they don't keep losing all this ground.
this is what I was worried about. I actually said it backwards earlier. I meant to say if they stopped right there, it was winnable. But if that first cap did come through, that's where I thought Mind Goblin was unfortunately going to lose it. And we might not even see a full contest here. We're already down to 2 meters. We've got a photon barrier directly on the card. This is a great opportunity for AHJA to get away with a lot. SXJ has to commit. It's going to be Theomatic committing as well, forcing out the beat from Liar. So a huge winnable opportunity. Kind of needing the backline caught out now by SXJ. It's going to be all about vision. Can they stay alive? Can they find the double, the triple, the quadruple, as they have so many times before? Jamar is coming in, finding Tricky Turtle directly out of mech, and Mind Goblin, like dominoes, beginning to fall here. So close, but close, unfortunately, only counting in hand-forcing grenade shoes is going to be a really devastating opportunity for them. Vision comes through with these turrets, and now it is up to SXJ to stall for as long as humanly possible.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure it's going to be a whole lot, and AHJA takes the series 2-0 against Mind Goblin. Man, I feel like AHJA just had a better understanding kind of tempo, knowing how to get the main tank to be enabled. Again, even the DPS being more aware of where to be consistently. Mind Goblin just
watch how fast he farms this shatter, because it's right here.
That's just gross, man.
From 22 to 90 in 4 seconds.
That's just gross. That is gross.
Absurd.
Someone check his gamer chair. I think he's got a better gamer chair than I do.
He's clearly got a better one than me. That's for sure. Kid's a maniac. We've known that. Gig is just absurd. I truly think without him, AHJA would not be able to play the playstyle they just brought to the table. I think they played a comp very similar to, this could work in any rank. It's called keep your main tank alive. And that's what AHJA did, and it just worked so unbelievably well. Every fight they won was almost off the back of Gig every time, because he would just go in and get away with it every single time.
I think that, it speaks again, like I always talk about situational awareness, knowing when to stop and when to walk in. But yeah, the backline was awesome. RuPaul, really solid Baptiste. It was one of those characters that unless you're kind of also doing a lot of damage and stuff, it can be tough to notice the impact sometimes. But the amount of just healing, a lot of resources they put into the front line to keep Gig alive, it was really, really solidly done, making it hard for them to die. It was impossible for Gig to die because there's just so much focus on keeping him alive to get in the position to get those 10-second earth shatters. Like, that's just tough. Having a support line like that, it's a tough mountain to climb, to put it mild.
Absolutely, and it's fascinating as well because that composition, I'm honestly a little bit surprised that we didn't see an Ana in the support. I think Lucio is obviously one of the best support duos in the game, but if Gig was also getting nanoed every 30 seconds, that is truly an unstoppable
nightmare.
Yeah, and there are few immovable objects to stop that one. I think I think Mind Goblin definitely showed some good potential today. I think this was just one of those unfortunate short straw situations where they had to go up against a powerhouse team like AHJA. They really put up a fight. They give us a great run for their money, especially on Li Zhang. Every fight felt so unbelievably close. But as Overwatch works, there's got to be a winner one way or another. And AHJA, they have absolutely earned that spot.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was fun Overwatch, and it stinks once again to have a fairly dominant finish. With our casting, unfortunately.
But I mean, one day.
Yeah, well, one day we'll go like 5 map series. We'll go long. But yeah, it's been a pleasure casting with you, man. Awesome games. There's gonna be more today as well. I think tomorrow there should be some as well. So there's plenty more Overwatch to watch here.
Yeah, I think there's today, I think there's tomorrow, and then I think there's next weekend as well. I think there's a whole lot of the Questline Open left for all of y'all, but that does bring Hot Dog and I's time to a close, unfortunately. That's a little bit sad. That's actually a lot of it sad. I'm gonna take that back. I'm pretty sad that we're already done, but it has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you everybody so much for joining us. Thank you to everybody in chat for hanging out with us. Thank you to the teams for coming out and playing and giving us some real high octane, top quality Overwatch. We love each and every one of you so very much. Check your posture, drink some water, and don't forget to love each other. We'll see y'all later, but enjoy the rest of the day. We'll be watching with you, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, and after a short break, we're all of a sudden with 3 guys here. So Gig from AHJA joining us for a quick interview here before we head right into the next match. So happy to have you here on the broadcast, Ticket Gig. Yeah, so let's go do a short throwback into that matchup. So Mind Goblin, definitely a team to take care of, but you ended up having quite fast match against them. Was there what's the winning condition for you on this matchup?
Well, we knew that like all the very difficult teams were out of the way. So pretty much if we just play our game, do our thing, bada boom, bada bing, easy win. So we kind of had fun in the match. We're just hanging out.
Yeah, I mean, fairly for somebody with your experience. I mean, you've obviously played out of the Valley, and is this tournament, is that a difficult level for you, or would you say it's like rather going easy peasy right into the playoffs?
Right now, pretty easy. So we're just having a good time. We got a really good roster, so you know.
Yeah, I mean, however, though, you've got a big L there in your results table. You got an L against GeForce. What happened there?
I'll just say a fluke. It was a fluke. One, we're higher SR, but we didn't record our SR correctly, so they got first map pick. So they went their best map, and then it's early in the morning, warming up. You know, it happens.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll see them again.
Yeah, I think so as well, because obviously top 2 will move into the playoffs. So your next matchup is going to be against Anghells, another EU team. Has that playing on latency, has that affected you as a team, or affected your game style basically?
A little bit, because the minimum latency is like way worse than actual latency, right? So if we're like playing from EU, it'd be better than playing like on like 80 ping mid latency, because the game doesn't like work correctly with it. There's like things that happen. So, you know, we're just going through it. When it gets to like finals, there'll be very few EU teams, so everyone's just gonna like default on East Coast. So we just gotta get through the stages.
Is there any team, if you have taken a look into the other groups, is there any team you especially are looking forward to maybe potentially meet in the playoffs, or is there anyone you're maybe even a bit afraid of as an enemy?
I feel like all the hardest teams were in our group. We're definitely the way hardest group. Like I was looking at the other groups, a bunch of free teams. So the only, I don't think there's really any other good teams. I think there's the team that we barely lost to, and that's it.
Okay.
So that might be a surprise. We'll see.
Yeah. Anything else from your side, Tickety? Any questions you want to shoot?
I love the confidence coming through. I like the talk coming through, the confidence. Ready to see what happens once we hit the playoff bracket. But yeah, obviously a dominant performance that we just saw on stream, and it sounds like we're going into another match with you guys.
Yeah, so it should be fun. Enjoy the
absolutely.
show.
And yeah, as you said, Tickety, we'll be going right off into the next match, which is again going to be AHJA facing off against Anghells in Group D. Gig, thank you very much, and good luck for your next matchup. We'll go into a super short break, really quick, and then we'll be right back.
Have a good one, guys.
All right, there goes Gig.
Okay, are we going into a break, or are we just running right through it? Okay, I mean, if we just stick to it.
Yeah, we can just keep going for sure. So yeah, definitely good to hear from Gig. Love to hear that confidence. I do think Mind Goblin might have shot themselves in the foot a little bit in that matchup, going to the Havana, going to obviously AHJA's strength with the Rhine composition favored there. But hearing from Gig, it doesn't seem like they're afraid of any other teams, any other play styles or anything like that. I would personally be curious to see how their matchup goes against a really well-coordinated Wrecking Ball team. We saw some teams like we saw previous matchups where against Rhine compositions, they're able to just outpace them and play keep away from the Rhine, basically. So we'll see what kind of adaptations come through if some team manages to challenge the Gig Reinhardt, or if the main tank difference is just too strong.
Absolutely, and I mean, AHJA definitely a team I see going to playoffs. I see them going top 3, top 2 eventually. Might even be like, I'm gonna make a call here. I think the final is going to be between Trust the Process and AHJA. That's what I'm going for. That's the only prediction I'm gonna make for the playoffs. For now, though, let's take a look at the next matchup we're going to witness. 2 teams well known to this broadcast already. It's going to be Anghells facing up against AHJA to complete the triangle between Mind Goblin and those 2 teams. Definitely an interesting matchup, because that matchup will show whether Anghells still has chances for the playoffs, because they are currently playing against GeForce, and GeForce undefeated. Anghells lost, didn't lose a single game either. So the loser of this one, of the GeForce Anghells one, is going to be tied up with AHJA. So it basically decides who's still got chances for the playoffs and who hasn't. So probably, maybe not the strongest one, but one of the most interesting ones on this
more on the line here.
Absolutely. More is a funny word. It's everything on the line here. It's all or nothing for those teams now. It's the last 2 matches after day for some of them. And yeah, it all comes down to this basically. Either it's like go home or go big basically, right? And obviously coming off a win here. We'll have to wait whether Anghells takes that match against GeForce or if they don't. And until then, definitely this will be the one to watch. This will be prime time NA. Got loaded talent on both sides, and I'm super hyped to see what this brough has got for us here. And yeah, until then, I don't know how far those teams are. Let me quickly take a look.
I wouldn't want to cut down any dreams or anything, but after watching that last matchup, it's hard to put any doubt on Gig and the rest of AHJA's roster. Not just Gig, obviously, but the entire team looking incredibly well coordinated, incredibly proficient at the individual level, and just across the board playing at a whole another level compared to their matchup there. So like I said, expecting for them to keep up that momentum. Gig's in high spirits, obviously, looking forward to wrapping up another W coming into this next matchup. So we'll see what Anghells can bring to the table to maybe throw them off balance.
Absolutely. I'm just texting the POC of Anghells at the moment. Let's see how far they actually are in that matchup. Maybe they're done already. We don't know yet. So I suggest we go into a quick break again, and we'll be right back with you as soon as we have any info on when that next matchup is going to start. Yeah, after a minimalistic break, we're back at the desk here. We've got Tickety, we've got Lord next to me, and yeah, as said before the break, next match is going to be a banger. We got AHJA versus Anghells. It's basically the pre-decider of Group D, and I'm so much looking forward to this one, and I don't think there's too much time to waste. Tickety, thank you very much for being here today. Will you do us the honors, and as soon as the lobby is ready, and move us over there? I just realized that we need to wait for the lobby, so
still waiting.
We're still waiting for the lobby.
Only watch now. We're still all waiting around right now. But yeah, final match, I believe, of the broadcast tonight. Is that correct?
I think there's one more after this one.
Okay, I'm a liar. Never mind. Just the last one I saw on that schedule. But yeah, following up with AHJA, Gig's team there after a very quick and decisive win at the last game. We had to wait for the previous lobby to finish up before we could get their opponents in here. So yeah, both these teams will be fighting for their chance at the playoffs, and coming off that hot streak, AHJA is looking very strong. We got that confidence coming in from Gig that we saw in the interview, so I think it's going to be an uphill battle for Anghells here, but we did see them have a decent performance earlier today, so who knows? It's getting late. We're a long days in. Maybe Gig and the rest of the crew are getting tired. They've played in collegiate earlier this week even. This is not their first tournament either, going into this one here, so who knows what could happen here? Anything could happen. So we are just getting ready now, loading into the lobby. Not quite yet, doesn't look like, but what are your guys' thoughts leading into this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it is definitely, it's a decider, and the best way to decide a map is actually playing it. And I see the lobby's ready, so Tickety, do us the honors. Thank you very much for being here today.
Yeah, that ends my time here on the desk, so I'll hand it off to you guys as casters for this next match. Thanks so much for being here. I'll be back on the desk tomorrow to see you all, but until then, go enjoy some more high-octane gameplay in this next matchup. Take it away.
High-octane gameplay. Well, that's one of many words that could be used to describe the next match. Anghells going up against AHJA. Julian, this is going to be quite the matchup. Both of these teams have only lost, or both of these teams, I think actually AHJA have incurred their only loss to one of the teams in their bracket, and so currently it's a clash of the Titans.
Absolutely, and you said it before, AHJA, they only lost to GeForce, and guess who to whom Anghells lost? They lost to GeForce as well.
Also to GeForce.
Yeah. So this match, it's really do or die. It's whoever wins this one might have the chance for second place here. And so yeah, Lijiang starting us off here. You've been broadcasting a couple of matches over the last few days, basically. Oh, and maybe even today. I didn't really follow the action who casted, but what can we expect on Lijiang? What will we see from the teams?
Well, definitely in terms of looks from AHJA, we expect to see uninhibited aggression. From Anghells, what I'm really looking forward to are calculated responses to that aggression. AHJA, what was described by Hot Dog and Septilence, Gig, this immovable object. Well, what you need to see some serious opposition in this matchup is an unstoppable force.
Absolutely, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I really don't know how AHJA lost to GeForce, because that roster is so stacked. We've got Gig from Valiant, he's playing. Yeah, we got a pause here. We got some connection, some permissions trouble, and who sees what teams. Yeah, I mean, but definitely, AHJA is super stacked roster, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this match plays out, because we said before they both lost to GeForce, so GeForce can weigh itself in some safety, but not quite yet, maybe. And so Lijiang definitely going to be the first map we're starting, and we might even see the classic teleporter onto point move here. The matter differs a lot between EU and NA. We've got the classic solo DPS does all the different moves, and we'll see AHJA starting off with the Doomfist here, while Anghells has decided to go with the main.
Yeah, but you gotta watch out. Those dual teleporters are already up, and a Mei wall is going to occlude AHJA's progress on this objective. It's not gonna block off Vision from already doing immense amounts of damage, and look at that first blood already shed on the side of AHJA. They're gonna get a quick capture of this objective, and also buy some time for them to push up and occupy the space that Anghells are going to want to play in.
Yeah, absolutely. They did quick work of Anghells there. They have been shredded into pieces, and yeah, you said it before. Once that symmetric charger is up, it's doing hell of a damage, and that's just what happened to Anghells here. So they lose the first fight, and first percentage game goes to AHJA. But oh yeah, Pure Irish taking down the Doomfist of AHJA. This is the chance to engage with them now.
That's a great pick right off the bat. It means that Anghells are going to be able to play a little bit closer together, already dealing tons of damage onto Gig. It elicits the Immortality field from Rupal as well. Vision is out of the lineup, and that's AHJA's worst nightmare. And now it's just going to be Gig free swinging on the objective, understanding that they're in a potentially losable situation here. Anghells losing members of their own, however. Look at GTX on the off angle, picking up a couple of final blows, and Pure Irish, they're going to touch the objective, gets connected to that sound barrier deployed by the Anghells. Investments have been made, but it doesn't get the payoff that they're quite looking for.
Yeah, absolutely, and you see what kind of difference maker Gig has just been in that fight with Doomfist, with the right-hander swinging in there and basically getting all the picks. All you needed to hold that point. Anghells, they didn't even get a chance to flip the point there. So
yeah.
further percentages going the way of AHJA, and we see a lot of ult banks up on both fights. AHJA having 6 ults almost ready to go for this next fight.
Yeah, a whole deluge of ultimates here from AHJA, starting off with the Photon Barrier. It's going to help AHJA weather the storm here from the Anghells. It's going to be quickly dissipated. However, you saw Apple's Amplification Matrix used to dismantle that wall on the point. It's a delayed engagement here. Anghells want to figure out how they're going to approach, especially without that Baptiste, and that's Gig's opportunity to push in. There's the DPS capitalizing on the space, the blue deployed in a last-ditch effort to see if there's a swing potential in this fight. And look at that, Gig going down to the remake kill. You'll love to see it if you play Diva. With a couple of more picks rolling in, Anghells might be able to get some agency here on the objective, but there's still some more bodies to fight through. Liar is on the objective. It's going to keep Vision and GTX up. GTX with their own dose of lethality to offer into this potential last fight. Look at that, the overtime wick is burning away, and there's no opposition from Anghells.
Yeah, absolutely clean swipe there for AHJA. And I mean, you see, Gig has just been so good. They need to find creative ways to kill him. So the only way to kill a Gig is basically do the mecha rematch there. And that's the only time Gig actually fell in that match. And you just see the overwhelming power, which AHJA with those Redbirds players is bringing into this matchup. And yeah, this is the way we expected this to go for now. But let's see if Anghells can do a difference here in Gardens.
Well, you know, I like Lijiang Tower because it's a great control point map. It's a really good opportunity for both of these teams to really size each other up, and you know, it's not always down to the compositional differences here. It's down to who runs what they're the style that they're playing a little bit better. And there's the teleports coming up on both sides. AHJA buys themselves a little bit of space with that Mei wall. Anghells were unable to use their own teleporters, so they're taking this arrowing walk across the bridge. Liar, that's terrifying! Liar picks up 3!
What an incredible use of the ability there. This Lucy is going mayhem all over Anghells. They've just been resetted in the worst way thinkable on this map. Booped off the Lucy there. And again, first percentage points go the way of AHJA.
And that's the kind of aggro support gameplay that we expect from AHJA, enabled by the rest of their team. And now the Anghells, they have to question, you know, how do they set themselves up for this next fight? Already breaking out on the objective. Another environmental elimination for Liar. That's 4 now just this round. Timo looking to make a play, goes for the pin. It's going to fall critically low and out of the fight as well. Quick resolution here established for AHJA.
This is terrifyingly one-sided at the moment. I'm going to be fully honest with you. The way that AHJA is performing on this map is just it's taking me away. Not gonna lie, like there's no answer to it from Anghells' side at the moment. And they need to find a way to break through that Mei is a matter way here, because currently it's not really looking good for Anghells.
Yeah, it's also, again, it's the support gameplay. Ripple and Lyre are absolute beasts, and, you know, it's just part of the nature of this map. You don't get to see quite as much from Gay as you would like, but here's the opportunity to shine the presence of an amplification matrix. The Anghells have to find a way to navigate around that. For now, it's a total disengagement. Lyre, microwave just a little bit there, able to inch out of that, and there's the rotation. Amplification matrix totally blocked off there by a well-placed Maywall from J-Mars, who does have Blizzard walked out. Pure Irish, there's a lot to mitigate here, and as the photon barrier comes up, there's mitigation on the side of AHJA. Blizzard deployed by Pack. It might swing this fight here, but the wall is going to buy a little bit more time for AHJA to see if they can stabilize. You do have Lyre sound barrier online as well. Dual self-destructs on the objective. Which one gets value? None of them for now, but GTX doesn't need the self-destruct to find the final blows. Another stabilization here for AHJA.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the value that Jamas is bringing on that May here, as we see the last engage of Anghells now coming in to trying to make something of this. They get the first pick here. Timo takes down the May of AHJA, but is this going to be enough for them? As we see the chatter coming in. Oh, double environmental kill again on the other side. Dong taking down Lucian, the Diva of AHJA. This is chance. It's the first time that we see Anghells getting some percentages on this objective.
Yeah, and it's a welcome change as well to see Anghells really taking a fight on their terms as opposed to playing into the expectations that AHJA sets there. That's what I wanted to see from the Anghells, is just the opportunities for the supports in particular to play as aggressively as they'd like, help to match the violence that AHJA is capable of dishing out. There's a quick teleport leading into a quick fight. Gig drops the shatter, slams down 3, and Avo is out. That's half of your damage dispatch, but Pack is still in the lineup, leading up towards that meteor strike, an elimination from Dong Hoon, who's picked up 3 now in terms of environmental kills, but the fight is still raging on. Photon Barrett coming up on the objective, but the damage has to be done now by the remaining forces of AHJA, fighting to regain control of this objective and call it a map win here on Lijiang Tower. Watch out though, that Sim gun is really high charge. There's 2 picks here for Anghells. They're going to be able to stabilize off this.
Yeah, they look like different change there. Totally different like way to approach this, but now it could actually be over already, as AHJA is taking over some control here on this open space before the point, but it seems like Anghells are able to stabilize off this, although Pure Irish has to say goodbye for now and will be resetted into the spawn. Now fight on the point again, as it's going to the way of AHJA. Doomfist taking down Timo here, Reinhardt out of the play, and this looks like it could already be over for Anghells here as they go into last fight territory for themselves. But yeah, AHJA doing switch here, overtime is ticking down. No chance for the Diva to touch here, and it's going to be AHJA taking Lijiang Tower.
In decisive fashion as well. We really did not see any moment really where AHJA was down in these fights. There were brief lapses there where maybe they were contending in a fight. Oh, that triple, that's beautiful. Look at the rollout as well. We've seen a couple of brief moments there where AHJA, is maybe suffering a loss of manpower in some of these fights, but they're still able to come back from it. That's the beauty for me of AHJA. Is just they don't need everyone engaged at all times in order to accumulate team fight wins.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing which surprised me the most potentially is the fact that even when Anghells were in control of the objective, they didn't really seem like they had a proper plan, something to come up against AHJA. Although they were in control, it didn't seem like they had control over what they were doing, really. This match has just been in AHJA's hands all day long, basically. And it's been a super quick map one, and I'm really looking forward to see what is going to be the map pick of Anghells, because they need to find an answer to this. And currently, I don't see them having one at hand.
Well, we got to see in AHJA's previous series that they played Havana. I think that if Anghells end up picking that escort map, I think that they might be playing into a slight disadvantage. You really want every little ounce of license that you can get in this matchup. You're really playing against some tough opposition here. So for Anghells, I'd love to see them take us to Route 66 or Dorado. Anything that isn't Havana, where AHJA has free reign over that close hold.
Absolutely, and it's not going to be Route 66, but we're going down under. It's Junkertown for the next match, as we will go into the escort segment, which you just talked about. Let's run through what we will see on the attack here on Junkertown. What are the comps which are usually played on this map of Australia?
Double shield. Double shield is really all that I can expect. Although it is a little, unconventional. You could get away with a brief close hold here on Junkertown. I really don't anticipate either of these teams trying that, though. Maybe an exercise in futility there. I won't complain if I get to see the horse in action. I love me some Marissa gameplay, boring as it might seem.
Yeah, you know what's been the only comp which ever worked for me in Junkertown?
What's that?
It's going to be something like Torbjorn, Bastion, Mercy, Baptiste, Reinhardt, basically. That's basically like, whenever I play my gold games, it's usually that comp. And it either works or it doesn't. But most of the time when I play comp, we'll end up playing something like 4v5 because most of them just leave because of the Bastion or something. But I hope those players know better than I do, as we see Anghells attacking a double sniper and Orisa Sigma for them. As we see Jonathan on the Brigitte probably here. Yeah, the double sniper setup seems to be matched.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the pain.
Not quite. After seeing so much Vision Symmetra today, I am pretty excited to see them on the sniper role. That Widow 1v1 is to be opted totally out of. Avo ends up going on to the Ashe instead. I like Ashe's pathing here, trying to take control of that high ground that Anghells would have to operate in, or I'm sorry, that AHJA would have to operate in. But AHJA, they're currently playing the safety of this building here.
Yeah, absolutely good way of playing around the natural cover there. Vision's got some free space and needs to find the right angle to approach this. Winston might be able to get some shots there. This is a couple, but yeah, we see the Tracer in the backline already. Let's see how Anghells will be able to push that payload further than it currently is.
Oh wow, look at JMars picking up one with a sonic arrow as well. Definitely under the influence of the Discord orbs, the tanks for Anghells are going to be feeling a lot of hurt, and it's a nice critical hit finish on the pack as well, who's, by the way, being constantly marked by AHJA.
Absolutely, yeah, and JMars is just spawn holding them here with the Hanzo. The arrows ready to hit some faces there. As we say, Anghells, the payload is stopped for now. Let's see if they can find another approach on how to move this payload into the first checkpoint.
Pack is going to have to play really smart here, really good blink management and knowing which targets to engage on, but there's so much distance to cross, and they've already lost that engagement against JMars. Avo and Apples caught out just a little bit, have to get topped off before re-engaging here, and these Sonics, these recons from JMars are just absolutely massive, and there you go, Pack is once again marked. All of AHJA knows that they're in the back lines, and they're not close enough to a pulse bomb to really justify going on to as many targets, but that's a nice pick to secure. Both of the supports gone now for AHJA. Pack is now free to engage upon Vision. Who wins this? It's going to be Pack every single time. And the card is going to be able to advance here, and possibly a first point cap as well.
Absolutely, a good play. A nice pull from Timo there on the Rissa, who makes sure that both supports of AHJA are in the right position to be taken down by Pack and by Evo. And yeah, first point going the way of Anghells, but they're already getting picked off again here. They must take down Pure Irish. No off-tank for Anghells.
There's the Dragons thrown in as well. It doesn't lead to any lethal damage. The Immortality Field it prevents Apples from dying, at least for a little bit. They're eventually going to go down, however. Now it's only the Brigitte remaining in the support lineup for Anghells. So this might delay their push a little bit and definitely fortifies AHJA's defense. But AHJA quickly loses two. JMars and Liar both going down. No Transcendence is going to be available here for the impending ultimates that Anghells want to use. So the Ant Matrix will buy AHJA a little bit more time.
Yeah, Vision though has a really good angle there. Make sure he doesn't get caught by the pull from the Orisa there. Good job by him there. So he's got 3 shots at the backline here, but he's got to be careful. Gets here the dynamite, so he might have to be a bit lower than he might have to pull his hat a bit low there. As we see Anghells trying to approach that high ground there, doesn't really stand a chance there against the Bongo of the Orisa. Off Gig here is doing a great job on the main position role till now.
Yeah, really interesting. Anghells are just kind of perpetually slowed down by the damage amp ults that are being utilized by AHJA. Now it's the rally coming in response to a Gravitic Flux. Rupel ends up collapsing in the chaos here as the mid-fight really breaks out. The Transcendence is going to find its commitment from Liar, and Apples is able to find that final blow onto JMars. That's a lot of damage gone for AHJA. Pack is a little bit more free to engage onto anyone they'd like, but it's really just card progress that they're interested in.
Yeah, absolutely. And Anghells actually got a really decent time here going into that third point of Junkie Town. It's like 4 minutes on the clock. Not something you see every day here. They got lots of time to make sure they bring that payload all the way till the third point.
It's absolutely what they need as well. After that, after the stop that was Lijiang Tower, there's some wind in their sails. A little bit of momentum to work with is going to be thwarted by an early pickoff onto Avo. Anghells are undaunted, however. They deploy the supercharger, but is quickly dispatched, and AHJA is quick to clean up.
Yeah, absolutely great combination play from Gig and Vision, as they did a brilliant job combining their abilities. Their wonderful clean up from the defending team, as Anghells will have to take a different approach in this coming from this one.
And there's this next fight is really just going to be pretty dry here from both sides. It's going to be a battle really of the amp matrices here. Rupel's going to be coming up on that very shortly, and that could easily wear down this time bank, which has already been reduced from that 4 minutes to now 3. I think that the slow tentative engagements here for the Anghells, it's not a bad direction, but you definitely want to see them pick up the pace against AHJA.
Yeah, and they definitely need to if they want to stand a chance against this really solid defense. I really like the engage they're taking now, the double-sided, but still AHJA is just tearing them into pieces as Jamal on the Genji is taking them down one by one. Another reset into the spawn. I really like that switch away from the double sniper to the Genji here on the side of AHJA. They're doing a great job of adapting to the pace which Anghells are bringing to this attack, and now it seems like they're stuck at this point where they need to move the payload away and right on track again onto a third point.
Yeah, they're playing into some ultimates. Slight disadvantage here for the Anghells. Might be looking to start off this fight with Gravitic Flux, but you've got that blade online from JMars. It is going to be drawn from its sheath. Flux committed by Pure Irish, and Pack ends up securing JMars before they're able to find any lethal damage. There's a Flux from GTX. It does get Avo, and Superchargers are gone now for Gig. Still, AHJA's holding their own, and the rally is not going to prevent Donghun's death in this fight. We mentioned close holds once or twice leading into this map. This is a close hold right here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Anghells, they have to come up with something here. The time is running against them, and they lost half of the time by coming into this fourth point already. And now they need to find a way to entrance this point. They need to find a way to bring AHJA away from that. And Pack might just have the answer to it right here. He gets 2 kills, DPS line taken down off. Oh yeah, and he got the dragon now. That's a nice positioning. Maybe gets another pick off here. Yeah, Avo taking down Rupel. That's the opening they needed, and this will bring the payload back into rolling progress.
Yeah, absolutely, and at a really good time as well, as the time bank bleeds away into that 1 minute left. Liar's going to be coming up on the rally, but it's Vision's Bob that is going to be the point presence that the double shield comp for AHJA really needs to make sure that there's a serious delay on this payload. Buys GTX enough time to get up to that next Gravitic Flux as well. It looks like the Anghells set the pace for that first fight, but now they're going to have to play into the win conditions of AHJA. That's GTX on the high ground, is pushed back by Donghun. Bob on the high ground here is going to get that brig for the Anghells. Apples is still equipped with the Amp Matrix, though. They're going to deploy it in their position, help keep the rest of the attackers sustained on the point. But talking about sustain, it's Liar's rally, keeping the defenses bolstered. The collective health pool steadily rising here for the defense. Going to be whittled down by the supercharger, but Pack strikes back. 2 critical hit finishes onto both DPS. That's a diff for sure.
Absolutely, and they actually get it in 16 seconds before the clock hits the overtime. What an amazing attack. Once they had the momentum back on their attack on the third point, they just rushed through it, and you saw how much difference that one fight made. They already got like 3/4 of that progress on the third point with just that one attack, and they just had to win that a bit longer fight in the end and end up getting 3 points on their attack.
The real question for the Anghells is, how much quicker is AHJA going to be able to capture those same 3 objectives? That answer may be not very quickly at all. For the Anghells, again, that slow, tempered pace in terms of the way that they were staged for those fights, it wasn't a bad direction, but they thrived whenever they were able to take those fights on their terms and really force AHJA into positions where they thought that they could ultimate or use their ults and get some value, and ultimately didn't accumulate to those consecutive fight wins that we got to see from them on Lijiang Tower. For the Anghells, they have to defend. Their defense has to be the cleanest Junkertown defense they've ever played.
Yeah, and I mean, if one team is up for that, it's Anghells, definitely, because they've got so much loaded talent, a lot of experience coming from the tank line, for example, Team of Pure Irish. They've been in contenders with Old and Bold and then later Rebrand and Progress together for the last year, so they definitely can make this happen here, as we see the double sniper coming out on the side of AHJA again, while Anghells decided for the Tracer here might be a bit more flexible in the defense. Let's see how this attack turns out.
It's just that poke war still. That shack is going to be the natural cover here that the Anghells really want to play in. It's good to play in that position. You want to force AHJA into off angles, looking to win DPS duels that then Avo or Pat can win or be able to succeed. GTX and Pure Irish are just locked in that 1v1, and for now it's just both teams really waiting for that opportunity to engage with Teemo under the influence of the Discord orb. I was going to say that they have to back up, but they're going to go down.
Yeah, absolutely. Teemo getting taken down here, but AVO is just winning the Widowmaker duel here against Vision, so this might be an opportunity to stop them a bit, but look how far the card has already gone. Laya taking down AVO in the end, and that rotation that Anghells did here on the high ground has not been the cleverest one, because they've given so much space to AHJA. They've almost taken down the first point here, 2 minutes 50, but this might be the last shot for Anghells to take that control back here, as we see more of them falling piece by piece, and now 5 minutes 10 on the clock for AHJA as they take down first point.
It's a little bit of a reflection into the map on or the Lijiang Tower game there, where you see the Anghells are really investing, not just in terms of the amplification matrix, but also with Teemo onto the Wrecking Ball, as opposed to mirroring that double shield lineup, and it just doesn't get the payoff that they want.
Absolutely, and we see that this card is simply not stopping. AHJA is making meter by meter, basically. Anghells is now trying to come back over that high ground there, but all instantly getting attacked by the orbs off the Zenyatta here. So let's see if they can even make it out of there.
Have to see. Watch out for that amplification matrix. Donghun is now eliminated. It's only going to be Apples healing in this lineup, but I don't think that the defenders really want to push their luck. It's going to be a reset here from the defense, but it's a tenuous one. Look at the ultimates online for AHJA.
Absolutely, and they've done, Laya, I gotta point him out here, he's done an absolutely amazing job pulling that Transcendence out there when it was most needed from the ball punch there. So that was a wonderful play, and they still got 4 ultimates to go, got the visor now. So let's see if Anghells is even able to touch here with the ball, as he will get taken down immediately.
So much damage, so much focus fire onto Teemo, and that was a beautiful E of Pure Irish onto Jamar's Dragons. The rally is deployed from Donghun as well. It's going to reward Anghells with a little bit more time to stabilize. Are they going to be able to do it? Watch out, Apples is going to be cornered here. Eventually goes down to Vision, is forced rather to play that Widow line of sight, and GTX is just cleaning up here. Sigma's a tank. He looks more like a DPS. Watch out for the minefield on the objective. There's your tank capacity coming in, breaking up some of those mines, but things are still winnable here for AHJA. It is actually already won.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be honest with you that GTX just stayed alive way too long there on the payload. Has time to fully recover his health by himself, basically, and that's been the winning condition here for them. So basically, Teemo has to go away from the card as he's falling low, and they just give the second point up to AHJA. So we will now see 4 minutes 30, again about the same time bank which Anghells have, but let's see whether they can use that momentum they currently have to finish in a faster time.
Interesting that you mentioned the momentum, though, here, Julian, because the momentum is definitely in favor of AHJA. Really good ult cycles deployed in the interest of winning those first 2 objectives, and invariably here in the third as well. There's Avo's Dragons to shut that down. However, no Ant Matrix to play around for this fight. Possibly means the disengagement that that AHJA needs for their next fight.
Absolutely, having some kind of deja vu here, not gonna lie, because this is exactly the position Anghells have been to. So they lost that first fight into that point, and that was the moment where they got stuck for like 2.5 minutes. So now AHJA has to make sure that they don't end up in the same position here, and they have to regain, like instantly regain that momentum on that payload.
Absolutely, and remember, you know, both of these teams, they're contending for that second place spot here in the in this qualifier stage, right? So for the Anghells, they really need to hold this third objective, or at least destroy that time bank that AHJA has to work with. It's a nice transcendence from Apples. It's not going to save Donghoon or Teemo, actually, who both go down after it dissipates. Vision picking up 3 this fight. The card is going to continue moving uninhibited.
Absolutely, Vision, the monster here, taking down 4 enemies by himself, and yeah, this cleared the way for AHJA basically. Let's see how Anghells will try the last contest here, but they're already getting attacked, coming out of the doors basically.
Anghells are losing the resource game. The barrier suffering for Pure Irish. The recall is already out from Pack, as well as the pulse bomb sticks onto Gig, but Gig has the Fortify to bail themselves out. Grabs a Mega as well. It wasn't secured by Pack because they're bolstered with Rally armor. JMars is still taken out of the fight. Avo is looking to equalize this engagement. Potential last team fight territory here on the defense of Junkertown for the Anghells. They're going to use everything that they've got, but also is AHJA with the Rally armor. They are not going to slow down their attack, and look at the healing resources, just a little bit strained here from Anghells trying to stay in this fight. Teemo's absorbing so much damage they weren't even able to deploy the parting gift of the minefield into this potentially losable fight. As Pure Irish goes down, you're going to see the flux come out from GTX, which does take down Apples. No sustain here left on the objective, only a lonely Pack until they're lonely no more. They're joining their friends in spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. And now 1 minute 47 seconds, which make a difference here and will definitely make a difference in the second round of the attacks we're going to face now. And this is do or die for Anghells now, because they've got 1 minute to push that payload as far as they can get it. And if AHJA manages to use that huge time bank they've got for the second round, they'll probably just overtake the point where Anghells leave the card for the first time, and I don't see too many winning conditions for Anghells at the moment.
We mentioned that, you know, part of the win condition was just really good responses to the way that AHJA is playing, but you know that requires investments, and we're seeing that that's not netting the reward that the Anghells want. They're losing. The longer a fight goes on, the more liable Anghells are to lose. And you know this is round 6. The standings are about as solidified as you could possibly get here in the qualifiers. So you're absolutely right. The Anghells are playing not only into a disadvantageous matchup, but also a really tough situation now in map point.
Absolutely, they got their backs against the wall here. This is what it all comes down to. They need to win Junkertown in order to keep their chances at the playoffs alive. And this is the 1 minute which counts most in this tournament. Let's see what their attack got ready for us.
Easy to say, hard to put in practice, but Teemo really needs to live. Avo, it's fine to lose Avo in that sniper matchup. Really, you just need your tanks to be able to create the space that the remaining DPS and supports can really operate in. Unfortunately, Apples is not going to be operating for another couple of seconds, being sent back to spawn by JMars.
Yeah, absolutely. So first, solid defense, half of the timing already gone for Anghells. It is last fight territory, and that's not in a good way, because it's their attack round, so they need to make some ground on this attack, because otherwise their chances to win this map are going to get very, very slim.
We mentioned earlier that, you know, Pack is constantly marked here by AHJA, but so too is Teemo. You saw that that Liar was setting up a volley to connect onto them. The Discord is quick to follow up afterwards, and the lethal damage is ramped up onto Teemo, who is going to be respawning. Their presence in this last fight is going to be felt by Anghells, but they need more. Pure Irish is already under the duress of the Discord orb. Teemo goes down once again. Only 33% to Minefield. Is there just justification for the Wrecking Ball pick here on the attack, leaning into the comfort of the Wrecking Ball. It might not be viable here as tanks and supports are all eliminated from the objective. There's no point presence, no sustain here for the Anghells as they are going to get full held here on first point of Junkertown.
Yeah, this really is now worst case scenario basically. The ball will get taken down, overtime is going to tick down, and only 72 meters in the bank for Anghells. This is the worst possible outcome they could have had on that attack, because now AHJA has 3 minutes, basically almost 3 minutes to make one good push happen. Because it will make some meters coming out of spawn, and then we just need one push to get around those two corners, and this is where the card is going to end. And I really don't see too many chances for Anghells to win this.
72 meters and 247. Those are not numbers that you really like. If you're the Anghells, if you're an Anghells fan, you know, that is that's really daunting. And I've talked with other people before about time banks, and you know, sometimes that minute 47 seconds, it's nothing. And it's everything all at once. For AHJA, you can make that same argument. It's nothing for them. Give them 30 seconds in the time bank. Put a little bit of a handicap on them, and they'll still find veritable success. But give them all the time in the world, and they'll have free reign over the pace of the match. I don't see a different outcome here besides AHJA really emerging triumphant here on Junkertown. It's going to take a little bit of a miracle from the Anghells.
Yeah, and see, they're pushing the D.Va there. Well, not anymore though. But the D.Va, as it can't do footsteps, they're pushing it here because it can't sneak, and we're waiting for that close hold, which Anghells is approaching here. So we need to see how that turns out for the attack of AHJA.
Ooh, look at that. The teleporter is gone, and Teemo had taken it, leaving 3 remaining squishies here from the Anghells, just a little bit vulnerable. It's J-Mars who's going to be first blood of this round, however, and at least for now, the Anghells it will be able to wear down that time bank that AHJA has to work with. Does the close hold continue succeeding?
Yeah, and you see the small winning conditions Anghells has, they just increased by a bit, because now they've got the economy advantage here, as the teleporter is going to be going up there, and that's what we talk about, that advantage of the economy here. They got the shadow right here, and they win another fight. And this could snowball in the worst way possible for AHJA. This could be a defensive snowball.
You see, AHJA's actually already been forced off of that double shield composition. They are totally mirroring that brawl comp, with really the only difference being J-Mars here on the Doomfist. But Doomfist rush comp, it's so much fun to just break apart the Anghells formation. Nice Mei Walt's not going to totally occlude the amplification matrix deployed by the attackers, and already a couple of assists off of it as well. The matrix from the Anghells just doesn't get the value they needed from it.
Yeah, and now though, with the close hold, Anghells might actually have a chance for another fight here, because there have been no meters made for AHJA since they've been close holders for the first 2 fights. So this is definitely a chance for a second fight here for Anghells. But look, Jamal's already setting up. They're trying to do a close hold here. May spotted that though, takes down Jamal. This is what they need. This is what Anghells need now. This is the chance to get back into this fight. Gig has to do the defensive. He has to make some meters back into the side of them. But yes, yeah, wall coming down, and Teemo, quite aggressive defense is doing there.
You know, honestly, I look at the Photon Barrier, I think it's just a little bit untimely. It's a defensive resource you might have wanted for the next fight, but at least in terms of defensive ultimates, you've got Donghoon's Sound Barrier. That has to be impeccably cast here in this next fight. There's still 40 seconds here remaining in the time bank for AHJA, and they have their own offensive and defensive utilities. There's the Photon Barrier, the Ant Matrix coming up. Pack looking for the freeze onto Gig. Is there lethal damage to follow up? No, because the health pool of Gig is padded by those short-lived shields. As those do dissipate, Gig is sent back to spawn, and Anghells are actually doing it. They're holding right now.
Yeah, and this is I can't believe it either. They have a fair chance of winning this. Teemo, Apple's got their ults ready, and on the other side, it's only the Doomfist basically in the shatter. It could be a good combination though, but Anghells, they've got winning conditions.
Yeah, Matrix is placed in a defensive position. Apple's going to be able to keep Teemo up, possibly for long enough to get that Shatter and find meaningful follow-up, but Gig is marking Teemo. They know that they have the Earth Shatter. They know that that's a potential win condition. There's GTX getting Apples out of the fight. The sustain is gone here, and the Shatter is attempted by Gig, but it doesn't connect to anything. Meaningful freezes here on the side of the defense, as well as you see Jmar's on the ropes and now in spawn. Vision on the back angle, trying to find some significant damage, but can't connect anything. Now it's only 2 remaining on the objective. It's only 1 here now for AHJA, and we've seen it. The Junkertown full hold from the Anghells, which equalizes this series.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing here. Anghells, they make the impossible happen. They full hold AHJA against all odds, and they tie up the series. Unbelievable.
Really, I mean, we mentioned that they've got to take some agency in these fights. They got to set the terms of engagement themselves, and I think that that's exactly what they did. You look at compositions to enable you to do that, or strategies to make things like that happen, and I mean that was it. The close hold on Junkertown with a brawl style composition. You don't see him on Junkertown much, but I won't ever complain about a Reinhardt being run there.
So I can't find the right words to this. I can't believe they actually pulled that off. They pulled off 70 meters in almost 3 minutes. They did the impossible. They had the ultimate strat for it. That early hold gave them so much time and such a great economy for the ultimates that they were able to pull this off. And now they've got a fair chance. They're back in this game. I can't find the right words for this.
Absolutely insane. And it's the control point game mode that we saw AHJA really thrive so well in. It's so different from Escort and Hybrid. Those map types foster a little bit more team-oriented play styles, and I think that that's absolutely what the Anghells have opted into, not only in their choice of Junkertown to see if they can get away with that double shield, double sniper composition, but also that they really utilize to their advantage, understanding that, if we need to full hold the first point, that spawn with a brawl-based comp, we can do that.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to think about what that is doing to the mentality of Anghells now. Against all odds, against all the times, against anything that stood against them, they hold that. And they're back in the series. And the momentum which they bring into this next map is enormous. The mentality they've got now, it won't get better than that. No chance. And AHJA have to make sure that they don't give this out of hand now. After Lijiang, this seemed like a close deal. It seemed like everything's tied up and ready to go. But now Anghells, they 110% back in this.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was so hungry today. I'll be eating my words, Julian, snacking on the fact that I anticipated AHJA making a quick sweep of those same 72 meters. But we will be heading into map 3. It is that hybrid game mode, and maybe we get to see some King's Row, more of that brawl rush style composition in action. But at this point, I won't complain. If there's anything I love more than seeing good, clean Overwatch, it's some really healthy competition, and this is arguably one of the most competitive matchups we've seen all day.
Absolutely, it's a banger match, and it promised to be one as we're going into the third map. King's Row, you asked for it, you'll get it. And yeah, interesting map choice though, because I know that Anghells played King's Row last map against GeForce, and so they've got practice on this map, and they know their limits, and they know they know how to balance them. And I think that this, if anyone would have pre-written that script, it's the ultimate story. It can't get better than this. It's 1-1, it's do or die, and it's King's Row. You can't ask for more in this major qualifier, and I'm so much looking forward to King's Row.
I'm so excited to see these two Titans really take this head-to-head matchup. Finally, some license has been attained, some momentum that we've talked so much about, Julian, by Anghells. They have it in the palm of their hands. Victory so close they can almost taste it. That number 2 spot that they're gunning for to make it into the semis and possibly the finals afterwards, as well as recuperating from their loss on King's Row against oh goodness, what is the team? Against GeForce. Right? Who are just absolutely unstoppable. Now they have the chance to really test their mettle, and in competitive, organized Overwatch, these games, these series that these teams have played several consecutive of, they're long and hard. It's a test of endurance as well as just a test of individual gameplay and skill.
Absolutely, and you know what's the worst thing for Anghells? They have to play one more match after this.
Yeah.
They'll be here longer than I will. And I've been around for some time now, right? But Anghells, they've got the ultimate destiny here. So they have this do or die. And if they take this home, they'll need to win the next match as well. Because this is the last match for AHJA. So if Anghells take this, they've got it all in hand. They win next map, they're done. They lose it, they're out. So it's all up to them now. And King's Row is going to be the pre-decider for them. It will determine the destination, and Anghells are going to start off on the attack.
Well, you mentioned, what winning Junkertown has to do to the morale behind the scenes for the Anghells, how that has to amplify their communications and bolster their confidence just a little bit. Maybe taking a few lessons from Gig with their confidence. And if they manage to win this matchup, imagine the confidence boost that is heading into their last match for the day.
Absolutely, and let's see what Anghells got ready for us. They're going with the Widowmaker and the Doomfist here. Widowmaker might have some fairly good chances here to get an early pick, maybe. And as we see him looking for the targets, right, it makes sound vision. That's what they need. This could be the first attack round, and now instantly switches to the Cassidy. This is the momentum they need. They're going right into it. They take down the Symmetric turrets, and now they need to push the point fast.
Yep, it's going to be an all-out brawl here on the objective. You might see a tick yielded here by AHJA, wanting to temper their approach and make sure that their engagement is really calculated. They do yield a little bit of objective progress, but hey, lose the battle, win the war, right? That's the name of the game here for AHJA, but they might lose Gig as well. They lose the Immortality field, definitely. Timo goes down as well. Now the main tank is Pack, looking for final blows, but can't connect onto anyone other than Vision. Poor Vision, let them play the game. And now it's just AHJA retaking control of this objective and ready to set the pace for the next defense.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is a good trade for Anghells. They've taken down 2 ticks already, and they're just pushing Gig back here. He's got the implication mechanism now, so Timo needs to take some cover behind that shield. Got the immortality there, but yeah, Gig still falling out. Attempts to shatter here, gets it down. Timo taken down, and this is another one fight for AHJA, I say, because I don't see Anghells returning from that fight.
I mean, it is mind-boggling to imagine the amount of amplification matrix assists Rubel has incurred just over the duration of this series, much less the entire day as a whole. I mean, just the VODs for the Baptiste gameplay, I'm sure, are absolutely thrilling.
Absolutely, and now Anghells, they've got the McCree or the Cassidy all ready to go. They're trying to approach over the high ground. He will probably rotate around the point a bit and drop right on there. Yeah, actually going up the high ground, trying to take some positioning advantage away from AHJA here as they are still down on the low ground. And now they're forcing them back a bit here. Fast rotation with the Cassidy classic move there as they have to hide and hold. This gives them the space they need. And now they've got 94%.
Yeah, so close to the finish line, at least here for the first point. Got to outplay the wall here. Isolates a couple of members of the Anghells, but there's still more resources here for both sides. Jamar's ready and aiming with the Blizzard, just looking for the opportunity to strike, and the defensive sound barrier is going to be in use as well. It's going to be starting with the Amp Matrix, the Photon Barrier, and the sound barrier from both sides here. It's the Shatter from Gig to end it all, however, in this push for the Anghells. They're looking to bring it back, however. Pack with a Meteor Strike. Can they connect onto more than just a few targets? It's not about getting picks, it's about getting the right ones. And AHJA, it manages to slip away.
Yeah, but at least they got to force out the Diva Bomb from GTX there. So they might have another chance for a fast approach here, as AHJA is not completed yet, but Wall comes in again and splits the team.
Yeah, you've got an Matrix that is totally unusable here on the side of Anghells. Apple's going to have to work to build that one up here in the next minute or so. Losing Pack means that's one of your engagement tools lost, and as well, Pure Irish getting demeched is a death sentence here for now.
Yeah, and it's just back and forth for Anghells. They've got the momentum, they lose the momentum. Now Diva also getting stacked there, which will bring them down to 2 final fights here to take this first point. They only need that one tick though, but it's going to be a hard one.
And look at JMars is still able to hold on to this Blizzard as well. Donghoon expended the sound barrier in the previous fight, so now it's all eyes on Apples to place a smart immortality field. Maybe not a smart pin there from Teemo, but they gotta make a play in the face of adversity. They're a gamer, they have to rise, and rise they will not, or at least not on the point. They'll be rising from spawn.
Yeah. Now, last fight territory, AVO getting a late kill there, so this will maybe not even give them a full team to approach this. And look at their ultimate, they've got nothing to work with the dry, and so now it is going to be a super hard attack. Let's see who touches the point and how they will do that. As we see the window here actually getting played, but the wall, such a good play. Is anyone even able to touch? I don't think so. And it's going to be round 1 completed. 94% is all Anghells got out of this attack, and we thought that Junkertown was a difficult task. This is the real challenge for them. Let's see how they can pull this off.
They mustered it on Junkertown. It's all in their hands. It's their destiny. It's their team. It's their matchup to win for the Anghells. So in terms of kind of what we expected from both these teams. Well, they know that AHJA wants to play hyper-aggressive. They know that AHJA, as well, is perfectly willing to bide their time, be patient, and make sure that any commitments they make are commitments that they will get payoffs from. For the Anghells, you have to see it mirrored, which is really unfortunate, where on any other map, in any other series, you might be able to lean into a different composition, a different strategy. Here, it's mirror compositions and it has to be mirrored playstyles as well. These teams, these players, they all have to perceive the game the exact same way.
Absolutely, and this, you can't make one wrong step here if you're Anghells in the defense. Yeah. One wrong decision will cost you the series, will cost you the chances for the playoffs. And this, yeah, I've said it before, but this is do or die. And let's see what they bring up here. They've got the sneaky TP to be able to reposition as fast as possible, but let's face it, 4 minutes. It's one good push for AHJA if they're doing it right. So let's see what they bring out on this attack.
We've seen a lot from Vision today, and as well a lot of their Symmetra, an absolute beast in the front lines. There's a teleport onto the high ground, quick engagement here onto the objective, and the freeze is going to find Teemo. No lethal damage to follow up. The immortality field was deployed by Anghells, and in the interest of keeping their main tank alive, Gig will go down, traded out for the enemy Reinhardt. The defense is suffering now here, however. Pack is gone, and now it's not even Avo remaining here to do damage on the objective. There's the aggro support gameplay that we really wanted to see from the Anghells that we won't be able to see. Apple's going down, and Donghoon as well has the need for feed there just to see if they can swing something out. The point is so close to getting captured. Do we see a touch here from Teemo? No! They go down, and that's it.
Yeah, it's all silence all of a sudden. And Anghells, they've given us all they had. Not gonna lie, all they had. They've grown above themselves. They've evolved through the series, you could even say. And it has been a hell of a show from them. Unfortunately, though, AHJA takes it in the end. The collegiate mix, Red Bulls Light, whatever you want to call them, they take down Anghells. They take down another EU Titan in this tournament. And they'll probably secure their spot on the second place here in this tournament. And they'll move on into the playoffs.
Yeah, and we had mentioned that the Anghells kind of have to recuperate from their loss against G-Force, but as well, that's a narrative for AHJA. That's the only team that they've lost against, and now with this victory, they'll have the opportunity invariably to play them again. What a fantastic series this was! I'm so glad that it went to 3 maps. I do feel a little bit bad for Hot Dog and Septilence. They would have loved to see that 3rd map.
Absolutely, and let's face it, highest respect to Anghells. They've given this more than anyone could have expected from them. They've been playing on latency. They had unfortunate conditions for this matchup, but yet still they have given this all they had, and I'm super proud of them. They've made an unbelievable performance on this broadcast here, on this map against this really strong opponent who's got loaded talent all over the place. I'm really looking forward to seeing AHJA and GeForce off Group D. They'll move on into the playoffs, and I'm looking forward to seeing them. However, though, as said before, deep full highest respect for Anghells and as well for Mind, Goblin, DeleteFriend. All the EU teams have tried to come up against these NA challenges, but somehow all have failed. Unfortunately, NA strikes again. But yeah, definitely unbelievable series. Great of what we've witnessed here.
Yeah, GG's to all of our teams and all of our contenders. And, I think the cool thing is as well, Julian, that we'll have one more matchup that we get to see too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know what the matchup is going to be. However, I know person to do. And that's why I'm going to throw it right back to the desk. AHJA's newbie, and I could take it over.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the desk. I'm here with AHJA, and I believe we will be joined with Jag shortly as well.
Yeah.
So just watched a fun match there between Anghells and AHJA, and welcome, Jag. It's good to see you. What did you think of that last match?
I think first of all, we got to give a lot of credit to Anghells for being able to get to that map 3 to King's Row. It's not easy on Junkertown to go to extra rounds, get held pretty early on that first point, and then still be able to have a better hold. So a lot of props to them. I especially loved on their initial attacking round the kind of double shield hybrid they brought out. I thought it was really smart to have double shields on the cart and then have dive DPS go on to the snipers that was on the other side, kind of pressure them out, make them feel uncomfortable. And the fact that they won that even with less time in extra rounds, very impressive. But first on King's Row, just could not get it done. I think Doomfist really struggles there. We saw them try to use Doomfist on attack, a little bit on defense as well. And it works really well on a map like Lijiang Tower when you're trying to push, especially like Night Market, because there's very few entry points onto the point. There's very few ways really to get on there except for trying to go through those doorways. You can punch them out or you can punch them into a wall. King's Row, it's a little bit more open. So I just feel like there's going to be a lot of struggling trying to get into there, especially with Gig, who's just kind of swinging his way through the enemy team. If this doesn't work out, unfortunately, I think with that loss, they're going to be eliminated from playoff contention, but still, what a run overall.
Yeah, I thought it was really solid. Unsurprising, I think, seeing AHJA's pick up, go to King's Row there, kind of Reinhardt's funhouse, especially on that first point. We see some really fun Symmetra rotations as well, which probably makes things a little bit more difficult for the Doomfist too when the entire team is rotating away from you instantly. So yeah, unsurprising to see that being a little bit more of a challenge.
Yeah, and the Symmetra isn't something you usually see on King's Row. The only time I've really ever seen it in my casting career is when you try to do the Bastion strategy on top of the statue, a little cheesy with that one, just put Bastion all the way up high and then he sprays from above. But Symmetra, I mean, I feel like we've seen her more and more as Reinhardt become a bit more popular as we wait for Overwatch 2 to come out. I feel like a few months ago it was all Wrecking Ball competitions all the time. As we see these tier 2 and tier 3 competitions, though, Rush has kind of been the name of the game. It's been very played out here today, and Symmetra just allows you to rotate in and out of situations where maybe you'd be collapsed on. Teleporter's right there. You get to high ground, you get behind them, you can go for a sneaky flank shatter with it. There's so many possibilities, and it really comes down to timing. And I think that's why a team like AHJA can do this, because it is 4-6 of the Redbirds. There's a lot of synergy there. There's a lot of communication things that you're not going to have on a team that's a pug team that's kind of just put together for a tournament like this. So that's why you can use the Symmetra to enable you to go for those kind of crazy rotations that get you out of harm's way.
Yeah, I agree. I think especially teams that are like either built or recently built for the tournament, you're seeing a lot more of that like balls and kind of composition that rewards the mechanical skill, trying to force the little 1v1s or peeling someone away from the rest of their team. A lot of the more like established teams with some synergy seem to be leaning more into either the rush or bunker or something, that rewards that synergy that they have built up.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you hit that right on the head. We have the Tracer, Wrecking Ball, you can kind of just run around. You only need a few people to be in sync, like really just the DPS and the Wrecking Ball. You're able to pile drive, and then you get a squishy weak or a support weak, whoever you're collapsing on, and then you focus them down, and then supports kind of can do their own thing. Sigma can just protect them, so you're kind of playing in two different places, but Rush, everyone has to be playing together, everyone has to be synergized, and I think especially we got to get to the support line of AHJA, because I mean RuPaul as well as Lai are just two incredibly talented supports filling in for two supports that just departed for the Overwatch League, and again, like, they're part of that Redbirds roster, so they know exactly how to play around Gig, they know exactly how to enable him. You saw so many times that they would throw Immortality Field Gig's way, and Gig's like, all right, well, I'm, invulnerable. Nothing's gonna hurt me right now, or at least not, get me down weak enough because the immortality field wasn't being destroyed. So he can just swing for the fences, just get all of that ult charge, get all of that cleave damage in, build up his shatter. And because of that, Gig is just looking like an unstoppable force right now. Absolutely, like, credit to him, but you got to give it for the backline too. And it kind of plays into the whole idea of they have that synergy already, so they can go for those kind of things.
AHJA really had the team effort there, and it showed, and I'm really not feeling good for whoever has to run into them later on in this tournament, because it's definitely not going to be a fun time.
No,
yeah, Gig was getting away with a lot there, and he would spend so much time at like 80 health. And I'm like, somebody just finish him. And it seemed impossible. The supports were just all over the place, pumping those resources and keeping them alive is unbelievable to watch. It was staggering what he was getting away with.
Yeah, and I think, again, like Liar as well, but RuPaul especially, came in after playing at University of Connecticut for a while. I was really lucky because I got to watch them basically for the entire fall semester, taking a team that was probably like 3.5 average, so just like barely masters, and just making them an absolute powerhouse in the collegiate scene in EGFC. Just completely turned that team around with his leadership, with his playstyle. Looks like a DPS sometimes more than a support. I feel like here, with the players that he's surrounded by, is able to go more for that supportive role instead of just having to like pump in damage all of the time. But when you have a player like that can boost another team, bringing them to this roster, especially, this roster that has 2 less players than they're used to playing with, but still, they're still just doing all the things they need them to do. Baptiste, I feel like sometimes is seen as an easier character because there's so much sustain that you have. The immortality field, you got your extra heal ability, but just making it look like a DPS, it's not easy to do. And being able to enable someone like Gig who's just going in all the time, even better.
Well, and you also saw it with Liar. Like, there's a ton of support to go around from RuPaul, because Liar was, especially on like Lijiang Tower, was going for huge plays. And definitely felt safe making those plays, taking those risks, going for those big environmental kills, knowing that support, was still there for the team.
Yeah, and I think, again, just like a lot of it is rotations. You see, like, when they're coming out of the gate, they know exactly what they're going to do. It's like with speed, then Symmetra teleport, they get onto the point, and then you just have, the point is your playground, because you've already done, like, everything that you need to do to get to that point to enable you to go for those kind of crazy environmental eliminations. Step 1, 2, 3 off the board, and then that's a map win under your belt right away.
And so with that, looking, at AHJA and how strong they've been, if you look at Anghells as well, how did you feel, their day went today? Obviously, like we said, we don't think they're going to make it moving on into the playoffs, but they still didn't look too bad. They definitely had some strong moments.
Oh, absolutely. I think the fact that they were able to upset Mind Goblins is like a big win. I think that Mind Goblins was a team that everyone was very high on and expected to do very well. This was just, in my opinion, like the group of death. Like, this group D was just like absolutely like stacked, and it's really unfortunate that we had 4 teams at the top that honestly probably could have qualified if they were split up among other groups. Like, I'm thinking at like Anghells and Mind Goblin in particular. Like, I feel like if you put them in Group A or Group B, I feel like they could at least get the 2nd seed and move on to playoffs. That's just kind of the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. You get a really stacked division, really stacked group, and just not able to cut it. I think one thing that I noticed that they relied on the Brigitte a lot, especially. They won Junkertown, but I feel like they could have played a bit more effectively on Junkertown if they had swapped to a full kind of poke comp of Double Shield. They went for hybrid, and then they swapped to long-range DPS, and I feel like that's a big part of why that 3rd point took so long for them to try to actually cap that on Junkertown, which is why they had less time. On Lijiang Tower, it seems like their composition was just a little bit weaker. Overall, their DPS lineup, not in terms of players, but just like the decisions they made and who they were playing with character-wise. And then on King's Row, I already kind of talked about it, but that Doomfist pick, like, I feel like if they had gone with something else, maybe a Mei, maybe they try to mirror exactly what we saw from the other side from AHJA, and could have given themselves a much better chance. I just don't think Doomfist works very well there. Maybe on Streets phase you can make it work. It's a lot tighter corridors. There's a lot more areas you can just one-punch someone into the wall, and that's an easy elimination. There's just too much space on that first point of King's Row, and that full hold that came out from AHJA just completely put the nail in the coffin for Anghells.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see some more work to CC the tank line of AHJA there. like having the Mei, something like that, to try and punish some of the aggression that was coming out, because it was just completely unmitigated.
Yeah, and they tried it with a Cassidy, but that swap was a little bit too late, and can't flash hammer, unfortunately. Flash fan the hammer, excuse me. You can't do that to a Reinhardt. They're just too tanky. There's two good heals on their side. I saw a few attempts of trying to do that, trying to catch them out of position, but immediately either the heals are coming in from Baptiste's primary heal grenades, or just the Immortality field is thrown in. So something like a Mei to separate them with her Ice Wall would have been huge, because then it takes a while for the support line to try to rotate or jump up above the wall. It's not enough to separate Gig from the rest of the team.
And after all that, we've seen a lot of pretty interesting matches today and a lot of good plays. Is there anything that's happened so far in this round robin that has surprised you at all?
Yeah, I'm really surprised about Def Computer. I'm really sad about it too. That was a team I was kind of rooting for as an underdog. I had a lot of high hopes for them. I've been able to see them around the scene for a while. They did really well in the Barry Community Blast, coming in as a replacement and then upsetting Maryville. But today just could not find their footing, ended up going 1-6. And we were talking about this before we went live here at the desk. Maybe, once you drop those first few matches, it's kind of like, oh, well, there's really no chance for us. It's kind of like, well, we'll just throw in the towel now. 1-6 though, that is very, very different from what I expected. I really thought they might be able to clutch that second seed in their group. Very sad to see them go home this early.
Yeah, and you said it, like, a win against Maryville is huge. That's such a big upset, and then to come off such a high like that and to have a bit of a rough day is really going to sting.
Yeah, it's a hard, it's a hard day. It's a hard day's work. Some teams, they're playing in multiple tournaments right now, Bay State in particular I'm thinking of. But even without extra games, it's a gauntlet. Like, it's a lot here. But we got to think about what you're playing for. It's a $10,000 prize pool. That's a lot of money, especially, with not a lot of tournaments going on right now. You get guaranteed money if you make it into that top 8 playoffs. So there was a lot on the line here today, but sometimes it just doesn't go your way early on. Maybe you have those hard matchups early. Like, I think Hot Lava, especially in that Group B, was like kind of the team that I would want to avoid. I think that might have been one of the earlier matches they had. And from there, once like kind of that fire is put out, it's really hard to reignite it.
And so with that, we do have some more matches coming up later on today. Is there anything you're looking forward to in the last match that we have? Coming up between Bay State and DICE?
I think that's going to be an absolute banger. I'm really interested to see Bay State, because they're actually not secure whatsoever in their group right now. The fact that they ended up dropping that game to, I believe, DaBaby, like, that puts them in kind of, they have to win. It's either win or go home. DICE currently is sitting at an undefeated 5-0, I believe. So DICE, they can drop this and they still have a pretty good chance of moving on. There's a lot at stake at Bay State for a team that I think was expected to go through. Obviously a very busy day for them, but right now it's clutch up time.
Yeah, and with that, like you mentioned it as well, with Bay State, they're playing in 2 different tournaments basically simultaneously. And especially with how many matches just in the Questline Open today, that has to be grueling. So as a player, what's going through your mind when you get this late on in the day?
I've done some tournaments myself. I used to actually be a collegiate player for Northeastern back in the day, and I think the most we ever did was like 6 in a day. It's really important to kind of just keep your mental fortitude going. I think a great way to do that is, get up, do some stretches, maybe some exercise, drink a lot of water, and kind of keep your eyes on the prize. If you're sitting at your desk the entire time, it's very easy to get fatigued, especially when you're playing all these back-to-back sets. But if you're able to get up, walk around a little bit, just kind of refresh yourself, even if just for a few moments, it's a big game changer. It's like a whole new world, and you get back right at it.
And I think that's good advice for basically any Overwatch player. Like, obviously it really helps the higher up you go, but anytime you can take that mental break, even a physical break, refresh yourself and kind of reset, I think it goes a long way in keeping the mental strong and not allowing yourself to lose focus or maybe start tilting a little bit. It's a good way to avoid that for sure.
Yeah, I think a lot of players think, I don't want to go cold, so I want to stay in the practice range. Maybe I'm doing quick play, maybe I'm doing comp, and that is important. There is a very real possibility if you take too long of a break that maybe you'll come into a game a little bit less than ready mechanically. Sometimes it can take a little bit just to get back in the swing of things, but it's there's 2 parts to the story. You got to have the mental aspect as well, not just like the mechanical skill. in the game. You got to have both. They got to work together. They got to be in harmony.
Yeah. With that, AHJA, do you have anything else to add, or?
No, I'm just looking forward to this match.
Yeah, and speaking of that match, we are going to see Dice Amplify take on Bay State in just a little bit, so stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break while those teams get ready, and we'll be back shortly. Hello, folks. We are back at the Questline Open. I'm Newbeat here with AHJA, and once again, we're joined by Jag on the desk, and we are getting ready for a match between DICE and Bay State. And Jag, what are you looking forward to in this upcoming match?
You know, I think the first thing is for Bay State, and it's, you know, are they able to refresh? Are they able to get into the swing of things? As we talked about before we went to break leading up to this, that they have played a lot of games today. I think they are honestly probably one of the better teams in terms of, you know, synergy and organization, because this is a squad that's been playing together for quite a while now. I believe since 2021 at least. They've added some pieces here and there, but for the most part this core has been together for a very, very long time. DICE Gaming, they have a lot of very impressive names from contenders, but this is a completely brand new squad. DICE Gaming, they had a whole different roster that they dropped just before this event. So who knows how long they've really been together, how long they've been playing, scrimming, stuff like that. I think the biggest thing for Bay State is, like, can they, you know, regain, can they regroup and shake off some of the rust, because it has been a very long day for them playing in 2 different tournaments. And then on the other side, DICE, like, I guess my question is, like, will they try to play more of that individual style because they haven't been together as long, or will they try to match Bay State in more of a team play oriented compositions? We just don't know. We don't have the footage. They haven't been on stream just yet. All we have is their win record so far, which has been perfect throughout the day.
So with keeping that in mind, Jag, do you have a prediction on this upcoming match? Do you feel like you want to go with them keeping that perfect record?
No, I'm gonna say no. I always root for a bit of the underdog. I always like to, you know, make it interesting. So I'm actually gonna say I think Bay State takes this 2-1. I think it's gonna be very close 2-1. But I think if anyone's gonna challenge DICE in this group, it's gonna be Bay State. And I still think they both make it through as the number 1 and 2 seed. But I just think that, especially like looking at Cabe, I think that's like the big person I'm really looking at. When Cabe pops off, there's just nothing that can stop Bay State.
And AHJA, are you going to agree with that, or are you going to take the road less traveled?
No, I'm going to agree with that. I think Bay State's going to take this. They've had a lot of games today, like we talked about, but they're going to be coming in hot. Like this is a lot of Overwatch for one day. It's probably going to feel like their keyboards are just like an extension of their hands at this point. They're probably at like games like 8 or something of the day. So, and they're not been easy games either. Like they're like their other tournament they're in is the collegiate tournament.
Right. So I mean, with that in mind, I'm going to take DICE because somebody has to. And if I'm right, it's going to look real good for me. So that's absolutely what I'm hoping for. I mean, like you mentioned, Jake, they have a lot of talented players on there, and they haven't lost today. So I feel pretty confident in my prediction, even if it's the less popular choice here on the desk right now.
Yeah, I think it's the more popular choice overall, honestly. I feel like probably chat's going to be on your side. It's cool because they also have some collegiate representation themselves. Petal from University of Texas, Dallas. Horthick, who was at Maryville and now is at University of Miami, Ohio. But I think really, I don't know. I just believe in this Bay State squad. I feel like I also have a little bit of bias because I have been able to cast them a little bit in the last few weeks. This DICE squad is basically brand new. It's only been together officially for 2 days now. I feel like no matter what, we're going to have a great game. And that's really all we can ask for, right? I'm totally fine with being wrong in this scenario. I just like rooting for the team that might not be as favored by those viewing it.
You know what? I respect the belief. I respect the confidence in taking the literal underdog, looking at their logo. So it completely makes sense. And you know, I think DICE is going to take it, but like you said, Jack, I'm happy with whoever takes this match. It should be a fun watch regardless. So with that, if we are ready to go, it looks like we will be going into this match right now.
Oh Lord, we're back. And oh Lord is correct indeed, because I'm here with Lord for the last match of this qualifier day. We've got a banger for the end. It's DICE Amplified against Bay State. So happy to be here, back with you, back in the Castles booth here, and yeah, we've got quite a match for you.
Yeah, I'm really excited. This should honestly be a really competitive match, just like the one we got to watch last. And you know, I think there's plenty of surprises here, as well as things to expect from this series. Julian, tell me a little bit about this DICE roster.
Yeah, I mean, the DICE roster recently announced unbelievable amount of talent in there. We've got infected young player, 15 years old, he's definitely one of the biggest upcoming young talents in the Overwatch scene. I've heard his Reinhardt is hella good, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it on the stream here. We've got Aspen, absolutely amazing. She's been on Cloud9 content creator team, now going pro. This is her opportunity to make it big in NA contenders. Looking forward to seeing her as well. Moser, obviously, so much great talent on that DICE roster. And then on the other side, you got to look at Bay State as well. They've had a unbelievably long day. They've played the collegiate major aside. They've played this matchup aside. They have probably been here longer than I have been, and that's something to accomplish. So definitely, well, let's look at the roster as well. They've got Abs coming over from the UK, doing collegiate in America now. They've got Infernal. He's been on Noble before. A lot of talent on both sides. It's going to be super interesting to see how how exhausting that day has been for both teams. I mean, after all, before we started, I think we're now 7 hours in, and this is going to be exhausting for both teams. Bay State even longer. They've done the collegiate aside, so there's nothing wrong with being tired now or having your late night genes kick in now. I'm looking forward to seeing either one of them. And yeah, this is definitely, it's a loaded match. It's a loaded match.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't know about you, Julian, but I get tired after 7 competitive games, much less 7 hours of competitive gaming. And you know, this kind of Overwatch gameplay, it's an entirely different tier from what you're going to see in your solo queue ranked experience. And what a pleasure to see it here in the booth happen firsthand, especially on a map like Nepal. Very excited to see this control map played.
Absolutely, and Nepal is going to kick us off here in this first 2 matchup, the last one of the qualifier. Last seeds now up for grab here to qualify for the major, which will start off tomorrow. First round winners bracket, the first round losers bracket will be broadcasted tomorrow starting 10 p.m. EST, and we got right into the first map here, as this is, I think it's Sanctum. Probably not. I don't really know the maps, but yeah. Bay State starting us off, Symmetra and Sombra, while DICE Gaming chooses Yash and the Symmetra, so we'll see the TP into the point early, and let's see how this first fight turns out.
Well, you know, we got to see Neb pop off in an earlier series this afternoon, thinking they still have the juice heading into this first fight. It's that total chaos comp against this kind of poke dive style that DICE is looking to accomplish things on for Bay State. It's just a matter of making sure that they have a little bit of space that they can operate in and plenty of angles to really find that disruption. It's going to be Elva finding some early damage here as the point is unlocking. Bay State accruing a little bit of progress in that endeavor, but the interest of DICE is not in seizing that objective, it's to capitalize on the team fight, and that's a great payoff. Abs and Ned both going down. Even if Bay State were to cap that first point, they wouldn't maintain control.
Absolutely. So DICE Gaming, DICE Amplified, they rebranded, I think, taking the first percentage points here on the first map of Nepal, and yeah, that Ash Tracer seems to work for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so much damage to fight through, and plenty of engagement tools as well. Infected and Horthic, as well as Cabe and Faded, are all going to be players to look at here in terms of making sure that the coordination, you know, in a Rhine-based composition, you look at your Rhine and Lucio. In these comps, you look at your Tracer and your Wrecking Ball, as well as a little bit of Sombra. Depresso, unfortunately, has to disengage, but they did find some good damage. A meaningful hack there opens up the fight here for Bay State to really take their presence on the objective. Kabe looking for that one clip onto Moser, who is caught out. Not going to sacrifice the Transcendence in the interest of living. I think they knew it was a lost fight.
Absolutely, and now the beta has that point control. They've got a super flexible combination here, because they've got the Sombra and the Tracer, and this just gives you the flexibility of playing on so many different angles. Like, you know where the enemy is coming from, because you can cover all the potential angles where DICE Amplified might want to attack now, and you'll have the info you need in order to set up proper defense now.
Yeah, it's really important, actually. Depresso and the Sombra is some really essential scouting information. It's so crucial in these high-level matchups, and it's really going to dictate the way that Bay State engages. And they're all poised to capitalize on a potential EMP. But with bomb being thrown onto the objective, it's a little wrench in the plans. However, the EMP is meaningful, connects onto 3, including Frosted, who is quickly dispatched out of the lineup for Dice Amplify. Now it's Cape looking to capitalize on more space created. It's I don't think that Dice Amplify really want to push their luck here, but Alpha wants that next Bob for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alpha needs to charge that early. Rally comes up here. Maybe an interesting spot there, trying to collect the team here on the high ground. As Bay State, they've got a comfortable position there to defend, because they can just wait for Dice to drop down to this point, because they're the ones who need to make the first move here.
Yeah, but they do have tools of the trade to respond to the first move made by Dice. They're actually going to find a capture of the objective, and now the retake strategy is in full effect with the rally as the Transcendence fades from Abs. So lots of damage being dealt onto Frost is going to be forced out of this position and eventually eliminated as well. Minefield on the objective makes the point a perilous position to play in here for Dice Amplify. They aren't going to be able to follow up.
Absolutely, and the major advantage that Sombra Tracer combination, together with the D.Va and the ball has, is that once you got control of a certain area, you can just push forward without being stopped. Because the Sombra and the Tracer, it's so flexible, where the Ashe has to wait in the backline to get proper shots. You can just push the enemy, and you saw that on Frosted. He got taken down so fast that he had no chance of even reacting.
No chance whatsoever, and there's not really going to be much of a chance to react to the impending EMP from Depresso. They're already back online with it, and Aspen and Mozart are conveniently placed targets to connect that disablement onto. Cape still ends up going down here, but it's traded out for Elva. There's an EMP into the backlines, connects onto Mozart, but constant care from the backline only keeps them up for a little bit longer. Depresso looking for more hack uptime there onto Inferno, who does disrupt it. Things could go either way at this point, and both teams are going to sacrifice everything they've got in the interest of winning this fight. At least for Dice, that's the storyline here, because this is potential last fight territory. There's a self-destruct thrown over the wall, doesn't connect to anything. Inferno is going to get back in that mech, though, and is looking to wreak havoc upon the midline of Dice Amplify. A Bob on the objective is a compelling reason to not push that, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Bob doing the work which Dice Amplify needed here, as they take control of the point again, 71% in their favor now. And now Bay State has to make a move here. They've got 2 ults ready. Let's see how they use the minefield and the tracer bomb here.
Coming up on support ults as well, in case the fight ends up dragging on long enough. That would be ideal here for Bay State. They do commit the minefield there from Faded, as well as the rally. Ooh, Cave found out on the off angle, had the pulse bomb ready, but the Transcendence has now been expended from Moser. It means that if there is a stick onto them, they won't be able to bail themselves out. However, Bay State so close to finding that recapture, and they succeed as well. 99% in the overtime. Wick is burning away. Abs procs the Transcendence to keep the D.Va in mech. Inferno will stay alive, at least for now. There's the EMP as well from Depresso. It hacks onto all of the members, now approaching the objective, and Cabe is able to follow up. That's both supports gone for Bay State. It's only a matter of time until this round ends, but a nice stick from Horthic might bring it back here for Dice. It's a surge onto the objective for both sides. They have to maintain their presence here. Now it's Neb caught out in a corner and infected, and now a D-mech Frosted spinning to winning here on the point. Not going to be able to spin for long.
Okay, yeah, and this is going to be Bay State taking the first round on Nepal here, and I've just got an info from our tournament team that it is actually really Dice Gaming, basically. So Dice Amplified, Dice Gaming, however you want to call it, in the position they currently at, I don't want to be in, because they've dropped the first round on Nepal, and now it's their job to win the second one, because either way, they'll end up being behind in the series, because that will mean that Bay State would take Nepal, would take first point in this map.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, I'm not entirely sure how the tournament standings end up playing into this, but Bay State, who I think at this point, they're not really going to be able to cap or to get into that top 2 of the group stage. Taking a map or maybe a series off of Dice, that's a pretty big accomplishment. So we'll have to see if Bay State is able to keep up this aggression heading into Nepal Village. Now it's this Chaos Disruption comp up against a more traditional style Rush composition. We got to see lots of the Vision Sombra. Now let's get a piece of Elva's Sombra. I'm sorry, Symmetra. Ooh.
Yeah, and I mean, now DICE taking first control of this point here, with the TP quite flexible to maybe move somewhere else as soon as base 8 commits to this, but they'll just give up the point for free here. They say, yeah, DICE, take some points, you will probably need them. Quite confident move there from base 8, but yeah, currently DICE Gaming in control of the point here, taken down Cape by DICE now. Let's see, they seem to remain in control.
Point control as well as a man advantage. That is definitely a luxury heading into Village, already down a round, and well, it's there's an attempt to equalize there from Bay State. Lots of damage that Depresso is going to be able to dish out, but the tanks for Bay State are really struggling to find an opening to engage. And in the meantime, you're looking at the supports in the back line. They have to allocate their resources so specifically to make sure that everyone stays in the fight. There's Moser going down, however, no immortality field, no regen, but there is a sound barrier now for Bay State. Depresso is going to mirror the Lucio with the duplicate form, but they don't get the beat off. No, they're going to be taken out by Infected on the Reinhardt. Tons of brawl onto that flight DPS. Ultimately, Bay State will still cap.
Yeah, and like Dennis, they just snapped the finger and DICE Gaming back into spawn, and yeah, now the first percentage going in the favor of Bay State as they have control of the point here at the moment. And we see ult banks on both sides filling up. Bay State got 4 ults ready, and yeah, DICE Gaming a bit behind here, used some of them already. So let's see how this fight next turns out.
Oh, well, there's the minefield into the position that DICE is playing in, as well as tons of follow-up damage there too. The Ant Matrix from Moser just unable to be utilized as the fight ends really quickly for Bay State.
Yeah, another clean fight here. Bay State now got the momentum they need in this defense, because they can just, like, as soon as they rotate away from the point, they just decide on what pace they want to play this defense, and this gives them the huge advantage, because DICE Gaming, they have to make a move. They have to push in order to stop Bay State from getting percentages, and that's a really comfortable position for Bay State to be in.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about the comp for DICE as well, is that, that in order to get value, they all have to push in, as opposed to Bay State, who can, kind of poke and prod these alternate angles and really engage whenever they want. They're going to engage with a self-destruct after trading abs for Elva, and a shatter from Infected is going to be meaningful. Look at that, 2 shatter kills, and Frosted is going to help clean up.
Yeah, and this is the flip they need here now, because this will give them, even if they lose the point now, it will give DICE a chance to come back with 1, maybe even 2 fights. So they've got a comfortable lead now, going into almost last fight territory here maybe, but they're facing up against Bay State. They've got both DPS ults ready to go. Let's see how they will approach this fight. 81%, they're definitely going into last fight territory now.
Another minefield coming up very soon here for Faded as well, and it got value in one of those previous fights. There's a nice stun onto Neb, and they are gone. No more damage amplification available for Bay State. You do see the duplicate form employed by Depresso, looking for damage to accrue that Deadeye. Not going to be able to find it. Once again, taking out that duplicate form. There's the tactical visor on the point. Going to have to LOS that Ant Matrix, but does find the final blow onto Horthic, as well as a self-destruct thrown in by Frosted. Doesn't disrupt anything though. The approach from Bay State is strong. The retake from from DICE.
Yeah, absolutely. And DICE Gaming, they put 3 full ults into this, so the economy is now weak, although it's still stronger than the one for Bay State, because they've only got the Diva Bomb almost ready, and then they've got the Transcendence from Apps, which can definitely be a game changer here. So let's see how they pull off this last defense now, as we'll definitely go into last fight territory for DICE as well. They need to make the move here. They need that first pick with the Tracer Bomb here desperately. But no, Depresso, he takes down the Tracer of DICE. This could be the game changer that they need. Let's see if they can make advantage of that. But in fact, that he takes down Depresso as a revenge for his fallen Tracer. Let's see how this plays out. Diva Bomb goes down, no pick though, but the Cassidy will end up dying eventually. And now, Infected with the Shatter might be able to turn this around, and see Stick goes through, and this is a turning point. However, against all odds, DICE, they make this happen. They manage to cap the point. Tracer will try to touch again, will eventually fall off at some point though, and now DICE Gaming, they take the second point here at Nepal.
This is cutting it really close, Julian. Honestly, too close for the comfort of Bay State, who felt in control over the latter half of that round, and as well for Dice Gaming, who really no expenses spared in the interest of retaking these objectives and engaging into these fights. And now there's an opportunity to shift a little bit in terms of strategy for Dice. They will be now mirroring, or I guess not even mirroring. They'll be opting for that disruption comp. Possibly? No, it's back to that poke dive.
Yeah, and not gonna lie, this third round, this split map is my most favorite one, because that's the one where I usually pull out the Lucio, or I pull out the Roadhog, whatever role I'm playing. I just go for the boobs here, and I'm looking forward to seeing what impact the ball can make here. As we see almost mirror comms, Despresso again on the Zombie here, quite a confident pick for him, and Elva on the Ashe. Let's see who gives the advantage up here and moves into the point first.
Range versus those hacks, but I'll tell you this time, Infected is going to be a meaty target to connect onto with that hack ability for Depresso. Plenty of ultimate charge available for them as well. Point is going to unlock. You get Dice Gaming to capture a little bit of that progress, and currently Bay State, again, they're just in that position where they're waiting for an opportunity to engage. But with Cape going down, there might not be an opportunity here this fight. The poke phase is extended a little bit longer as the point is captured first by Dice.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you need to take an opportunity, although it might not be optimal. And Bay State, they waited too long for this. In fact, they're taking down a target, and the advantage instantly flips to Dice Gaming as they take first percentage points here.
Yeah, that's some pretty meaningful progress here as well. Dice wants to win every fight in this round as possible, and take as much control of the objective as possible. Still waiting on to come up on a couple of ultimates, really, for both sides here. So it's a continued kind of dry poke fight here, breaking out as Bay State again looks for the position where they can do something meaningful from. But Inferno's going to be slowed down a little bit with a dynamite. A nice coach gun is going to knock Faded out of the angle, and the wait continues.
Absolutely, and now Bay State, it's about time to make something happen. Both Transcendents come out here. Despresso needs to TP out of the fight, but that's a good bomb there. It doesn't really find any targets there, and the point control, it remains on the side of Dice Gaming, 50% now for them. Slowly but surely, Bay State needs to make something happen here.
Dice Gaming must have just been sitting on the other two rounds being like, yeah, we're just waiting to play Sanctum. They look so comfortable on this map. Just total control over these team fights, over the kills that are secured. For Bay State, it's a tough question. How do you break this hold?
Yeah, and Dice Gaming is doing an absolutely good, amazing job here. They're not overcommitting as soon as they've got control again. So they actually know how far they can push this. But they know that they mustn't go beyond a certain line, which would get them over pushed at some point. And now the DMP comes out. Despresso one clips Moser there on the Zombie. That's a nice engagement pick. I don't mind. Elva on the Bob taking down two targets though, and now the Tracer of Dice is doing the work which is needed. In fact, with the bombs gets into the killing field as well, as now 99% overtime is ticking down, and it's going to be Dice Gaming taking Nepal here from Bay State. They looked so good on that first round, but Dice Gaming, they just came up back and totally rolled them on Sanctum.
Yeah, like I mentioned, Dice Gaming was like, it's all right, guys. We can drop map round one. We can barely swing map two, and that's all right. As long as we get to play Sanctum, run that poke dive, we're good. And that came to fruition exactly as they wanted. It was kind of funny for Bay State. Yeah, you saw their Zenyatta try and approach the objective to get that touch. Just got bonked off right back into the high ground by Aspen.
It was like denied. Yeah, absolutely. And Dice Gaming, obviously, it's the last match of the day. They come off a 6-match win streak, so they're locked in the playoffs. And I don't think that, like, Bay State, they've got a chance here. They are currently 3-1. If they win their remaining matches, they're tied up with the Baby clan, which would end having us go back into the tiebreakers. And this gives Bay State a chance for playoffs, but they have to win this matchup. And Dice Gaming has been looking really, really good on the last 2 rounds of Nepal. And yeah, as in the match before, it's do or die for Bay State now. And let's see if they can pull it off just like Anghells to come back to win the second map, because they need to win it, otherwise no playoffs for them.
Yeah, we'll see what they want to do here. The next map type is going to be that escort game mode, and well, we've gotten to see a lot of different looks from teams on a couple of different maps at least. In our last series, Julian, we got to see Junkertown in action, and quite a few times today, actually. We've seen Havana. I wouldn't say, though, that on any particular escort map that either team is at an advantage or disadvantage because of the map. I just think that DICE looks strong, and at one point you have to approach, at every moment of the game, you want to be asking, how do I play as clean as possible? That might not be the question for Bay State heading into this next map. It might be, what are the smallest mistakes that DICE is making that we could potentially exploit?
Absolutely, and as you said before, we're actually going to Havana, so it's the map choice of Bay State. And Havana, of course, if we talk about Havana, you always got to consider this close holes, right? Brawling into brawling basically until the spawn doors hold you away from your enemy. And it's mostly about how long can I hold my enemy at 0-0-0 until he starts moving the payload. And if you manage to get that time bank to go low enough to have a fair shot of full holding, if you're by Bay State, you've got a fair chance of this. But you'll need to win that close hold if you're going for it.
What a fun era of Overwatch we get to be a part of, Julian. Back in 2017, 2018, when Orisa was being power crept, that close hold, another word for it would be a massive feed. But now it's a veritable strategy, and we have to see it employed really here by both sides to make sure that on a map where I don't personally anticipate any kind of inherent advantage or disadvantage, we'll have to see that close hold really used to buy these teams the advantage that they want, the edge that they're looking for.
Absolutely, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how Bay State decides to do their defense. We don't know yet whether they're going to attack or defend first, but if I would be Bay State, I'd go for the defense, because that will give me a clear shot at where I need to be on my attack round, and it gives me the confidence to really clearly see what I need to do in order to tie up this series. And it's the only goal they're currently having, because if they don't tie up, they lose their chance at the playoffs. And if I was Bay State, I wouldn't want to lose my chance at the playoffs. I'm sure they'll do anything in which they can in order to have as good attack as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I've always personally preferred the momentum that I feel like I can accrue on a good attacking phase. You push all the way to the end with a couple of minutes remaining, or maybe not even. You're generally feeling just a little bit less stoppable. But on that note, DICE Gaming, there's a lot of reasons that they should. Don't fall asleep on me, Julian. There's a lot of reasons that they should feel unstoppable in this matchup. It's the end of a long journey of Overwatch this afternoon, and they're looking to continue that win streak. What better matchup could they possibly ask for?
True, yeah. And I mean, DICE Gaming got the shot at a perfect playoff here, right? A perfect qualifier. If they win this, they win 7 out of 7. The only other team at the moment who did that is Trust the Process in Group A, and Hot Lava in Group B has the opportunity for it. Let's see if they can pull it through. We don't know that yet, but that's definitely possible. But DICE Gaming, they've got the chance for it. Oh wait, and GeForce actually also won all the matches. So in all 4 groups, there has been a team who's been undefeated going into the playoffs. But DICE Gaming needs to keep that series going for Group C, because otherwise they'll let me down, and I don't want that. Yeah. So now Havana, we've talked about it. We'll probably see the close defense here, which would mean something like Reinhardt, May, probably the McCree, and of course the Baptiste. And we're seeing exactly that from Bay State in the attack. While DICE Gaming, they decide to not go with the close hold. And so that means that DICE Gaming will try the double sniper. that means they will hold at first corner.
Yeah, interesting. Dice is not opting for the close hold. It almost looks as if Bay State is prepped for it. Once they walk out, they'll see what the defensive formation looks like, and already you see dramatic changes in the lineup, going more to that sniper double shield comp. It was briefly on the Genji there. I would have loved to see it, but I won't complain about Widow game.
Yeah, so double, it's a mirror basically, of course. As Hanzo is getting, in fact, taking down apps here off Bay State, so that will delay the push off Bay State a bit here until the point where Dice Gaming has to drop from the first high ground. Sniper duel, of course, giving us a lot of opportunities to look at talents in the hits against action here, trying to take that duel between your enemy Widowmaker and Hanzo. So let's see, they are almost around the first corner now, so Dice Gaming now needs to either make a move into them or pull back a bit, but I see that, yeah, I can't really find the words on how that Zigmed just got, yeah, well, push, let's just keep it friendly and say push back many times. But yeah, Bay State now keeping the upper hand in this duel and slowly but surely making their way to first point.
Yeah, and surely indeed they find that first point capture. It's going to be a delayed pick there onto the Sigma. Dice Gaming will yield that first objective with very surprisingly very little resistance there. And you've got a couple of support ults into this next fight for Bay State.
Absolutely, and we've been talking about momentum so much today, and again, right here, Bay State has that, and if Bay State can keep that momentum, that fast pace going, they've got a shot at a really, really fast attack here on Havana.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about that momentum here in the series. The potential last one for the day, at least here. Well, definitely the last one here for Dice, and they want to regain a little bit control over this map. Definitely going to be easier to do so with the supercharger deployed, but you have to outplay the dragons in the Amp Matrix as well. Gravitic Flux is now online for Bay State. They'll be able to use it to solidify a fight win here in the distillery of Havana. But you know, Dice Gaming quickly loses that off tank. There's the Flux in action. The supercharger was deployed, but it doesn't yield to enough damage pushed into Bay State, who continue to get pick after pick. This cart might not stop rolling here through second.
Yeah, I mean, like, the pace Bay State is currently going is unbelievably fast. I've rarely seen attacks going to first and second point this fast on Havana attack, and Bay State, the way they're still using that double snipe on the second point, it's really unique, because usually the Widowmaker doesn't work too well on this middle section of the map, because you've got so many blocked angles by the big objectives in the middle of that part here. But it's just working for Bay State. They're rolling through this, and they've got almost 5 minutes on the clock here to go.
And that is an absolutely luxurious position to be in. I mentioned earlier, you know, capture all 3 points with a couple of minutes remaining. Hey, that's fantastic. You know, imagine capturing this third point without the cart even stopping. Would be a monumental success here for Bay State. Now, they're still having to wait on a couple of ultimates to come online, so there's not really going to be a great response to the Gravitic Flux besides oppressive amounts of damage from Faded to get Frosted out of that ult and buy Bay State Gaming more time in this fight as well. Infected ends up going down. That's only space here on the side of Bay State Gaming. Elva tries to make a hero play, can't get away with it.
I was like, let's go in and get a rock into the face there. So now Bay State unstoppable, and let's face it, now that they're into that third section again, the Widowmaker is working again, and that's exactly what they need now, because they've got the Widowmaker advantage here, taking a lot of space away from the defense of Dice Gaming. They can go up to the high grounds, they can show their face in that middle section of that inner part of that castle, and it really limits the opportunities to approach this cart here. You just have to wait for Bay State to walk through the door, but it could even be too late, because the dice players are just falling like pieces in the wind, and I don't see any way to play this attack better than Bay State is currently doing.
No, I couldn't possibly imagine. And now the infrared sights are up to give an angle on the remaining members of DICE Gaming, desperately trying to reconnect to the objective and make a play, but there's no play to be made. Even with a Dragon Blade drawn from its sheath, there's a minefield on the objective. It's only going to slow down Bay State as opposed to stopping them entirely. It's a total onslaught, a bloodbath here on the objective as Forgotten helps to secure more final blows. They have to. Cabe has been eliminated, but at this point, that was an insignificant pick. Bay State with 307. That's pretty good for them.
Yeah, I've never witnessed a fast attack on this one. I'm totally honest with you. I have never seen 3 minutes on Havana attack. And the pace Bay State put in this attack is unbelievable. They lost, like they were slowed down at the first fight because they lost one of the players from a hit scan of the DICE Gaming defense. But that's basically the only time that card stopped, and that time is unbeatable. I doubt the DICE Gaming, if they finish it up, will be faster than Bay State.
I think it'd be, honestly, and I'm not putting DICE Gaming down at all. I couldn't imagine playing as well as these guys. But I honestly think that that's too much to expect from them on their attack. However, I absolutely do expect them to capture that third objective. This is the last match of the day. There's no reason to not be competitive at this point. They'll have to fight through a close hold here first from Bay State. And something I mentioned earlier, Julian, very briefly, was just, it's not about securing eliminations. It's about getting the right picks. And I think that that's how DICE has to approach this round.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Bay State, they're doing this close hold defense we've been talking about. So they've got the May, they've got the McCree, and now their task is going to be how to hold DICE Gaming at 0 meters as long as possible to get them enough time. As we see the ball dropping down already, Mayblock being used here. Let's see how they can pull off this first defense.
Yeah, it's definitely Faded is going to get that plenty of that Rhine v Ball Diva experience. Really, all they can do is hold their shield, but hey, that's an angle for Forgotten to operate in. Still, losing 2 in this fight here for Bay State is pretty harrowing for their defense, and Moser getting crit hit after crit hit. This Zenyatta is insane here, helping to, that's just helping this fight win. That's so much engagement uptime there for Moser.
Yeah, absolutely. So the close hold did not really work for Bay State. However, though, still 50 seconds taken off the clock, and just now the card gets rolling for DICE Gaming. So at least that gives them about a minute safe time, and they can now just easily walk into that second defensive fight here. And they've probably got even 2 more fights to defend this first point on Havana.
Yeah, and they're looking to purchase more fights as well if they can at least stabilize here. They have Forgotten's Deadeye to do so as well. It's not going to lock onto anyone. Almost gets that Echo. Does get frosted out of their mech as well. That's a lethal dose of damage for them. They're sent back to spawn as well as Elva. Even despite the Valkyrie from Aspen. This is a lost fight here for DICE.
Yeah, Frosted seems to have forgotten to hide from that Cassidy High Noon there, which was by incident played by Forgotten off Bay State, so that was a fight one. But as soon as I say that, Bay State losing man after man, and DICE taking this fight right back into their favor. 2 minutes on the clock still for them, and they'll move on a step closer to this first checkpoint.
Shooting toes and breaking ankles. That's Moser's job in this formation here for DICE. And, honestly, Bay State, they resonated pretty well with the sentiment that I had just shared, that that was a fight win for them, and maybe got a little bit complacent there. Now they have to play that retake strategy, helped out by the amplification matrix and the sound barrier, which doesn't help Neb survive. A nuclear blast takes them down, and the duplicate is also expended here from Elva. There's no interest from DICE in losing this fight. Not able to build that duplicate shatter though, so there's no Rhine here now for the attack, but there's plenty of picks.
Absolutely. So now DICE Gaming securing that first checkpoint, but still 2 minutes less, 1 minute less than Bay State had on their attack.
It's still a really a powerful start to Havana. It was DICE on at a total disadvantage, and especially on those first 2 points during their attack round. And now it's really up to them to set the pace of this match. They forced Bay State into a 6-man composition. I haven't seen this before on Havana, not on any point of the map. We'll see how well it works for second point. It's Forgotten not hesitating to take that 1v1 against Horlick, who does get thwarted out of that angle. They do have the pulse bomb, however. They're looking for a meaningful stick here, but there's a lot of mobility to operate around here for Bay State. Sticking that pulse is going to be challenging. Ooh, and Moser strikes down Abs as Neb goes down as well. That's a little bit of an oversight there from Bay State, thinking that they might have the leniency to chase that kill. For now, it's going to be DICE picking up some meaningful elims and continuing their steamroll here.
Absolutely, and Moser, that man feels nothing than maybe his own and the other balls, because they make hell of damage to the enemy backline as he's giving all the important picks to DICE Gaming, which they need to move that card. But for now, Forgotten taking down the enemy tracer, winning that duel there. Now maybe the chance for Bay State to keep that card at the current location and maybe delay that push of DICE Gaming for a bit.
Yeah, Transcendence isn't able to save Infected, but it does bail out Moser. And hey, that's all the damage that you really need. As well as Cape got eliminated there early. They're going to be reconnected now, especially with that mobility of the 6-man comp. This fight could go on forever. I think that we need to see DICE really reset and set up properly for their next engage.
Absolutely, because if that fight goes on forever, it's definitely in the favor of Bay State, because it will just take time off the clock without any major process for DICE Gaming. And now the card seems to be stuck a bit here as we pull a really aggressive coalescence there from Apps, but it seems to work for Bay State as they win another fight here against DICE Gaming. And now only 1.5 minutes remain on the clock, so 2 minutes 30 already burned in that second point defensive by DICE Gaming. They're doing an absolutely amazing job gatekeeping DICE Gaming from keeping the card going to this second checkpoint.
Yeah, gate kept and gaslit and everything here for Bay State, sitting on a whole slew of ultimates as well for the next fight. They're going to be able to weather the storm of the next engagement from DICE, despite the fact that, you know, DICE have a handful of powerful ultimates themselves. Will be coming up on the rally and the Transcendence here in a matter of time. It just depends on how long this next fight goes on. But like you had mentioned, Julian, the longer that goes on, the more at an advantage Bay State ends up being with that 6-man composition. They're sitting on an EMP as well, so if they say no playing the video game here, then you know, Cabe gets executive decision over this next fight here for DICE Gaming. There's the EMP, connects onto 3. Elva and Infected cannot use their ultimates, and Frosted cannot use the defense matrix. Forgotten finds the stick on Aspen, and there's your explosive damage dealt by Bay State, effectively ending this fight.
Absolutely, and now only 30 seconds remain for DICE Gaming to do this attack to push this card into second checkpoint in order to gain more time again. But this is not looking good for them. They've got a couple of ults ready to go. In fact, they might even have all 6 for this next fight. Well, but Bay State, they're looking quite dry, but they wouldn't surprise me if they win this next fight. Taking an early attack here, so they need to make sure to shift that fight on to the point, but already first picks getting into the way of DICE Gaming as the Winston of Bay State is already getting taken down here. But on the other side here, the copy of Elva getting taken down, so no copy available for them. Let's see how they play out this overtime. They need to push this until they reach a checkpoint.
I mean, there's rally armor now on the point for the attackers, but DICE Gaming is testing their luck here with the overtime wick burning away. There's so much HP and sustain here to burn through as well, operating for Bay State. But still, you see DICE picking up picks. They have to sacrifice every ult in the bank, but it's worth it to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if Bay State has the opportunity to try to stall this out a bit longer here, as the card is not moving at the super highest pace possible. Bay State might even have a chance to recap this here.
That's a big pick. Aspen gets Kabe. Cabe had the EMP. There's a self-destruct. There's no EMP to connect with it, but it does get Moser. Moser, who's been a critical member of DICE Gaming so far in this round. Ults have to be used to compensate for their absence. It's going to be the minefield on the objective, clearing up a little bit of space to operate in, but Frosted is not able to stay safe. A minefield is going to totally nullify Hammond's eggs there on the point, and the pulse bomb deployed onto the wall does get Elva. That's Bay State equalizing the series. Not an unexpected outcome, but definitely pretty big.
Yeah, absolutely, and game changer here definitely in the last fight. Infernal with the Diva Bomb taking down Moser. Well placed bomb in the backline of Dice Gaming, secures them, takes out the Zenyatta of Dice Gaming, which makes this an unequal fight at the very beginning already, and secures the win on this defense for Bay State. I mean, they've made a unbelievable attack. We talked about it 3 minutes. Haven't seen it till now. Tied up series. Last matchup. Dice Gaming, Bay State. Bay State needs to win. Dice Gaming wants the perfect qualifier group. I said it before, it couldn't get better than this, but I was wrong. It can get better. We get it twice in a row. It comes down to last map. Everything's on the line here for Bay State.
Well, you know, one thing that I had honestly kind of flippantly said when we started this series, Julian, was, you know, this matchup is bound to be just as competitive as some of the other ones that we've seen today. And, well, I'm glad to say that for once I've been proven right here heading into yet another map 3 for us. Julian, it's late over there. You said the first word on stream today.
Yeah.
But there's got to be some level of exhilaration from you. I mean, this is so exciting.
It absolutely is, and it's about time that my late night vibes kick in here, and I'm getting that energy pump I need to cast this final up with you here, Lord. And oh Lord, I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to be honest with you. This is what it comes down to for Bay State and Dice Gaming. They are exhausted, same as Bay State, same as I am. But yeah. We're going into the theme park, back to the theme park. I like to quote our duo, Anghells and Newbie from earlier. Blizzard World is definitely going to be a roller coaster of emotions for both teams in this theme park. And within that, I think that we're ready for this last map.
Yeah, I'm definitely ready. There's to know that there's just a little bit more Overwatch action ahead absolutely warms my heart. And you and I have talked a lot about different players today, and you know, we've seen a lot of different teams as well. We mentioned, you know, that these games, it's a test of endurance. So the end is in sight for everyone, but you know, just like the adrenaline is kicking in for you to give you that extra boost of energy, it's definitely kicking in for all of these teams. Bay State, they seem to have awoken on Havana, identified those win conditions, secured the right eliminations, built the momentum that is so important to stay competitive in these series. You know, I'm no longer able to anticipate the outcome between these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going into last map, and there's no clear winner on this matchup. We'll just have to wait and see. And I'm so happy. I'm sitting first row with you here, and we're going to be the first ones to see who comes up ahead here and bringing this action to everyone who's still watching. 110 views from what I can currently see. It is absolutely amazing how long everyone has been around here, especially production, who's been here all day. Solomon, our desk master of emotions, has been here from the first minute on, and he still is. And it's so cool to see how many people are involved into this, and the final product we're having here is absolutely amazing, and I'm looking forward to. I'm getting a smiley there from the production. Wonderful to see that the feedback is still going. And yeah, we said it before, last map, last chance for Bay State to get that ticket into the top 8, into the major playoffs here from the Questline Open, the potentially last major we'll ever see in Overwatch 1. And I've said that at the very beginning of this broadcast. How cool would that be to be like, hey, I won the last major which has ever been played in Overwatch 1. Like I said earlier, that's better than playing Owl. Like if I had the chance, like if Dallas-Field were offering, I'd be like, well guys, no need. I won the last major ever been there. I've won a major in Overwatch 1 after Owl. The Owl is count, like Owl playoffs, the monthly playoffs, they count as majors. But I won a major after that. I'm at the same level as Owl, but I won a way cooler major. Because let's face it, Questline Open, unbelievable tournament. So much talent here, and I should really stop talking as we're getting into Blizzard World. I've said it, roller coaster of emotions. I'm absolutely looking forward to it. Yeah, looking forward to casting it for you. as we'll go right into the map.
I really, really like Blizzard World. It's it's no King's Row for sure. Definitely not as beloved as that hybrid map. But man, if there's one thing that Blizzard World is really good for, it's for fostering so many different compositions, so many different strengths. So I really couldn't ask for a better potential final map. Crossing my fingers we don't get a draw here. It's been a long day. And Bay State and Dice Gaming are in the same boat. But, I'm very excited to see, not at last, because we've gotten to see everything on display from all of our contenders today, but I'm very excited to see all 12 of the players in this game really get to stand out.
Absolutely. You know what we call these maps in scrims? It's the whatever map. Because you can play whatever you want to, eventually it will work out.
Yeah.
And however, still, both teams deciding to go with the same tank lineup and the same support lineup here. Again, though, Despresso now not on the Zomber, on the Ashe though, and Alva on the Ashe as well. So a mirror lineup here. Let's see who plays it out the better way.
We'll have to see. We do have Depresso in for Bay State now instead of Forgotten. So definitely some big shoes to fill in terms of that hit scan role. But it's already netting a little bit of value. 30% to the Bob. That is pretty good here for Bay State. Starting first here on the defense, and again looking to just hold as long as they possibly can, whittle down that time bank, prevent any objective progress here from Dice, and that's going to be attained. An early pick onto Moser, first blood of this first fight. That's a good reason to not push too hard here. Definitely Dice wants to get whatever ultimate charge they can, though.
Absolutely, and however, despite from the fact that Bay State got that disadvantage in the first fight, actually the advantage, they weren't able to play it out, because although the team lost a man in the lineup, they were able to recover without losing anything.
Yeah.
And that just shows the pace of this match. Because if you have a faster pace, you can use that advantage and instantly go in. Did happen here. So lucky for them, as we see a couple of picks being traded here. Nothing really happening though in terms of anyone aggressively pushing somebody. Let's see double ball duel here. Stuck goes in, almost kills himself there. Cape, lucky enough, gets the kill on. In fact, that their ball taken down. This is again another push back here from Bay State, who are doing a good job defending this first objective till now.
Yeah, and I mentioned Dice wants to accrue whatever ultimate generation they can in that prolonged kind of poke war, but Bay State is emulating that same energy there. They're coming up on a whole handful of ultimates. The response here from the defenders, I think, is going to be quite apt. Abs is just sitting on standby with the Transcendence. Moser just lagging a little bit behind, but what else would you expect? They haven't had as much engagement uptime here in this fight. Things are going to start off with a great flux here from Infernal. Frosted as well had used theirs, and the Bob from Elva is getting quite a bit of value. Cape is already out of the lineup here. That's some of the damage gone, and not not quite the mirrored rally, but a timely one here from Bay State to help stabilize. It does force Moser to commit the Transcendence. Dice wants to stay in this fight and pick up any additional kills. They might have a hard time doing so, especially now that Elva is gone. Those Discord orbs from Abs are so precise and powerful as well. You do have a minefield on the objective here from Infected, but it's also mirrored there by Faded. The point is not a safe place to play here for either team, especially for Infernal, who ends up going down to Moser. There's Cave out of the lineup as well. Depresso 45 HP and a Dream here, but it's a fleeting one. Has to disengage from the objective. Maybe a little bit of progress yielded by Bay State. If they want to recontest, I think that they can.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see where they go for recontest here. Ball getting bumped away. The unbelievable drop there done by Aspen. A super good play there from her, as she makes sure that there's no chance for Faded to retouch that point. And now that Dice Gaming is on the roll here, they might be able to pull up some momentum here.
Yeah, that's definitely what they need. 3 minutes on second point Blizzard World, it really is not enough. They wanted to capture that objective just a little bit earlier, but at the very least, Dice has a handful of ultimates once again coming up online. Look at Frosted leading the lobby in terms of Gravitic Flux generation. The rock gets blocked by the giant crystal on the high ground, but still, it's the supports who get to shine here on Dice Gaming. I love to see it, being a Zen and Brig enjoyer myself. You'll see Dice really picking up that pace.
Absolutely, and now they've got that momentum going, and now especially they got the economy going, because they got to pull up like 2 or maybe even 3 ults that they'll be ready to go for next fight. They've got the Transcendence, which is an unbelievably important ult, especially in the hands of Moser, who's done an amazing job on that Zenyatta till now in this matchup. And yeah, we're going down to last fight before the second checkpoint, and yeah, let's see how Baystate wants to approach this defense.
Well, you know, the at least on the attacking side, Horthic had expended that pulse bomb. Neb still ends up. Oh, there's both supports actually gone for Bay State. The stabilization here on the objective, it's totally unattainable now for the defense. They're just going to have to bank ultimates and prepare for third point. Now, 3 minutes heading into third point on Blizzard World. That's definitely a lot more luxurious here for DICE.
Definitely, and Moser doing a great job here again. That shows how good that team communication is here as well, because his team sees the opportunity to push in here. He uses the Transcendence ult, and they can just run into the enemy. On that close damage, they do enough. They create enough space basically to freely get that second point, and that shows how well scrimming, like how well the communication in this team is going, and how often they must be scrimming in order to establish a communication at that level.
Yeah, you know, definitely, and at this point, you know, the comms are definitely critical as well. It's a nice gravitic flux from Infernal as well to start off this fight. The minefield was employed as well by Faded, who ends up going down, but, you know, worthy trades. You buy back a little bit of space. However, Asthma with a rally, looking to push forward. However, a pulse bomb sticks onto Cape. That's a little, sticks from Cape onto Moser. A little unfortunate here for DICE Gaming. Despite the rally, they're not able to push in as aggressively as they'd like. Still not going to stop Horthic from chasing down their mirror matchup, and the Tracer is going to be infected, being taken out by Faded as well. Things are stabilizable here for the defense and winnable for the attack. Just depends on how these ults end up getting utilized. The stick from Horthic kills themselves. Unlucky.
Yeah, absolutely, and you see how Horthic is, however, despite from killing himself, is doing a great job on this Tracer. He's just being everywhere. He's using the blinks in time when he needs them, and he's doing what a Tracer is supposed to do. He's in your backline, he's out of your backline, he's back in, he's back out, he's back in, he's back out. And that just makes it so hard for Bay State to establish a solid defense, because you never know where the next attack is coming from.
Yeah, oh, nice connections from Abs onto that rolling wrecking ball. Infected has to proc the adaptive shields, and I don't think has the warmth of the Mega to wrap around them for a re-engagement. You can see they're having to reconnect to the fight here in the presence of a Dynamite. However, Depresso, accruing that Bob ultimate charge, is going to throw it out onto the point before trying to coach gun the impending invaders off of this high ground, which wants to be utilized by Bay State here on their defense. Minefield as well, I think in response to the Transcendence, because as that 300 healing per second fades, it's going to make this objective a little less passable. Now it's DICE Gaming who's rotated into this little alcove, this hidden hallway. Did you know that this was on Blizzard World 0.3 and Infernal? It's a perfect trap to set as well for follow-up on the Gravitic Flux. This is a fight win here for Bay State on their defense, and only 30 seconds remain in the time bank.
Yeah, thanks for asking. I did, in fact, not know that was there. Sorry for the first time just now. Yeah, absolutely. He Infernal uses that fairly well, makes use of it with the Gravitic Flux there, and playing around that natural cover works fairly well on that point. But now, yeah, they need to touch if they can even get it to you. But yeah, Contest comes in there. So now last chance for DICE Gaming to make something happen here. They want that third point, but it's going to be a hard fight if they want to cap it.
That's a nice minefield onto the point. It does elicit the Transcendence out from Abs, and both sides are looking really healthy in the early fight here. However, Horthic and Cape traded out in the process. No team has their Tracer. The Wrecking Balls might have a harder time engaging, but not too hard. You know, the path to engage is quite clear onto the objective, and that's exactly where Ned and Depresso are. It's why they get caught out here. Neb is going to get staggered, and that is absolutely brutal here for Bay State on their defense.
Absolutely, and now DICE Gaming, they got the momentum now. Bay State, if they counter spawn, they're going to come piece by piece, and if they even make it to the card, it's going to be super hard to keep it holding until your team comes.
Ooh, there's the Bob, though, to make things a little bit easier, and it is going to do lethal damage onto Infected Depresso. It was their parting gift, however, as they are dispatched by the Pulse Bomb, but that's okay. Bob is doing something. That's 3 picks for Depresso, well, for Bob's, Depresso's Bob there, and just like that, the point is evacuated by DICE Gaming. Whether they wanted to or not, they're sent back to spawn.
Absolutely. So now only 2 checkpoints here captured by DICE Gaming. However, still they pushed the payload quite far, and this is something really positive about this. This eliminates the chance for a tie.
Be still my heart.
which means that there'll definitely be a winner on this map. But that it looks like they're only a few meters missing for DICE Gaming. But those last meters are so crucial if you're attacking. Because once that staggering from the defending team comes in, and the respawns just come in so super quick, because the way from respawn to card is so short, it's super hard to find a momentum in which you kill the full enemy team in order to push those last meters. That's exactly what DICE Gaming couldn't do in their attack. And now they're stuck at 108 meters and 10 centimeters. And this is exactly where Base Hit now has to go.
I gotta say, if there's anything that I'm really impressed about from both of these teams here in this matchup, it's just the propensity to reduce that time bank as dramatically as we've seen both teams do. You know, whether it was there on Havana, whether it was the very harrowing fights on Nepal with the exclusion of Sanctum there, which was pretty good roll there from DICE. Ha, see what I did there. So really, it was Bay State's game to win here. It's their series to come out on top of with their ability to just continuously keep DICE Gaming at bay. We'll see if they're able to successfully do it here on their attack. It's not going to be so much preventing DICE Gaming from playing as much as making plays of their own. It's still going to favor DICE Gaming here as they they secure a couple of eliminations. However, Bay State striking back. It's that aggro support gameplay I mentioned earlier coming out from ABS, surging onto the objective and finding another elimination onto Horthic. A little unlucky there for DICE Gaming, looking weaker and weaker as the fight progresses until they'll ultimately yield the objective.
And Bay State once again way faster than DICE Gaming on that first point here, taking the point 2 minutes earlier than DICE Gaming did in their attack, securing a 5 minutes 30 on their attack now, and that's a huge timing for them.
It ends up meaning that DICE opts out of this mirrored tank lineup as well. Frosted is back on that D.Va instead of the Sigma. They were not having a really fun time during their tenure as the astrophysicist, and now they're going to have a little bit of fun as the gamer mech pilot. Still, however, that's a little bit of a delay in that ult charge. The recall is forced out of Cape, who has to disengage. That is a nice step there for DICE, but they end up losing Moser in the process. Really, that's why we saw Havana go the way that it did, is because it's about getting the right picks at the right times. That's exactly what Bay State is doing.
Absolutely, and now as we see Bay State, they're just moving on meter by meter, unstoppable. It almost looks like already halfway through that second point. Now EMP in the backline is present, taking down Moser. He seems to have become some kind of priority target for them since his input has been so big on that team. It's just reasonable to target focus Moser here out of the backline. Bay State doing a good job doing the target focus they need here, and now Picks just going the way of Bay State basically. Moser once again being uplifted in here. He's got no chance to even walk out of spawn properly, and yeah, Bay State they take another quick point, and now 5 minutes 37 on the clock. I've said that it's going to be dangerous, but it's going to be hard to accomplish this 108 meters. But with that time bank, I might even change my mind.
I'm sorry, Julian. Just as a Zen main, I can't keep watching this. Moser's just not having fun right now. Although there they go, taking agency back into their own hands, striking down Depresso. They say that's for the solo EMP, you hacker. And now Bay State is going to look a little bit weaker. They want Depresso so that they have a target to engage on. Still have the Discord orb available from ABS, as well as both support ultimates online. There's no reason that Cart shouldn't move around the second quarter. Almost a really nice hack and boop combo there from Faded onto Infected. But a hack on the Mega means that Faded has a lot of space to play in. There's a minefield, however, still deployed on the objective by DICE. It's going to slow down Bay State's attack, but again, they still have those support ults online. They just need ABS to respawn here.
Absolutely, and now the first time really in this defense where Dice Gaming can maybe settle down a bit and be like, okay, this is where we are. Let's build up a defense here. But Abs already making yet another early pick here in the fight, opening the chances for Bay State. Bombs comes in, does nothing, and now Bay State committing here with the Transcendence. Abs pushing his team onto the card, but now Rally coming out here from the team of Bay State. This really gives them the chance to push even further beyond that card and really give some hard times to Dice Gaming.
Oh, that's a pretty good EMP there from Bay State as well. It connects onto both tanks for Dice, and despite hemorrhaging a couple of members for Bay State, it's Dice Gaming that's being bled out a little bit deeper. The cuts are meaningful. Lacerations onto the formation of Dice Gaming puts this point into the golden box of victory. So close, 1.09 meters away from victory here for Bay State. They're going to use the Gerdic Flux to make sure that they win this, and Elva is out of the lineup as well. The mech is gone, and things are all but winnable here for Bay State unless the ceiling caves in. It's winnable for them. Minefield on the objective is going to secure the break here, but it doesn't matter. Bay State takes the series.
Yeah, and Bay State remaining, staying in that race for a spot in the playoffs, beating the favorite of this group, beating Dice Gaming, denying the perfect series in this qualifier. Dice Gaming will end up having 6 wins and 1 loss in Group C. So not the perfect qualifier for them. However, still, they are secured a spot in the playoffs as far as I'm concerned. But just think about it, they might not even be. Because if the DaBaby clan remains at 2nd spot and at Bay State pulls through those wins, we've got 3 teams which are at 6-1. That could give us a hard time figuring out who moves into the playoffs. So Dice Amplified, Dice Gaming, they felt safe, but now that I'm looking at the group, they should fear Bay State, and they learned how hard Bay State can be to beat as an enemy just now as they lose to them 1-2, and whether Bay State makes it into the playoffs or not, we will find out tomorrow. First round of the winners bracket happening tomorrow. Loser round 1 happening tomorrow as well. Really looking forward to the broadcast tomorrow. First match starts at 10 a.m. EST. I don't think we need to stress this any longer. I mean, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you, Lord. I'm looking forward to doing it again. For this first day, thank you very much to anyone who's watched this. Be sure to follow the action on the Twitter accounts of the tournament, Questline Open. You can also look the results up on Wikipedia when you need to. Be sure to tune in tomorrow again. For now, thank you very much to the production. Thank you very much to all the teams participating. And if there's nothing more from your side, I think we're about done for today.
We are done, Julian. It's been an absolute blast getting to watch these teams firsthand. Some of these players making a debut for me. I haven't gotten to see everyone in action so far. I'm so glad that I could be part of the action.
Absolutely, and I promised it before. I've said the first word on this broadcast. I'm going to say the last one for today. Thank you very much for everyone who tuned in, and be sure to tune in tomorrow again to watch the playoffs kicking off 10 a.m. in the morning EST times. This channel again, Questline Open on Twitch. Thank you very much. Good night to everyone. See you tomorrow. Have a good one.
Take the reins. Hello everyone, we are back. Newbie here with AHJA and the lovely Jag, as we just saw a very exciting match go down between Dice Gaming and Bay State, and oh my, what a finish at the end. And I gotta say, I look foolish. I took Dice Gaming, the predictions, and you know what? I was wrong. You guys were right. Well done.
Gotta subscribe to the Church of Cabe. That man just popped off in that series. Just looked incredible on Tracer. But overall, I think you could see some of the differences between the two teams that we had talked about kind of leading up to the matchup. And I don't want to take away from your thunder, Justin. I know we're going to get into that a little bit later, but I think the big thing is, like, you know, the team style play versus individual style play. Team style play here won out.
It absolutely did. You could see how that really worked out for them in the end, that extra synergy that was going through with the compositions that Bay State were running. And especially on the end there on Blizzard World, it really took them over the finish line.
Yeah, honestly, I was a bit surprised that they went back to the Sombra because I feel like it's very hit or miss, but it worked. I think we saw Depresso really step up, really knew who the hack targets were supposed to be. It seems like kind of all of Bay State was bullying Moser. Poor Moser at one point gets solo EMP, gets solo Gravitic Flux, but in general, just hacks were on point, EMP timing was pretty great. And I think that was something that they struggled a little bit on Nepal, which is a big part of why I think they ended up losing Nepal. But they're able to bring it back. They're able to get that reverse sweep in the best of 3 format. And overall, just very coordinated once they did get those timings down with the hacks and EMPs.
So congratulations to Bay State for that performance against Dice Gaming. It really was not necessarily do or die. They do still have some matches left, but they really wanted to pull out a win here, and it was good to see them do so. And welcome in, Julian. What did you think of that match?
Oh yeah, absolutely amazing match. And in fact, Dice Gaming, of course, being denied the perfect qualifier series here, but it was actually a must-win for Bay State, because if they want to move into the playoffs, they needed to win that matchup, because this now puts them into the position to be able to go 6-1 in Group C, same as the two other teams, which is Dice Amplifiers and DaBaby clan did before. So in order to have a chance at the playoffs, they needed to win that matchup, and with them doing that, they've got a fair shot now. Although they need to play 2 more matches today. Absolutely exhausting day for them. They've played the collegiate major, they've played our qualifying matches. Highest respect to everyone on Bay State. They probably have the longest day from all of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I was going to say maybe second to you, Julian, here, because I know you've been here all day with us as well.
No, I mean, it's been a full pleasure, and I'm looking forward to seeing all the matches tomorrow. I've said it on the together with Lord already. 10 p.m. EST, 10 a.m. EST is when the first matchup is going to start tomorrow, and we have quite a banger in that one, because that one, as far as I'm concerned, is going to be Trusted Process against AHJA, which is basically the Red Bulls light roster. So absolute banger match coming in there tomorrow, first day. I said it before in the broadcast at the desk like about 4 hours ago. I think that matchup has a fair chance of being our final matchup, because those are the two teams which are definitely, probably from the skill set and from the experience the players have, probably the highest ranked ones in the whole tournament. But unfortunately, one of them will drop to loser bracket tomorrow, and I'm super hyped to see who that is.
It really should be a fun one. And looking forward to tomorrow, Angels. It's going to be a really interesting day. How do you think the first day here turned out at the Questline Open?
It was great. I think we saw a lot of teams, some surprising performances, some a little bit more disappointing. I know we saw some teams that didn't get the results that they wanted, but some really, fantastic showings from a lot of these players, and some of them are predicted, but some of them definitely a little bit more on the surprising side. I think we're going to have a lot of games to look forward to tomorrow. Looking at the performances that we had today, after a night's sleep, when you're not playing 7 games in a row, they're going to be able to, I think, show us more of their best.
And with that, I'll extend the same kind of question to you, Jag, and to you, Julian. What were your takeaways from the first day?
Honestly, kind of along the same line of Ageless. There were some surprises for sure, but I think the big thing is the teams that we expected to come out and play definitely were there. I think tomorrow's match in particular will really set the stage for who's gonna have a really nice winners bracket run. Thankfully, it is double elimination, so we could see a rematch of that in the finals. Hopefully we do, because honestly, I think that's gonna be a hype matchup, whether it's first round or in the grand finals. Either way, it's just a really, really great matchup of players. Overall, just a great day of performance, and I think the playoffs are going to be a whole different level, because that exhaustion factor is not going to be there. Everyone's going to be well rested, everyone's going to be ready to go, and I think that's where we're going to really see people step up and make a name for themselves.
Absolutely, and I mean, we've witnessed so much great talent on so many different levels, from the E side, from the NA side, but also something I want to point out from the caster side. So many, at least for me, so many new names presenting themselves on the big stage here, and at that point, huge shout out, of course, production, a filthy lot, everyone at Questline. The work we put into this has been enormous, and just from the first day, I can already tell it was worth every minute we put into this. And I'm so much looking forward to the next days. And yeah, we said it. First round winner bracket, first round loser bracket tomorrow. I'm so much looking forward to it, and there's a huge amount of talent in that top 8, and I'm looking forward to watching every single match of it.
I think we'd be remiss if we didn't have a huge thank you to BPL as well, and the team from Bad Patch and Mario League, who are well known in their own right for producing just incredible production for all these tournaments. But also, yeah, big thank you to Blizzard and Activision Blizzard for working with us and getting this tournament off the ground. And all our casters, all our players today. It's been a really fantastic day. Thanks to you to T6 for organizing the tournament. And everyone who has joined us up today.
Yeah, so with that, I think I'll just throw it out there for anyone if you want to throw any last words out before we sign off for the evening. If anyone's got something, speak now or forever hold your peace.
I just want to remind everyone I'm now perfect in predictions. That huge 1-0. I'm hoping I can continue it tomorrow on the desk. We'll be there bright and early. And once again, I can just flex my prowess against newbie. But until then, it's been a great day.
I mean, you're...
Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, keep going, Julian. I was just going to say, setting the bar low. I'm terrible at predictions.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of need to keep a promise here, because I've said it before, because I didn't know we'll move back to the desk. I said the first word today, so I feel like I need to wrap this up and say the last word as well. Thank you. We've said it enough. Thank you for everyone involved, and be sure to tune in tomorrow. If you need more information, follow T6, follow everyone on Twitter. You'll find all the information there, or in Discord. Be sure to tune in tomorrow. 10 a.m. EST is when the first match of the winner bracket in the playoffs of this major start. Until then, thank you very much, and a well-deserved rest, well-deserved good night. Thanks for tuning in.